Have you ever done DMT?
You look like a good choice.
Interlink. What's it like to hold the hand of someone you love? Interlink. Interlink. Did they teach you how to feel finger to finger? Interlink. Interlink. Do you long for having your heart?
Everything's a copy.
Stop trying to control everything and just let go.
Cells. Do they keep you in the cell? Cells.
Want to know what you think? Fuck what you know. You need to forget about what you know. That's your problem. Forget about what you think you know about life, about friendship.
Interlinked.
If you were to die right now, how would you feel about your life? I don't know. I wouldn't feel anything good about my life. Look at you! You're fucking pathetic!
Wow. I have something important to announce. Wow. I'm also doing good. Wow.
All right. Yeah. There we go. We're back. What song was that? The one that played? That was Haunted by Disturbed. That was on kind of a Disturbed kick the last few days. I don't know. Maybe it was nostalgia. But I still think they're pretty good. I think they're pretty good. I think they're pretty good. All right. I'm a free thinker. I'm not going to say bow, but you already did. I bet Yuki better drop Cripple Wife. I'm the only one allowed to carry her. Yeah. So this is the final card design. The final trading card design. I think it looks pretty good. I think it looks pretty dope. Did you vote for Pecora? Oh, right. Yeah, the VTuber awards going around shit. How's fam? They're doing good. The dogs are still as wily as ever. Winston keeps batting at my leg with his paw. He's learning how to handshake. So metaphor playthrough going. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Just got my annual 2700 bonus check today. Feeling pretty good. Yeah, that is pretty good. I think Confusion is a great cover. It is a good cover. Like, Disturbed is, like, weirdly good at making covers. I know the Sound of Silence one got really big. That one just started playing on radios, that kind of thing. Pecora for the win. Looks like Dem's trying to escalate the Ukraine conflict before Trump gets sworn in. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. I was finished watching your stream on Praise of Shells. Not to say on how on earth did you stay sane watching the first time, dude. It was bad. So Blocky Lawless on the Trump train now. Yeah, hell yeah. That's how you know Wasp is good. Macholta, $5. I'm worried about a gift not getting to a friend in the UK. It's also going through a very not well-reviewed processing plan. Hope it'll be okay. Oof. Well, just stay on it. Save that tracking number. I ate some carrots. I've been recalled for E. coli. I never mentioned any number of the products. Pray for me. Oh, God. Bought a game called Origami 2, and it's so tense you might get a kick out of it. Ooh. Never like Sound of Silence cover, to be honest. I always found it cheesy. Well, I mean, you have to accept a certain level of cheese when you get into Disturbed in the first place. It's new metal. But if you're into it, it's good. Gonna see Gladiator 2, and I'm probably not gonna catch it in theaters. Calling K-Push husband left-wing grums really hit a nerve. Yeah, he also really didn't like being called a Nepo baby because he doesn't like his fans knowing that he's a rich kid. Did you vote for Pecora in the Video Game Awards? I didn't know that was happening. Yeah, Stallone Trump train too. Yeah, well, Stallone's a New Yorker. Makes sense. Let's be my cyber girl going for a commando build Phantom Liberty again. Yeah, hell yeah. Jake didn't win, Mike didn't win, but famous VTuber fan eating Mike Tyson's ass won. Saw you getting pretty heated on Twitter earlier. What was that about? Oh, yeah, it was the Kate Bush husband guy. He popped up in my feed again, so I was just like, dude, you're a fucking rich kid Nepo baby. And then his fans got pissed off. Then his fans started doing all he did was petty vandalism. It's like, yeah, aren't you leftist Marxists that go, but aren't you leftist Marxists that are all about my solidarity, workers of the revolution, all this shit, everyone come together, kumbaya bullshit. And then there you are, sociopathically deciding when someone's an approved target. It's like, fuck off. Just got done watching Nora's video. Yee. Yeah, someone believes in gun control. Fuck him. As stated, New York Democrat. He's not going to be perfect. See if Tyson has a Mao tattoo? Yeah, he got that a while ago. As stated, he got kind of crazy when he went nuts. Yeah, Mike Tyson didn't buck break Jake, but he sure as shit was dressed for it. Yeah. Yeah, they all want Kyle Rittenhouse arrest too. Yeah, it's hypocrisy. Just flagrant and shameless hypocrisy. They try to use it as a weapon. So long as you're able to call it on that and don't do into... a thing I see all the time when people fight people like that on Twitter is they'll always just get into the generalization of them as a commie. Where it's like, oh, haha, your ass get kicked in my place in the woods and all that. It's like, no, you don't do that. It's like, no, you just straight up call it to their face what they are. It's like, you're a fucking Nepo baby. You are a rich kid LARPing as a revolutionary, going into places and breaking shit that you don't own and you don't feel a thing about because you're a spoiled asshole. That's what you are. And when you break it down like that, that's when they get rattled and they start, kind of getting pissy and getting pissed off at you. If you just play into the stupidity, they will beat you, experience you. That third cover of the comic? No, this is the trading card. This is the last trading card design. The third cover is still in the works. That one I'm really excited about. We got a really cool guy working on that, and I like a lot of what he's doing with that, and it's going to be dope. How's it going? It's going pretty good. You watch Kyle Rittenhouse trial? Fucking everybody did back in the day. Seen the Peacock series, Hysteria, Bruce Campbell? I have not. Do you think more people would be more accepting of the right when they remember that the left doesn't own the concept of humanitarianism? Well, yeah. We have trading cards now. Yeah, they're part of the tier. They're part of the tier. It's right up there. We had 20K, so we had stickers, and then we had 15K pinups, and then 10K was trading cards. We are well through there. It took a while for the last trading card to be done because I was really trying to iron out, like, what do I want with this? But then eventually Simplicity won out and was like, you know what? I think this looks dope. Plus, the art's working on it's really good. He's the guy that did the stickers as well. Off topic, I'd like to see your take on BoJack. It is a very good show. I would like to cover that. Do you like farina, cream of wheat, and summer sausage? I don't have it that much, but that could be kind of good one day for like a European-style breakfast. By the way, you got that comic dub thing done yet? No, it's still in the works. I'm going to bug the artist about that because Russian Comic Book Geek has been so desperate to get a dub out. I just commissioned a short little 3-panel page for him to work with. Just like a little teaser and all that. That's in the works. I'm going to bug the guy I got working on that about that. I finally finished Rise of the Realm, but I expect to return to Ito to fight Sekahotai, also, a.k.a. the fucking commies. Hysteria is like Stranger Things, but heavy metal, cults, and satanic panic. That sounds really cool. Watch the movie I sent you? No, I still have it in the packaging. I don't want to spoil it yet. We're smoking on runs. I do say he's fine with Rittenhouse, so you're fine with Rittenhouse showing up to defend your property with a gun, but you're fine with destruction of property. Don't want the rich bitch shot. Yeah. It's just reactive thinking. They're not actually thinking about their point. They're just reacting to the moment-to-moment arguments you're throwing at them. Trading cards? Yeah, it's trading cards. It's a tier on the campaign. That was like one of the first tiers. Copyright strike Russian Comic Book Geek when he releases his comic dub. Will kayfabe it turn into a big fucking drama? That's on Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. Do you think it was staged? I've heard some theories it was staged. There's people saying that there was a stipulation in the contract. They couldn't knock each other out. I don't know for sure if any of that's true, but it's one of those where it was painful to see. Activated my trap card, explosion exit, and when activated, both monsters on our field destroyed. We take damage for our cards, and I'm back to our decks. I'm just going to hit you, Yugi. Oh! Like JRPGs I played are Final Fantasy, Persona, and Nier Automata recommendations. Check out Ys. Ys is really fun. They're a lot more like action games, though. I think Kojima's going to call in a favor to get Picora the W. Some NBA player got fined $100K for saying no homo on an interview. Crazy shit. Planning to watch Girls Panzer to go closer to the enemy, Kansas. Call person $5 back from Japan. Definitely recommend Kyoto and Osaka. Lots of fun. Jet lag sucks so much, and no one there wears shorts. Tonkatsu is so good. Ikebukuro is sketch. Did you hear we finally got footage of the Get Your Free TVs Half-Life 2 demo from the year 2000? Yeah. He's not as a cat girl, yeah. Jake Paul should just fight Canelo, just like just take the knockout. What was that? Lolly play Yeek? Y2K story? No, Yees. Y-S. We have a Dracula interpretation. Hard to go wrong with the book. The book's fantastic. Also, you gotta love Castlevania Dracula. See the fights before the Mike and Jake fight? They were way better. Oh yeah. Everyone loved the women's division, funny enough. I think Kate Bush husband fan calls you a pedo. I mean, that's usually the first go-to. Like I said, I don't really care about that, because at that point I can just kind of like poke at him and go like, oh, you're relying on a username because that's all you have. It's a nice little mental trap. House burned down in Pennsylvania. Why, you ask? Because the 8 inside were Trump, no survivors. Jesus Christ. It's like, yeah, there needs to be a serious discussion of like, why do you guys think it's okay to murder people? I cast fist, throws cards away and punches Yugi. Kaiba would do that. Yeah, Robert De Niro left the U.S. because Trump being reelected. He came back? Blob Enemy from Half-Life 2 Episode 3 looked amazing. Says a lot when 20-year-old tech can still impress. Yeah. Holy shit, you actually do know how to pronounce K-Fob correctly. Think Elden Ring has a chance to win Game of the Year again? Probably. It's literally all they have. The reason the regular retirement age of a fighter is 40. Yeah. I'm a wizard. I cast Itchy Ballsack. My Dems hate us so much. Because they're just stupid. if you're willing to go that far and kill somebody because a man on the TV said they're bad, you yourself are just a horrible human being. You were not pushed into it. You were not manipulated. You are a horrific human being that already wanted to kill somebody, and you were looking for an excuse. You know, that's something that, you know, a lot of people need to kind of admit to themselves. This is not a matter of the media is turning good people crazy. It's the media is galvanizing horrible people to do things with confidence. They got a metaphor in the running. See that winning? That is true. Are we playing a new Mario and Luigi? Nah, not yet. I haven't touched my Switch in a while, actually. What coincidence, group that claims to preach tolerance and inclusivity actively murders their opposition. Yeah. Saw Gladiator 2 with my dad. It was good. Not as good as the first one. Woke it all. In fact, the story's literally just make Rome great again. From the highlights of seeing that fight, they only showed Jake landing a few hits on Mike. Other than that, it looks bad. Yeah. Well, it's like the entire point of the fight was to show off how Jake could last in a full 8-round fight. And even if you buy into it that it was all scripted and Mike was there to make Jake look better, Jake looked like shit. He did not last very long before he started like kind of wavering and going off formation and all that. Mike, you can excuse because Mike's like a 60-year-old man. So he's not going to have the stamina of like a man in his prime and all that. You know, that's something we all admit. And B, Mike's whole thing was he was never meant to last entire fights. He will knock you out as fast as humanly possible, so then the fight's over. Famously, a lot of times Mike Tyson lost was because guys could wait him out. They would let him burn energy. He would get tired, and then they were able to get him. So in this fight where you have a guy who, A, just suffered from a fucking heart attack, already had a history of not doing very well in long out fights, and is a 60-year-old fucking man, he still looked better than Jake. Like, in the fight, he looked better. So it's one of those of, even as a hype project, Jake does not look good. He looks like a fraud. So Mike could have killed him, but he held off. That's if you buy into the theory that there's a stipulation in the contract that couldn't knock each other out. Yeah, it was showcasing Jake's performance. Yeah, well, that's why he's going after all the big names first. He goes after the big names to go like, no, I'm a legitimate boxer, but every time he does, he looks like shit. See the pre-fight interview Mike had that kid, the one where he opened the depression hole in his soul? Yeah, Mike didn't have many fights that went all the way, yeah. Arcade square to $2. Mike dodged a lot of Jake's hits and landed hits. Yeah. Yeah, Logan Paul said he would kill Mike Tyson. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He said that, and look what happened in the fight. Yeah, it wasn't a full 8-round fight. Rounds were only 2 minutes. That's also a very good point. There were only like 2 minutes between each round, so the fact they got that gassed out that quick... Matthew Picker, 2 Figma. I think Mike just didn't give it his all. Yeah, Estee, if you want to believe into the theory that there was a stipulation they couldn't knock each other out, they couldn't go as hard as Mike usually does, that's one thing. Once again, he was also, 2 months removed from a heart attack. Seen the Flash Kids Jake Paul Mike Tyson video? I saw that, yeah. I saw that. It was like Mike trying to crawl out of his wheelchair. Yeah, everyone's expecting Tyson to kill Jake because what Logan said. Yeah. I was like on my high school history teacher described the Spanish-American War. Congrats, America. You beat Spain, an empire that hasn't been effective in decades. You're going to boxing, you think about streaming Fight Night sometime? That would be fun. That would be fun. Be Mario and Luigi is a great game. Slow start, but great game. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. It starts off kind of slow, and people are like, I'm not sure if I like this. Then soon it's like, oh, shit. Mike tried to have his Rocky 6 moment, but it was sad. I'm a real boxer. No, you're a real disappointment. Leave his contract thing. They were pussyfooting around that whole fight, watching hairlines recedes more interesting. Yeah, people noticed that. They were, weirdly hesitant to go at each other. There were moments where Tyson would land a hit, and usually he would, follow that up. Hit you once and then immediately tries to go for you again. But he would back off. He would back off and let Jake get distance. So people note that, and that's one of the big reasons why people say, oh, maybe there was a stipulation in the contract, that kind of thing. Shota has been pretty consistent in that, no, this is just Mike as he is now. He doesn't have a lot of gas in the tank. He was suffering from that heart attack. So he probably was just trying to spend most of the fight trying not to get knocked out, which is also very possible. Because if he takes a risk to go into Jake, Jake can also get at him. Jake also has a reach advantage. He is slightly taller than Mike, if I remember right. Winter Lame, $5. I know Ben at the stage is a bit of a spur, but I would not wish that had happened to his father and his family on anyone. Yeah. It's like crazy shit. Talking about the fire thing, I assume. Apparently, Area 51 info got leaked, and no cool shit about aliens. Fallout 4 mod called Frost makes the game brutally difficult. Would recommend checking out. Yeah, it's one of the survival mods. Those would be kind of fun. What happened to Bennett? No, he was saying there was a story in Pennsylvania where a family of Trump supporters apparently got killed in a house fire. And I assume the implication is that there was arson involved. And I point out, like, hey, isn't it fucked up how confident people are to do this? So you're just saying, like, yeah, even though I don't like Ben at the stage, I would never murder the guy. Speaking of Mario, I'm sorry, but Bowser vs. Eggman had no reason to go as hard as it did. Also, the track Game Over was hype. Yeah, Mike is 5'10", yeah. My undertaking spell is pretty cool guy for 4 months. 4 months. 4 months. Make Rannoch great again. Hashtag Rigor 2028. Yeah, Tyson was still insanely fast while dodging, yeah. Yeah, Mike also had a knee brace on during the fight. That is true. I stayed old-ass man, probably not the best knees. Still on legit boxer. I think he got trained for the Rocky movies, but I don't know if you can call him legit. I don't even know if he would say he's legit. No, content creators make their entire channel bashing bad media so much they actually cover good media. They stumble and trip. Yeah, it can happen. When you fight Jake Paul, how much is he offering? I understand when people are upset Persona 3 didn't get nominated. My brother in Christ already got metaphor. Mike did land some good hits here in the fight. A few of those stood Paul up. Yeah, you can kind of see when he got hit, he was kind of like shaking. How do you see tariffs affecting price and trade in the future? Well, the idea around those is to incentivize America producing its own resources in country and not importing literally every goddamn thing we ever buy. You know, no more made in China type shit. How willing companies will be to actually follow through with that is up in the air. So Dev is trying to slowly snakishly trying to reel back his Trumpist Hitler rhetoric. If I show current Dev to him 4 years ago, he would absolutely be destroyed. Yeah, I saw that. He was going like, well, the Eastman memo can be forgiven. It's like, you were literally saying the opposite a week ago. It's a South Park thing with the ginger kids. Like, you were literally saying the opposite like a week ago. Math Picker for $5 was Douchey McNitpick, the Doug Walker character based on Linkara, since they both pledged themselves to Green M&M and have annoying voices. That's actually kind of a good question, because apparently, from what I understand, nobody really liked Linkara on Channel Awesome. He was just kind of always a pompous asshole. But what about Made in Japan? Well, there you go. Prop up our cyberpunk future the way it's supposed to be. See, the UK and their inheritance tax can't even die without the government trying to take from you. Yeah. Straight up just trying to steal land from farmers. See, Twitch is an adpocalypse due to anti-Semitism. Let the bubble pop. People are saying that companies will raise prices in response to tariffs are being stupid. I can definitely see some companies doing it. The question will be if there will be enough companies that do the in-house stuff and are able to make stuff cheaper and faster, so people just flock to them instead. So at that point, you have the companies that are trying to raise prices solely so they can keep their slave workers, out of country, trying to go up against the guys who are not doing that and have much lower prices. What movies you watched recently? They were called so damn good. They were so called damn good, but rewatch now and don't hold up. Mine is The Whale, just a feel bad movie that has unlikable characters. I think The Whale is fine. I do kind of agree. It's not as emotional as some people think it is. Like, I never cried at it. And I'm not going to lie, some of the edits to the ending kind of ruined the movie forever to me. Like, when they had, like, fart sound effects as he's dying and going up to heaven, it's like, oh, God. Math Picker, two fake minds. I'm sure Dev has a likes men memo, you dig? Yeah, worked 47.5 to 48 hours last week. Jesus Christ, man. I mean, okay, that's like kind of standard overtime. Took me a second to be like, well, okay, 40-hour work shift, you get an extra shift. It's like, you get some overtime. Then Clarkson from Top Gear, Clarkson Farms going to blow a gasket over the inheritance thing. He will definitely be pissed. A lot of people in England are pissed. It's something that their government's forcing on them. Say, clip out, we apparently spent $750 million to determine if the moonwalk was one small step for man or a small step for man. DEI study. Yeah. There was some kind of it was like some kind of meeting at Congress or something where they went over like all the stupid spending the government was doing, and it was shit like cocaine studies to see if fish respond to cocaine. And it's like, what the fuck are we even doing here? I think the animation industry should fall apart like it is right now, apparently. Or do you think that allowing it to happen will cause too many jobs to be lost, like my friends say? Let it happen. Like, a collapse like that kind of industry is going to happen because the culture it bred is not one to survive. You know, too many flops, too short span of a time, too many people that are unwilling to learn the lesson. And if you're unwilling to direct course, you're going to slam into a tree. Call person $5. Also definitely check out Balatro, roguelike with poker gameplay. I don't know about it being called Game of the Year material, but every other category I can see you winning. I need to check out Balatro. I know people are talking about it recently. When animation industry is collapsing, I think he's talking about the West one. I assume so. Yeah, remember the U.S. funding the dog and fly test? Yeah. Jake's decent for an amateur. He knocked down Anderson Silva before this fight. I just think this was a glorified hard spar that Mike's old body had trouble keeping up with. Yeah, that's also very reasonable. What's your favorite Cooking with Jack video? I think I explained it before. Anything with chicken. That man just cannot seem to cook chicken. I don't know what it is. Like, the chicken will have pink on it. Like, the meat under it will be gray. It's very clearly not finished, and he'll pull it out and go, juicy, and eat it. And I'm sitting there genuinely astonished, like, how are you doing this long and you don't know the basics of cooking? Like, I'm not the best cook in the world, and even I can spot a chicken that's, you know, raw. Notice all the Game of the Year nominations are all Eastern and one Indie for the first time. Apparently now even game journals are saying Vilgard's too woke. Yeah. I have 5 hours in Metaphor because I got sidetracked by Mario and Luigi. It's so Jover. Google Play just gave me 6 months of Disney Plus for free. Didn't know Disney was hurting that bad. Can you make ribeye steak? Ribeye's pretty fucking good. Gotta be medium. Ribeye, it's medium. Halloween girls are watching a Neil Green movie right now. Has Vosh been any more controversy lately? As far as I'm aware, he's just kind of seething about the election. Favorite type of YouTube videos to watch. Lately, I've kind of found myself gone into a rabbit hole where I'll just put on, like, compilations of American Dad episodes and just use that as background noise as I do literally anything else. Where I'll be, like, playing a video game right now and I'm, like, half hearing it and I'm just like, oh, yeah, whatever. Or I'm, like, working on something and it's just like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, that's nice. Matthew Pickard for 2 Fake Boys broke Cooking with Jack woke Steve 1989 MRE. Good morning, USA. But in fact, contrary to popular belief, some chicken can be eaten pink, not all, but some, and depending on the cooking method. Yeah, I'm sure if you like cook it with lime or something, you know, you have a ingredient that can kill the bacteria on it. So maybe something with like citrus. I tried watching a 2005 movie, 2005 show called Invasion. It's about aliens invading Florida after a hurricane. It was really fucking boring. Lost interest after disc 1. That's when I Left 4 Dead kick last week. It was fun. Left 4 Dead's really good. No Cleveland show? That's not in the compilations. I don't care what it is. Cooking and eating raw chicken is sacrilegious. Yeah, internal temperature must be 165 degrees. Well, yeah, because that's how you clear the bacteria from the inside of it. You cook it through. I do that with your streams, and more recently, those hour-long Cures clips. Which American Dad character can you beat in a fight? Non-female, Steve. I could beat the shit out of Steve. You can eat dick, breast pink. Kevin Von Magnum for $20. I finally broke. Thanks to you, I have finally gotten into Berserk manga. Spent a literal entire weekend reading from the prologue to Falcon Millennium War. Enjoying the rabbit hole to the boat. Thanks, Lolly E. Good shit. Very good series. That's on second for following singing. He's got like actual albums you can listen to. He does like Frank Sinatra type big band jazz. You can tell he's really into that. But can you beat Barry? No restraints. Listen, man. Barry's a fucking warrior. See the Half-Life 2 doc? Yeah, it's super interesting. Is eating chicken raw a good idea health-wise? No. Tell me the state of Kentucky fried this chicken. I could beat Jeff, but Jeff's a cool dude. Don't hurt Jeff. Can you beat Steve when he goes bananas? I could beat the shit out of him. Try watching Columbo. Pretty good. Yeah, it's one of the classic kind of mystery shows. Recently saw Deadpool vs. Wolverine. Did not disappoint. Also, Peter's a goddamn legend in every Final Fantasy game. Do you like the last season of Barry? That's one where I'm going to do a whole video on. A, because I kind of have to because I reviewed the show before the final season. And B, there is a lot to kind of go over with that just due to the fact of it feels like two separate seasons that were pushed into one. And I have a theory it's because they got word ahead of time they were going to do the new writer strike. So they didn't know if they'd be able to do two whole seasons in time for the strike. So they tried to kind of combine them. Principal Lewis is a menace to the public. Other trading card designs, just Rachel, remember, right? Yeah, there's two. Well, no, there's three. One, we have a little crossover with a little indie horror TCG. Those are pretty cool guys. Pretty cool guys. They're going to like do a whole little character card for Rachel. I thought that was really cool. The other one is the... I have it somewhere. Rachel topless win. I already showed off the topless pinup poster. Yeah, I know it's somewhere in here. Yep. Okay. I gotta go on a hunt for the other card design. Okay. We ended up emailing so much. Ugh. Yeah, okay, I almost have the... Yeah, here it is, here it is. So yeah, this is the other card design. Because there's three, as stated, there's three. So where is the image? Yeah, here it is. So pop this out and place it with this. It is very big. I must shrink it. I know I saw the Lewd Rachel, the wheelchair pinup. Yeah, that was a... we have the pinup poster. The pinup poster is one of the other campaign tiers. Envy Machinery, who's the guy that did the pinup poster, literally got bored as he was finishing up, and he, for fun, did a not safe for work one. And he just did that because he thought it'd be funny. And we're like, God damn, if only Indiegogo wasn't so pissy about nudity, this actually would be fun to sell as an option. Any tips to avoid creative burnout? I guess just take time to decompress, you know. Just think about anything else for a little bit. Eventually you will have the itch to come back. I ever told you about the time my buddy Keith made sushi? They say experience the best teacher, and experience taught that if you eat 3 pounds of raw catfish, it kills you. Luckily, he survived. Red Strike actually start over anything, or are they just some annual event thing? That's actually a good question, because it seems like nothing they want to get done actually got done. Good when Jack's Lay's video looks like he's about to die. That's not shocking. How many times that man had salmonella? Yeah, keep yourself busy, yeah. 10 out of 10 designs. Hell yeah, I think they're pretty dope. Idea when the comic comes out, you can do a limited release of them for conventions. That would be kind of cool, yeah. Kind of do a little convention circuit, because I think there's some local ones in Kentucky that I can like kind of buy a table for. That'd be fun. Yeah, the one to have gore but no nudity, right? Had to run the victory lap, but what's to come after Trump leaves office? Yeah, good question. I'm pretty much just gonna go back to I'm gonna go back to my state of there's nobody good worth voting for. I don't know why, but the picture to the right reminds me of the Mechanic Chicken, Fear and Hunger 2. Huh. I'm not seeing it. Rachel was a streamer. What would she say if one in the chat told her she lost gallons to her instant banned? Can we get Yuki writing a unicorn variant cover? That'd be fun. That'd be fun as a joke one. Do conventions, get to interact with real people. Yeah. Oh, God, no, but they'll be convention people. Ugh. RFK or Tulsi? Tulsi's hot, but she's crazy. She doesn't like guns. Rachel, what are you drinking? Legally varnish remover. Actually, 100% pure Kentucky moonshine. See that Kiara's watching Breaking Bad for the first time? She just reached episode where Walt lets Jesse's girlfriend die. Yeah. How many rounds push themselves Trump's successor? Very good question. Unless it's distraction from the fact Bakura is the best gamer nominee. Yeah. Strike with something to do with the overblown text generator known as AI. Yeah. And that's the companies are still going like, but we're going to use it though. Like hell, didn't Coke put out an ad on Twitter where they recreated one of the more famous commercials completely through AI, and everyone said, "Oh my god, this is horrifying to look at." Didn't Tulsi go back on her anti-gun stance? She may have said she did, but I ain't gonna trust it. Gigi from Hololive managed to convince the other girls to play League of Legends with her. Well, gonna go to convention means you can't hide behind anonymity. That you can have face masks. I can just say I'm scared of catching COVID. Plus one to Yuki in a maid outfit. So it seems U.S. decided to fire some long-range missiles from Ukraine to Russia, which escalated tension there, and nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happens. Yeah, 1 year ago. Yeah, something like that. So on your suggestion about beef fat from my local butcher, it's actually pretty good. I used to fry some chicken. I've learned I do not know how the pan-fried chicken how the pan-fried chicken that well edible though. Not sure what you mean by that. Okay, commercial hurts my eyes. Why humans were given uncanny valley recognition? Yeah. You see, look back. Yeah, super fucking good. Super fucking good. What's a good barrel AR length? I mean, it depends on what you're using it for. So the new Dandadan episode on Anime Night, who cried first? It was super fucking good. Super fucking good. My only gripe is it removed some of the panels that hit really hard. Like when you see her clearly jump off the roof or where she's in the afterlife with her daughter. Those are the two that I'm like, oh man, that's the punch. That's where it hits you in the gut. The episode didn't really show those. It just kind of more implied it. So I was like, I mean, I get it, but I would have liked to seen those physically. You know what I mean? Do you remember the narrative that Dems trying to spin back in 2020 saying that George Floyd died because of Trump? See, Cobra Kai resurrected Pat Morita with AI. It was horrid. 5-inch barrel overpressure rounds only for home defense inside shooting. See, Ben at the stage leaving YouTube? Oh, any particular reason, or is he just calling it? He's like, yep, I'm calling it. See you guys. How do you think Congress will react to any of Trump's reforms? Oh, they're going to fight him tooth and nail. They're going to fight him tooth and nail. Sounds extremely sad. Talking about Dandadan? Yeah, it's super fucking good. Like, it was great because the pink hair chick shows up. I'm trying not to spoil it for people who want to start it or watch Dandadan or read the manga or whatever. The pink hair chick shows up. Everyone's like, oh my god, fuck this chick. I hate her. She's a piece of shit. She's a bitch. Then that episode comes out and people are like, oh my god, she's the greatest ever. I fucking love her. It's like, yeah. Yeah, and they only cried at episode 7. It's super good. They show her jump just in a different way. Yeah, it's more just implied. I get why, because it does kind of a whole like artsy way it tells the backstory, and I liked it. I like what they did with that. But just being able to physically see the panel, and then afterwards where the chick is in the afterlife and she's with her daughter, being able to physically see those, it's like, that to me is the payoff. That's the punch. That's the oh my god moment, you know? Not reached that arc yet, but Dandadan legit feels like an emotional roller coaster. Oh, it's awesome. Pink head shake is still the spawn of the devil. She is not worthy. Also, RFK Jr. wants soda companies use cane sugar again for their soft drink instead of corn syrup, to which I say hallelujah. Yeah, he's tackling artificial ingredients. Yeah, wait till you get to the Zoomy backstory. Yeah. My GF hated the pink hair girl, and I was grinning from ear to ear just saying wait. So you know the Just a Robot controversy? Yeah, you want to know who's milking it? Turkey Tom, same guy Jar Dick Road during the pyro shit? I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. The Halloween girls are watching Faithful Findings, the one where all politicians kill themselves at the end. But she's a chunie. You guys don't have a soft spot for chunies? Went to Comic-Con with a friend and got a replica of the Monado 2 from Xenoblade 1. That's awesome. Markin Slong gets well slain. Griffith freaks out, realizing if Slong can go down, he can very well go down as well. That'd be dope. Maybe Skull Knight shows up and is like, hey, dipshit, this is what I wanted to have happen. It's like, you have a very weird sense of planning. Should watch Big Bungie, just a robot video on stream. It's funny. I don't know what's happening. Seeing her running in the rain for the car was so fucking well done. Yeah, that was really good. That was really good. Part 1, I'm glad Yuki's character doesn't need to be I blew up a hospital full of innocent people because it's funny, ooh, I can get away with it because I'm hot in the author's waifu. Yeah, no, nothing like that. Explicitly not that. You know, that is a thing where the kind of... Alright, yeah, real quick. Ben is leaving YouTube because his dad has either dementia or Alzheimer's. Either way, it's a family issue relating to health, so he's taking an indefinite hiatus. Jesus Christ, that sucks. God, now I actually feel really bad for the guy. Yeah, because that's not going to be fun. That is not going to be fun. I can't believe you committed suicide. I can't help you out of this one. Yeah, Neil Breen. Pure cane sugar Dr. Pepper. Let's go. TLDR, just a robot fell in love with a pedophile and has been white knighting for said pedo from what I gather. Ooh, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good. Mark99 for $2. Well, how's it going? The Logan vs. Mike fight was disappointing. I didn't even watch it. Honestly, if Paul was going to pay for the win, at least try to fake it. Yeah. Yeah, Jesus, I'm sorry, Sage. Yeah, it's like... Yeah, dealing with a family member with Alzheimer's or dementia, any kind of debilitating illness like that, that's going to be hell. That's going to be hell. Hello, Lolly Man. You're playing Final Fantasy? Who could have seen that coming? Yeah. Who's Bennett? Just got back from something. Bennett the Sage. He was an anime reviewer. Some people like him. Some people are just kind of like, he has shit takes. I never really watched him. I only know about him because he was associated with Channel Awesome. From what I understand, just seemed like relatively normal-ish guy for that crowd. Didn't really ruffle any feathers. Didn't really act like a douche to anybody. Just kind of, anime reviewer guy. And now he has taken a hiatus because his father has either dementia or Alzheimer's, which, to be fair, they're kind of one and the same. And I just need to get a replica of the Monado 3. Yeah. Jar fell in love with the pedo. The universe just recycling Monkey Jones lolcow arc. Best Ridley Scott movie? Gladiator, Alien, Black Hawk Down. I'm trying to remember the one where it had like some of the most well choreographed fencing in film history. I think it was literally just called The Duel. It's good that the health will start getting better, but I'm worried about price for farmers and losing farms due to the inability to the drop in production. If you based your entire supply chain off importing literally goddamn everything and you cannot survive this, you are going to lose. You need to start prepping to make shit in-house and stop importing everything because it's cheaper. Yeah, The Duelists. Yeah, that was it. American Gangster's amazing. Yeah, American Gangster's really fucking good. Yeah. Movie Father was rough to watch. Yeah. Feel down, need some laughter in life. Just remember the showrunner for Amazon's The Boy said his version is punk. Does he know? He does not know. Swear God, still cannot escape the internet wanting to shit talk about Just a Robot. Can I please see a channel they loved for years, burn their career, and cry in peace, please? Fun fact, Ridley Scott directed the music video for Roxy's Music Avalon. Oh. Also, Last Duel. Yeah, Last Duel is just kind of okay. That's one that kind of got ripped apart by marketing because they were trying to push it as a girl boss movie when that's not what that movie was. I haven't gone to an Alzheimer's ward once for a volunteer thing to spend time with the elderly. It basically pushed us into the Alzheimer's ward. Yeah, that's a place I never want to go to again. Yeah, it's rough. Best fencing in cinema is Mark of Zero with Tyrone Power and bestseller Rothbone. Forgot Blade Runner. Blade Runner is also really good. He has a lot of great movies. It's sad that he kind of petered out on skill as the years went on. Machulta, $10. I think I want to create something that people will want to play. I feel like games like the original PS1 Spider-Man have merit. I want to try and make something like that. Would you agree? Yeah. Everyone just wants fun shit. Everyone just wants fun games to play. That's all they want to play. Content Creator of the Year category is Picard, but also has Queso. RA is just okay after introduction being a massive bitch, but Mora is better girl anyway. I've got the masterpiece Prometheus. I think literally Trump is kind of punk going against the status quo. Yeah, if you want. You ever seen Black Hawk Down is when the British director listened to two British actors absolutely butcher the American accents, just went perfect. That's good. That was funny. That was funny. Yeah, Black Hawk Down is pretty good. It's still one of the best war movies. Martian's fine, but the China symbol in that movie is ridiculous. Yeah, you notice that too? A little bit of weirdness there. It's like, oh, China wants to help us with no ulterior motive. Yeah, believable. It's still a pretty good movie, though. In fact, some people think that trying to bring factories to the U.S. after the years being sent to Mexico and China is bad because they want to consume now with something. Yeah. My grandma's dementia is awful. The fact our government spending millions of cocaine on cocaine fish instead of finding a cure is genuinely evil. Yeah. Black Hawk Down is supposed to be adapted from a real story. Yeah. It's the Battle of Somalia. Well, specifically the Battle of Mogadishu, but it was during the American occupation of Somalia. That was like 93. Yeah, Black Hawk Down's great, but lately the way Scott acts with historical films down are disrespectful. And it's weird because it used to be the exact opposite. Like, he would only bend reality for history in cases where the plot needs to happen, and it needs to happen in this specific way. But even then, he'll try to make it at least somewhat close to what it's supposed to be. But lately, like with his fucking Napoleon movie, he was like flagrantly like just disregarding massive chunks of history. Modern games writing as the creator barely discussed daddy issues. Yeah, it can be. Dibbers $5. I tried watching Black Hawk Down, though I didn't realize I got the wrong movie until the black guy dropped his pants. You weren't even there, Ridley. They're a historian. This is what they do. Picora nominated for Best Gamer. Also made a playable in HoloCure. Rabbit's taken 2024 by force. HoloCure is great. Probably already talked about it, but I saw you had tiny slap fight with the Fiegit and Kate Bush husband. Yeah. Helicopter siege scene still gives me chills. It's super good. Personally, We Were Soldiers is my favorite war movie, but I also really like Vietnam movies. We Were Soldiers is a pretty good fucking pick. But noticing that the joke is I kill people, kids, up so hot and funny woo character type a lot recently in combination with kids sympathy form. I don't know, I kind of feel uneasy about it. Yeah, I fully get it. I tell you by a YouTuber named Blooms, and I learned that there's cults for South Park in China, and they protested the ban of it in China by playing the banned episode in public. That's kind of cool. That's kind of based. And the Martians imply the whole world comes together to help Mark, even China was in the book. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I get that. But it's just one of those of, that's the idealism. That's the, we can all come together to do this one good thing. And it's like, yeah, if only reality was that close. Did you hear about the recent Twitter gimmick account trying to defend the big bank companies, Visa and MasterCard? Yeah. And everyone called it, it's like, you got bought by a big company, didn't you? That was new All Quiet on the Western Front. It is not like the book at all. It makes some serious changes, but as a war movie on its own, it's pretty good. I went to an interview, got accused of being banned from the store by an employee. Turns out mistaken identity, but still did not get the job, but fuck them. Family suffering from disasters, please send aid. U.S. government, no. Send $500 billion to research cocaine's effects on fish because reasons. What category do you think you'd see in a parody streamer award? I can see most fluff Twitch streamer or biggest fall from grace. Yeah, Yuki just doesn't like mean people. Yeah. What's the differences? Talking about All Quiet on the Western Front. For one, Cat is a lot younger than he is in the book. He's like maybe 30. He's not very far away from how old the boys are, which is weird because Cat's whole thing was he was an old man. Also, they change how he dies. They change a few other ways characters die. It's stuff like that. Like, there's entire subplots that are in the movie that are not in the book. I've only seen the 1967 All Quiet on Western Front. It's good. Your thoughts on people saying the new bird flu might be issues for Trump's new presidency? No one's going to take it seriously. No one's going to take it seriously. Speaking of writers' personal issues, you hear about the Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaurs cartoon creators deciding to shelve an episode because Trump won. It involved tranny, apparently. Yeah, they leaked the episode out. People leaked out the episode, and the straw man bad guy in it is some, like, fucking... it's like some asshole chick who is shitting on the girls because, like, hey, these are women's sports and you're allowing a guy in there. It's basically the complete mirror opposite to the episodes you would have all the time back in, like, the 90s. Of, like, the girl wants to join the boys' sports, and you have the asshole dad that's like, no, you're a girl. You have to do, like, gymnastics or something. It's literally the mirror opposite of that. Of I don't want a boy playing with the girls. But the thing is, people saw the design of the strawman mom character, and she's, like, this MILF chick with a fat ass. So people are joking, like, oh, you hid the episode because people just agreed with her because she has big dumpy. Math half hour for $2. FF16 apparently flopped on PC. That's a shame. Well, people barely even knew it came out on PC. Once again, they just stopped advertising it. Are you a fan of World War II show Band Brothers? Yeah. Speaking of Martian, sort of. Matt Damon. And they gave the strawman a fat ass, yeah. Yeah, let's admit there are no fish in the experiments and excuse to legally use coke. I agree with her in multiple cases now. So a guy who shadow on X said he needed to use Benadryl to sleep for anxiety. It should be known that heavy Benadryl use can cause dementia. No quote on Western Front doesn't work without the protagonist going back to civilian life in the middle. Yeah, it's like it mainly just focuses on him being at war. You get like that one little bit of downtime. It also changes the timeline where he survives up until literally the war is about to end, like within minutes. Which I got what they're going for there. It's like, oh, he was so close, and yet he was killed because of a shitty command and all that. But still one of those of like, you need that separation between the perception of the war by everyone else and the reality of it for the guys that were there. You know, that kind of thing. Being for $5, funny enough, they couldn't get Troon to voice act for the Troon character. What is even the play in a story like that? Girl joins the boys' team is about how she can actually be good. The problem with men and women's stories, they're too good. Which was the show, The Strong Man with the Fat Ass? That's the Moon Girl cartoon. I've seen Last King of Scotland. That's the one with Forrest Whitaker, right? I'm trying to remember. Because if it is that one, I like that one a lot. I've yet to see the newest All Quiet on Western Front, but the 30 and 1979 versions are godly. Very good story. Very good story. Most Blue Sky sure is something right now because it hasn't been a full month and already Blue Sky is a hellhole full of child porn reports to even lefties themselves banning each other. Yeah, it is that movie? Yeah. Very, very good movie. That's one of Forrest Whitaker's better ones. You know how disoriented research on Alzheimer's was until recently? It may have been better for the U.S. government to spend money on coked out fish. Worst Ridley Scott movie? Throw a fucking dart. Because you have Prometheus, you have Alien Covenant, you have Napoleon. Yeah, you have a few. Is Moon Girl taking over the place of Moon Boy? But that's a bit dickish. I mean, yeah, less known character, but still. Yeah, it's about Idi Amin, the Last King of Scotland. Yeah, that very, very good movie. Once again, can't cover all the history because Idi Amin does a lot of fucked up shit. And a very large portion of it is the main character in it. Doesn't even know Edie's doing it until he's like literally shown the bodies. But still very good movie. Cutting the scene of him going home and hitting the teacher who hyped him and his friends into joking was a detriment in the new movie. Yeah, I stated it needed to show that separation. It needed to be like, listen, they were sold something that was not true and they are bitter about it. Read the sequel to All Quiet, The Road Back. Rubs salt in the wound at the start by the survivors lamenting everyone who died in All Quiet as they leave the trenches. That sounds sad. Oh boy, 2003 is overrated. You're talking about the American one, right? Because, like, A, that one's not even overrated. People genuinely hate that one. The Korean one's awesome. There we go. Do you think Joaquin Phoenix knew he was going to get raped when he walked on set that day, or was he just blindsided the rest of us? I didn't watch that trash, but it's funny. Good question. The thing is with Moon Girl is that it's a tired straw man because public schools are super supportive of LGBT. What is the show arguing against? There's people on Twitter they don't like, so they must make it about them. Trying to find the mom with the dump truck all it can find is Red, or talking about how a kid's cartoon made the feel scene. Finding out a few years ago that 20 years of Alzheimer's research was a lie thanks to retards called themselves scientists. My grandfather wasted thanks to bogus research. Happens a lot more than you think. So how much Sprite did you get? I got a 12-pack. Oh my god, HRT hips. Have you seen The Man Who Would Be King with Sean Connery and Michael Caine? I don't think I have. No, it doesn't sound familiar. Is an old boy based off a manga? Yeah, but it does a lot of its own thing. That's on Flight 97? I don't think I've seen that one. And don't choke ladies on Lolly's Twitter timeline. Yee. My everyday losers I know in college would be doctors. Alright, we already did the VV scene, so we gotta go back. Want to comment on the band episode's MILF character? Yeah. Saw someone mention something about I missed about All Quiet. At the end, the new soldier doesn't collect MC's dog tag, so he ends up being another soldier who becomes MIA. Yeah. So much science is silent to the people in charge, not willing their life's work is proven. Yeah. Borg McGorb for $5. Let me Garnet, let me Freya, let me Final Fantasy 9 Siplaz. I love how rickety the PC version is. You were surprised the scientists turned to be mouth breathers. I forget the Earth was considered flat and lobotomies are a cure for mental problems. Say voila. I shelved Moon Girl and Dinosaur episode is another perfect example of the new guy effect. Yeah. I watched Dandadan and was like, oh, this is fun. Then episode 7 happened. This isn't fun anymore. It's so good. Very long battle load. I think people are overselling the size of the straw man's lady's butt. Either that or have the wrong picture. The old boy manga, the villain motivation is kind of lame compared to the Korean movie. Is that a new record for how long a battle load this game in port? No. There are a few occasions where I flat out thought it was going to crash. Bad movies at Maximum Overdrive is horrendous. It's fun, though. Imagine being MC's parents who never want him to join, be left, never getting closure, and knowing what happened to him. Yeah. Even the Twitter people trying to defend the Moon Girl episode responds to a meme showing the difference of a cartoon superhero show from today to comic superhero shows back then. Alright. See the Denmark chick in One Missing Universe? Yeah! People noted she's a white blonde-haired, blue-eyed chick. Interesting. Maximum Overdrive is a killer AC/DC song, though. It is pretty good. I don't know, backstory is what Demon Slayer wishes to be. Basically... Like, it understands when to kind of shove the nail into your chest with certain demons. And even then, they give a lot of hints to who they are as people during their fights. It's the proper way of doing it. Because you notice in that entire episode, it's just constantly screaming, where's my daughter, where's my daughter? And it's like, what's going on there? And then you get that backstory, and it's like, oh, that's what's going on there. Seg162, $5. What level does Zedenga's coup de boule skill? I don't remember. Yeah, that's rare. It's usually India or Venezuela. Yeah. I watched episode 7 and thought, isn't this a comedy about a guy getting his balls back? Feel the pain. Okay, so yeah, we just straight up have to do the card tournament now. Yeah, MILF is named Coach Greer. Time to check Hour 34. One more alien stuff, though the only ones we got were the rape aliens, and that was it. Yeah, it's like, come on. Well, I mean, to be fair, it's covering a lot of the supernatural stuff, so we understand the groundwork and everyone's power set before the aliens show up. Angus Young himself once said, I'm sick and tired of people saying that we put out 11 albums that sound exactly the same. In fact, we put out 12 albums that sound exactly the same. Yeah, I love how self-aware Angus Young is. Their backstory in Dandadan so far in the manga, well, the daughter one is, like, pretty fucking hard to top. Turbo Granny's is funny because she is such a bitch, and you find out her whole deal, and it's like, oh, okay, that makes a little bit of sense. Then you go right back to, like, no, but you're still kind of a prick, though. Sorry, getting his balls back. Read Dandadan is really good. I generally wonder what was the turning point for Dev being the Dev we mocked today, going from great video on leftist supporting a Moss saying Peanuts Owen deserved it. That's the best part. Vamola is excellent. It was pretty good. We only love Turbo Granny because of the smug grin. I love her as the cat. The cat is so fun. Elko is the good version of Denji. I don't mean like quality-wise. I mean Okubo gets a girlfriend immediately. I haven't seen anyone mention that the OP for Dandadan is some huge amounts of Ultraman with the silhouettes and the monsters and ghosts. Yeah, there's a lot of Ultraman DNA there. Kenfi didn't know about Turbo Granny until SMT5 Vengeance. Now there's an entire anime starring her. Yeah. Don't understand why Kate Bush has been melting down like this. Care to give the context of those two tweets he made? He doesn't like being called a Nepo baby, which he is. Basically, he is a rich kid, LARPing as a socialist, protected in a gated neighborhood by his parents. And he LARPs as a revolutionary and just a blue-collar working guy. It's like, oh no, I work at T-Mobile. It's like, no, you don't. You tweet all fucking day. There's no way you work there. Yeah, it should work. This universe record holder is the USA with 8, and Venezuela with 7, and on the third comes Puerto Rico with 5. Wish I lived in a gated community. I've been watching Mob Psycho 100 and laughed when the Turbo Granny got brought up in Season 2. Yeah! Hell, I didn't even realize she was part of Japanese folklore until I read more of Dandadan. And I was like, wait a minute, this is an actual thing? And it's like, yeah, Turbo Granny's an actual character. I say character, but you know what I mean. Okay. Now. There we go. Turbo Granny? Yeah. Mythological figure from Japan. Basically, the exact lore around her can change depending on what you're talking about, but essentially is a vengeful spirit that tries to avenge girls that are murdered. Knows that Turbo Granny willingly went through with the phone to save Momo from the rape aliens? Yeah. Turbo Granny's not as bad as she tries to say she is. Peacekeeper for 5 Pigmies chat. You ready for Elden Ring to win Game of the Year again? So also vote Pecora for Content Creator of the Year. Can Yuki outrun Turbo Granny? Yuki has a whole other thing that can put her above Turbo Granny. Yokai that eats pee-pee. Layers, Turbo Granny's Japanese VA is the same as Luffy's. I first heard Turbo Granny from some Supernatural Kids anime. I forgot the specific one. Turbo Granny is kind of like the good version of Teke because it just wants vengeance on anyone, man or woman. Yeah, Yuki's a literal ghost in the machine. You anybody Tekken 8 would win Final Game of the Year, and Stellarblade Black Ops 6 probably win the most likely to win Game of the Year, Astrobot. When on Turbo Granny told a kid that she let him suck on her breast, she let him suck her. If he let her suck his dick and everyone let her live that down, me personally wouldn't let that slide. Is Vermintide 2 worth getting since it's on sale for $1? And for $1, I'd say it's pretty good. Rip Ron Perlman. Is Ron Perlman actually dead? Turbo Granny's voiced by Rita Repulsa in the dub. We now have audio of her saying, let me gobble your dong. Will we ever be free of the Western dub click, or will it be voicing 20-year-olds in their 70s? Good question. Nuclear Overlords on the rank for Game of the Year is a bit disappointing. Yeah, it's a really good game. I'm seeing an equal amount of people saying yes, he's dead, and an equal amount saying no, he's not. So I'm just going to Google it real quick. Chris Voiceman, the best response to Erdtree getting nominated for Game of the Year. He might as well be dead. Yeah, no, he's alive. So whoever's saying that is a horrible misinformation spreader. His brain is. Alright. Second one. Oh god, not another Toriyama. There we go. And... there we go. Ah, shit. Okay. And now they're stuck like that. Alright, cool with Null from Kiwi Farms. Null's one of those where, like, you respect him a lot for what he did with KF and being able to keep it alive despite all the insanity he deals with. But then he has those takes where it's like, dude, you're a fucking retard. Like, what are you talking about? And he'll just persist on those for months. Like, anyone that remembers the cheese debacle. Ever see that rad thing in the old Vine Sauce meme about the character? Hey, little Donnie just sneezed, burped, and farted all at once, just like in Grown Ups 2. You're gonna ban that along with your abortions, little Donnie? So if Dandadan doesn't go that route, that everyone's is just levels of psychic alien voodoo shit, and there's a difference between magic shit and psychic powers. That's kind of the whole point. The whole point of it is the supernatural and the alien slamming together. So yeah, neither side can really comprehend the other. There we go. Yeah, Tetramaster is a lot easier to break than fucking Triple Triad. Of course I say that, but he managed to sneak me there. To be honest, Kiwi Farms is basically right-wing Reddit 9% of the time. They're not always, but they have their moments. Null has an incredibly incredibly autistic crash out. He has that every now and again, yeah. How's Eminence and Shadow Bro? Is it worth watching? Some people like it a lot. They think it's actually really good. Cheese thing seems funny until you realize that's how Null's brain actually works. So fucking thankful I don't want more Warhammer shit. I fucking hate Warhammer now. I just don't want God. Just big psychic thing. I want God to be different. Want God to be God and psychic like God to be different. He's trouble like friends all Hollywood types. Why they hate him from 2016 now? Good question. So Rhea Repulse's V8 voicing Turbo Granny. Finally, the last thing I knew her, she voiced him was Enya in Stardust Crusaders, which was very fitting. What is the cheese debacle? Null got into like a multi-month-long argument with people over cheese. That European cheese is way better than American cheese. And if you like American cheese in any way, you're a cuck. This was something he legitimately fought people over. Null's 50-50 might be cool, then one day and the other he'll call you a pedophile for months only, then go, okay, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, very good way to put it. Saw a video of a Brazilian cop shooting a guy who had taken an old lady hostage. Bystanders all cheered, which was very surprising me considering how everything works in the US and Europe. Brazil is very interesting with their crime. Man, that's cheesy. Can I fuck Noel's ass? So any opinion he has will be co-opted about... always be co-opted with, but you're gay. You're talking about Noelle, so I thought you meant the Hololive VTuber. To which I will say a lot of people want to fuck her ass. Is constant cheese objectively better than whatever the hell Null eats? American government storing millions of cheese according to Wendigoon? Yeah. It's like legitimately part of like emergency supplies. It's cheese. You really think people are cuckolds over what cheese they like? Yeah. As stated, he has those weird subjects where he will not budge on, and it just gets more and more stupid. Like, he took the side of fucking Niji Sanji when Niji Sanji started burning. Where it's like, well, you know, maybe they just didn't want to deal with a mentally ill chick, and it's like, they're the reason she's mentally ill. Have you seen the AI YouTube videos from NeuralViz, a Medicare show on stream, the Monolith's a Lie? Yeah, it's like Tibbletoons, right? I think that's what they're called. Very, very, very fun series. I'll be the one to say it's about. Be the one to say about Turbo Granny. A cat's fine too. Don't forget the whole listing over a 17-year-old, but bitching that anything Eastern's pedophilic. Yeah, it's another thing to kind of not forget. JoJo dub is proof. Viz Media dub is 100% better than Funimation. The opportunity to have sex with Noelle. Would you go for her butt? I mean, you have to at least at one point. Bro saying when Niji Sanji over cheese is really gay. You mean like Kraft single cheese or just a cheese from America? He just means cheese from America in general. Because people are like, you can go to a deli and get artisan cheeses. Justice for Tiggy Skibbles. Yeah, Doki almost killed herself, yeah. Read the comic Sweet Tooth that was popular enough to get a Netflix adaptation. No, I never heard of that. Also, censorship's okay when talking about Stellar Blade debacle a few months after her site was finally through with the drop Kiwi Farm censorship. Yeah, that pissed a lot of people off too. Because he was explicitly like, you know, I don't care if Stellar Blade got censored. Not it didn't get censored. He specifically said he didn't care if it got censored. So people are like, well, if you don't care about that, I don't care if your site got censored. And he got pissy about that. West of Deedle. Yeah, Noel's weirdly anti-American. Yeah. Was Noel the one that tried to stir up drama with Maury from Hololive? He tried to do it with a few different VTubers. He did it with Kirsch and Pippa. Specifically, he did that because Medicare watches them, and he wanted to get at Medicare for it. And a few other things. Did you see an interview of Bill Maher that had with William Shatner? Pierce calls a ruffled a lot of people because Shatner asked why people didn't vote for Kamala. Tiggy Skibbles is something like Boogie's Tipples. No, it's an AI series. Like, it's a series made with AI animation, but then edited around and used to kind of create this weird... The best way to describe it is the setting is like if you took Abe's Odyssey and turned it into a full series where it explored like more aspects of the society. And it is genuinely hilarious. It actually has some really good fucking details. Like, there's an episode where it's like a fake history documentary where they're exploring the possibility of the existence of humanity. And the general theory the society had is that humanity were eaten alive by escalators. Yeah, the Maury one was Ralph. Yeah, the Maury one was Ralph. Right, trying to get at Man by Tech and Hizoshi's absolutely bitch made. Yeah, a lot of people kind of agreed. Shit. Still one. Stream dying for anyone else? Give me a sec. It says it's good on my end. Do you think the Game Awards is just controversial, bet any money the Final Fantasy VII Remake wins Game of the Year? Yeah, probably. No, unintentionally made to being jealous Pippa because Jim gave her more attention, talked to her once. Yeah. As stated, he has those weird autistic fixations. It was for a sec. Oh, okay, it must have been a blip then, because it was perfectly fine on my end. Noel isn't just anti-American, he's anti-social, he's a miserable bastard. Think about how he looks up to Ted Kaczynski and he talks about how he talks and thinks. Yeah. I was no hate America so much using his logic doesn't hate America make him woke because the woke skulls hate America. He thinks America's cucked out. He moved to Eastern Europe. By the way, you can speed up battle transition by turning off intro camera spinning around. That is a good point, but I like the intro camera. The Gamer Hood's really going to give Veilguard rewards. I want them to so fucking bad. I want them to try to spin that game as hard as possible as a success. Ted was kind of based. Surface level. If you just look at what he wrote, he's based. But then you look into what he means under what he wrote and you realize, oh, you're just a fucking retard. It's like blowing up random people because must society, and then you look into it, and everything he does was a major hypocrisy towards his ideology. He was pissed off he couldn't kill a little girl with one of his bombs. He's just a fucking asshole. I mean, like I said, you first learn about Ted K, and you're like, oh, you know, maybe he's got some points. You know, maybe society does do this. You get your little phase. Then you actually think about it, and you think about his crimes, you think about what he did, and you think about what his philosophy would actually entail. The power process is fucking stupid. The power process is fucking stupid when you actually look into human history and the actual formation of society. We have not had the hunter-gatherer mindset in thousands of years. Villages would have specific hunters that would go gather food for everyone else. Everyone else would be the farmer, that kind of thing. Even then, not everyone would farm in the village. You would have the blacksmith, you would have the doctor, things like that. Our roles in society changed as modernity crept up, and so the society Ted K wanted would have been before we were even able to have mud huts. Ted was going to shoot a child but didn't go through with it because he didn't feel like killing the nearby parents. Yeah, it's like just a dick. See Ted as Karl Marx if he actually channeled his penis into actual murder. Yeah. Ted wrote in his journal about how he wished he could shoot a little kid with his rifle. Yeah. Even funnier, moved to Ukraine, talked about how badass and based it was, and when Russia invaded, he ran away and said Ukraine's a woke shithole. Being for $2, Ted had a point until he attacked innocent people. Basically, yeah. Sweet Tooth, about deer, human kid hybrid, and post-apocalypse, where other kids are also hybrids, are so interesting and weird. Huh. Yeah, what did any of his victims do to deserve to die? Exactly. He blew up like random college professors and maybe occasionally went after some guy that worked at an airplane company. One of his planned bombings was to blow up a plane in the air that had passengers on it. He wanted to kill thousands of people. Yeah, ideology aside, his dumbass bombed irrelevant targets. It's like bombing a grocery store to overthrow the governor. Yeah. Her Noelle's brother's shorter, skinnier than her because she ate all the food and grew huge tits, and then she became a Brocon Shotokan. So I decided to watch Lythero's black friend because he was playing Mario and he made all the Goombas the transplant flag. I don't know if base because you jump on them or fail at pandering. He never went after politicians or corporations that affected the environment. Yeah. That's an Ruby Ridge incident. There's a lot you can say about that. A lot of the people that were responsible for that should be dead. TK is only corrected to social media existing, otherwise he's wrong and just wanted to kill people. However, I do think he was fucked with while at college. Well, that's the thing. Ted K, you can honestly see him as setting environmentalism back for a long time because of his actions. Because he kind of galvanized the people that are like, by any means necessary to save the environment, which guess what? They're tools for big oil. They're bought and paid for by big oil that set up their attacks and do all this fucked up shit. And the actual environmentalists who are like, hey, let's not put lead in our fucking water are drowned out. And Noelle stated her chest got larger in elementary. Lucky. Was Ted K part of MK Ultra? There's theories he was, yeah. That's the original Beretta slide flying off when firing it. That's always a sad design flaw. Count Dankula, Ted's a based folklore. I've read his books and hate the government. Wendigo, and I've read a lot of primary documents, interviewed people who worked on the case, and he's a dick. You get the both extremes. You get both extremes. And Dankula plays it up for the video. Alright. Yeah, Charlie Manson as well, yeah. Noel just screams to me I will be the worst person possible because I do not understand the concept. That might be wrong, but human nature happens a few times. There we go. There we go. So we won the tournament. I want the Oglip. Hit out 3 years ago when I was in Hawaii. I was relatively close to where Lon Horichi lived. I could have done a good deed chat if I knew where he was. In fact, face model for Eli Vance from Half-Life 2 was literally just some homeless guy Val found on a bridge. The girl got boobs in 4th grade. She was average in the attraction department until she became a bitch. It's interesting when you remember he was an actual MK Ultra victim. It's part of why he broke down and left a gig as professor. Yeah. Is he too part of MK Ultra? Is the news from the last 20 years been part of MK Ultra? How's Peter Zane these days? Who's Peter Zane? I'll pull Griffith for Noel. You know, it doesn't have a design flaw. Gamer subs, use code TALL for 50% off. It's 10% off, but I get your point. So ADL is going after Steam and gamers. Yeah, they're trying to. And then they posted they posted what they found on Steam, and like overwhelmingly it was all Pepe memes, and then like swastikas, which people found out were from Wolfenstein. So it's like, are you fucking kidding me? Michelle said her nickname that her classmates called her and her brother were running titty cow and African refugee because he was skinny. My God. Imagine we just imported the fall when it was fresh, started wasting time with the M14. I associate that dumbass horn sound with Freako, apparently a guy from South Park. How cold does Kentucky get? It's 25 Fahrenheit at the moment, but it can get like -5 here. Kentucky can get cold. We've had occasions where it dipped down to like -10. Yeah, no, it's Shotacon. I'm a Shota, so this will be a win-win for me. Rearage is a complete clusterfuck, not helped by people who are actively trying to play Cowboy. Glad it blew up in the ATS face there, but people are dead. Yeah. Well, it's worse than they wanted to play Cowboy. It was active murder. The sniper who was involved, that one motherfucker, the Japanese dude, he is just he is, because I think he's still alive, he is just a murderer. Like, he shot a woman, he shot multiple people for fucking no reason. I think is the movie, series, and game of the year. Hard to say. Well, yeah, Lon Hirochi. Yeah, I forgot his name. And once dipped to like -30 in Michigan. Yeah. Followed a similar problem in the M14, and that most people wouldn't be able to control it on full auto. Between 7, 8, and 9, which Final Fantasy think are the best environments? Probably 7. 7 is just so iconic with like every location. MK Ultra going on that rabbit hole. Confirmed for me, the government sucks. It's Bahamut, yeah. Yeah, he knowingly killed a mother and baby. I think the baby survived, but he absolutely shot the mother in the head. Yeah, Waco and Ruby Ridge also had the exact same agents on it. Yeah. And nobody went to prison. Can beat some of the wild shit 7 takes you to. Yeah. Kentucky will get really cold and snowy because it'll be La Nina this year. Yeah. Ruby Ridge is a comedy of errors that became a tragedy. He sold a youth shotgun, so it wasn't illegal. He was given the wrong date for the court, and this is just to make him a CI. Yeah. I'm 5'8", if I lose 100 pounds, be the perfect show. I may also die. In the gaming, Brit's review of FF. I have not. Shot the mom while she was holding the baby. Yeah. Like I said, I think the baby survived, but yeah, shot her directly in the head. I don't live there anymore, but Idaho winters are fucked up. I've seen it get down to -20. It'll frequently be colder there in winter than Antarctica is in summer. All right. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, more than that, Lon Hirochi lied on the stand in Randy Weaver's trial and faced no consequence. Yeah. That was during the Clinton administration, so it was the embodiment of we investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing. Waco was supposed to be PR'd to improve their reputation of Ruby Ridge. Said that Dave was the only person that tried to de-escalate ahead of time. Yeah. Well, it's like it's a thing where you know you fucked up when people take the side of the pedophile. Because the guy who was leading Waco was a pedophile. He had sex with underage girls all the fucking time. Damn it. This controller's kind of rickety. I really need to get a new one. Yeah, Lon Hirochi's gonna burn in hell. Would you cover true crime cases like Wendigo and Count Dankula? I don't know. I usually like to save it as like context for a piece of media, you know? I forget, chat, the ADL defended Daryl Edward Brooks, JR, the man who committed the Waukesha Christmas Parade Massacre. Funny since he had a bunch of anti-Semitic things on Facebook. Yeah, they lit the place on fire with families inside, yeah. Any tips or reviews? I'm considering starting to do those one day. I guess watch a piece of media multiple times. It sounds simple, but you'll understand what you mean. Is there any way the big oil conglomerate can ever be stopped or at least held accountable? Is there a lot caused to the mob in Congress? Well, they do what they can to impede progress, but right now their only real big thing is essentially just paying off environmentalist groups, because big oil in the West is kind of faded. You know, we're buying all of our shit from other companies now in other nations to prop up bricks, you know. Nelson Mandela was a terrible person. This was kept from me for so long. Under NDL was formed to defend a pedo who happened to be a Jewish man. Yeah. Literally started by the Jewish mafia. Get myself a ribeye steak and mac and cheese. My night's pretty good. That is pretty good. Waco guy did have a point when he said they could have just arrested him at his home and they wanted confrontation. Yeah, they wanted it to be a big confrontation. It needed to look like a siege. Did Beatrix ever get her ass kicked for helping extinct Burmesians? Also, how does Freya feel about Beatrix sticking around? Oh, that gets addressed. That does get addressed. ATF lit the Branch Davidian compound on fire, posed next to the dead bodies, and are still lying about it to this very day. Yeah. This part's pure Kino. It is very good. Cricket's ass. So what's the plan for next video? I'm working on Batman. It's gonna be great. Time for Beatrix to redeem herself. I'll tell you, Blue Sky honestly won't last since we've seen Twitter alternatives, dime a dozen social medias, so people leaving will not last long. Yeah. Ghost Hunter, bro. And didn't the ATF use mustard gas? Yeah, they used tear gas and it lit on fire. Because they flooded the entire building with fucking tear gas, which you're not supposed to do. Well, Batman. I'm going to keep that as a surprise. If you know, you know. Finding out despite how much the ADL fights against anti-Semitism, Dank will point out a lot of the Jews hate the ADL for propagating anti-Semitic stereotypes and for defending Leo Frank. I love Beatrix theme song, yeah. Why is every new social media just a Twitter clone? Copy what works. Do you watch all the Adam West Batman? If now you're going to talk about that Batman, I don't want to watch it. Can you choke on tear gas, at least the older ones? Yeah, like that's the point. It's meant to be quote unquote non-lethal, but it still fucks you up. It restricts your breathing and makes your eyes water. The entire point of it is you can't breathe, therefore you can't fight. You know, that whole thing. And the guys at Waco used it on civilians that were only firing on them because they were fired upon first, which is another detail they lied about. They lied that the Branch Davidians opened fired. No, the Branch Davidians only fired once the government started shooting at them. Waco was such a failure to actively create retaliatory terrorist attacks, the most famous one being Oklahoma City. Every time a Twitter clone pops up, gets filled more pedos and a free candy van convention. Have you heard Komodo now support Patreon? Yeah, they actually got the importers fucking working again. You guys don't have to pay for Patreons anymore. Zim Despot, $10 more. Read the Old Testament. More find Jews entertaining. They remind me of the kid in school that would annoy everyone and run crying to the teacher when people say enough is enough. Read along Halloween sequel Dark Victory. If you'll not make people talk about Read Along Halloween. I didn't even read it until very recently. I read it in preparation for the video. And I was like, oh shit, this is pretty fucking good. So RFK comment of how America is using too many chemicals in their food and the journal tried to debunk him and was actually proved his point. Yeah, we do in fact use too many chemicals in our food. It's a very well-known thing. These used to be common knowledge until he said it. And this Blue Sky now has a massive CP problem. Shocker. The mustard gas had long effects that life-changing. Well, you're probably thinking of mustard gas as in like the World War I mustard gas, like the shit that will kill you within minutes. That's not what they use. They use tear gas. 556 or 762. Depends on what you're looking for. Because 556, the whole idea is the internal damage. Meanwhile, the 762, it punches straight through. It's heavier. Any advice on trying to learn new stuff and just repeatedly doing it doesn't seem to be enough? YouTube videos. You'd actually be shocked. Sometimes you just need it explained to you. I library of manga set comics. That's why I like manga over comics. Wait a minute, Nova 6 chemical gas from Call of Duty Black Ops? No, the mustard gas. The shit they used in World War I. That's bad when the Polish has a saying, just for the Jews, the Jew cries out and painfully strikes you. You think that big oil will grow with Trump, or trying to mostly diminish the opening Keystone Pipeline? Well, right now we just need to get our oil infrastructure off the ground. Like a big aspect of fucking, a big aspect of the administrations of like Obama and Clinton and to a lesser degree Bush, because they had to hide it a bit more. But the entire idea behind it is America has to be dependent on buying everything from everyone else, because they're trying to prop up the EU and now BRICS and stuff like that. The idea is the idea of globalism was, by its very nature, everyone's so interconnected, nobody would ever go to war with each other again. That was the point. But now it's just about special interest groups for companies. When it works again, I can at last get the R that one chick who delete all our because Trump. Yeah, right? Yeah. Man, globalism sucks. New York Times quote essentially boiled down to Canada also uses artificial ingredients, less organic ingredients, including, I can't remember, vegetable juice. That's the thing. It's not good that we use these artificial ingredients. It's not healthy. I don't care if Canada uses it. If anything, Canada using it's proof we shouldn't be using it. These agreements will stop wars now, will it? Yeah, right? It won't just turn into a world war like it did every other time we tried to do that. More news, the Minecraft movie coming out and everyone hates it. More Jack Black failing a comedy. I went funny for the guys behind Happy Tree Friends wrote for a song for like 10 years and only used wiki articles and reviews the old games. Throwing out the ATF handled Ruby Ridge and Waco. I don't feel bad for them for Oklahoma City. They had it coming, nor do I feel bad for the kids caught in the crossfire. Well, that's the thing. Oklahoma City, there are theories going around that was another Fed op. They allowed the bombing to happen, specifically had an office where kids would be there, so then they could turn around and go, look how horrible all these terrorists are. Isn't that awful? Forget about Waco. Forget about Ruby Ridge. I think it was from the start when you look at the League of Nations called World War I. Yeah. I must pre-TDS Jack Black. Canada lets minors apply for euthanasia without parental consent. Damn straight we shouldn't follow their lead. Dibbers, $5. They also want to keep Keystone dead, not just America buying foreign oil, but buy it from our own enemies, make us rely on our enemies. Yeah, because that's part of BRICS. The entire idea now, because what I said before with the whole like, oh, well, it's about propping up the EU and all that, that was what it used to be originally. Now you have the BRICS thing coming up, and BRICS' entire idea is propping up Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. They want to be the new Soviet Union. They want to be the new economic bloc in the world. So they're going to try to break every Western nation and go, you can't do that. You're not following the rules, even though it's just fucking everyone else over. You know, it's why you have environmental standards are the way they are, not because, you know, they actually do any good, because a lot of them are redundant and don't make any sense, or arguably make the environment worse. It's because you hamstring the competition, and now a foreign company can come in and go, well, I can do that cheaper. See the trailer for the Satan Christmas movie starring Jack Black? Who is that even for? It's supposed to be like a kid's movie, but people are pointing out, like, kids are not going to watch a Christmas movie with Satan in it, especially not Jack Black. Like, you would release this in 2005 as an R-rated stoner comedy. Why are you not doing that? Build the time machine. I love Oklahoma City bombing being a fed up. That also isn't surprising. The feds would kill their own children because they aren't human. Yeah. Minor strike it is. Yeah, Promise sounds great for a South Park episode. I think it's been a South Park episode. And of course. Including the Ukraine thing and China constantly having border disputes with India. Fuck BRICS since day one. Yeah. That was the entire idea. It's understood Canada's organic. NYT writer was a retard. Disprove their point of view. Canada doesn't in the next sentence. Ah, great. Now she's asleep. I should have fucked around with her equipment. Any source videos about the Korean gender war? I feel interested in it. That's a good question. I guess just follow Korean accounts. Alright. Idea interconnecting people will prevent wars. Fucking stupid people use any reason to go to war, and being too interconnected gives us more reason to do so. Yeah. Hell yeah. That's right. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, so long as we have 5, it should be fine. Creeping through fire damage. Beatrix is fucking brutal. Go on, Midfall 3 of the best music in the franchise. It's pretty good. And Steiner protected his waifu. Now new. Skullface from MGS5 be too dark a villain for the Batman verse? Well, he's not a Batman villain. He's a Metal Gear villain. Stop drinking tea because the government was putting fluoride in the water, which caused me to buy increasingly more feminine body pillows. I just get a water filter or use bottled water. Moon Channel made a video ultimately about the Korean gender wars. I would not recommend it, not because it doesn't advance those crazy feminist narratives. Video about Korea's gender war, but it's beyond dumb. For a while, the guy tries to make it look like Project Moons will cause gender war. Yeah, no, that's not what happened. Oh, that was a Seth reference. Yeah. Alright, yeah, that good source about Korean gender war. No, he isn't Batman villain is a theoretical question. Yeah, but it's a completely different beast. Mashing cultures together with no regard for their history. Differences how you get Soviet and post-Soviet Europe. Yeah. Would you consider a low-tier god at locale? Have you seen the guy? Yeah. Goddamn, look at that crit. Yeah, Beatrix is great. Yeah. As you can see, we are bound. I don't have to worry about Florida. I drink well water. Moonshine didn't make it sound like Project Moon causes gender wars. He was more detailed than that. The video in general is badly skewed, though. 20th anniversary of Half-Life 2, bros. That film documentary was cool. Your all-time follow character who isn't a player? That's hard. There's some pretty great ones. So probably, you know what? Honest Hearts takes it. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? You know, Joshua. Fucking everyone loves Joshua. Most of the FGC big players are locales. Yeah. LGG's more than locale. He needs a deadbeat dad, allegedly. Yeah, puts way too much weight on the conglomerate as being the ultimate source of the social dysfunction he sought to examine. Just like general Korean corporate culture. Because that's also not really what's going on with that. Who'd be the villain in Batman Part 2? I go with Mr. Freeze. People are theorizing Mr. Freeze, Two-Face. It would be ballsy to do Poison Ivy. You know, symbolize for the gender wars in Korea is life is shit. Life is still shit, but slightly less shit for women. Recently, there was a president who's part of a feminist cult. Yeah. I hope the world leaders will wake up and stand up to China, or they're still trapped within their own Chinese picture. Just do so. Places like Australia, they seem to be just complete unofficial Chinese colonies. America is a little bit more fighty, especially with Trump. Trump really likes to whip China. Should we hush? Nah. Hush you would want to say towards the end. My Marine cosplay is Tenga in the newest My Dress Up Darling chapter. Yeah, anyone but fucking Joker. Poison Ivy could be cool as like this crazy environmentalist co-leader who uses drugs to brainwash her members. Well, they can just straight up use her powers. Like, they've been hinting towards some comic stuff. Just, you know, grounded. Don't talk about the green and stuff like that. Wasn't that the president was part of the feminist cult? Is that the cult would blackmail politicians to do what they want? Well, no, the South Korean president straight up was. He was groomed since childhood to be a member of the cult. That was the big controversy. He straight up he consulted with a shaman to make his political decisions. He was part of it. But yeah, I know what you mean. They would also blackmail politicians. I think Spider-Man could stand up to most of Batman's rogues gallery. Yeah. My Dress Up Darling better have a season 2. Didn't they announce that? The issue is expensive to fight China. The only person who beat China at anything is Michael Jordan. Yes, that Michael Jordan. What's guy about the feminist death cult in Korea? My good sources on that one. Any good source on that one? They're called the Magalia of the Four Goddesses, if I remember right. You're gonna have to use like DuckDuckGo to look it up, because if you look it up on Google, you'll just find puff pieces formed by fat American women. But no, they're a legitimate death cult. They plan terrorist attacks and like sacrifice children and stuff like that. My Dress Up Darling She-Hulk crossover would have helped the alternate timeline. They made Scarecrow the villain in Batman Part 2. I would not be against Scarecrow. Yeah, the 8 divine goddesses. Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, it's a suicide cult. You know, game series didn't realize has wild and stupid lore until I replayed it. Cabela's Dangerous Hunts, the eco-terrorist organization, actual demons of witchcraft. Nobody hunts them down. Why? Talking about the death cult in Korea? They do. There is a reason you cannot say you are a feminist in Korea. There's a mix of it. You have the 4B shit, which is Korean women basically announcing they're a feminist, which is socially not liked. But if you straight up say you're part of that group, like the actual like 8 goddesses group or something like that, people will shit talk you. They'll attack you in public. There's video of it. Can I quit my crummy apprentice job today? Feels weird. No income for now, but I'm free. My mind's clear. I hope I can find something better. Yee. Imagine World Koji Mori held an animation studio hostage properly to Berserk. That'd be a better world. Female Korean president who is giving money to the cult under the belief that she could talk to her long-dead dad. Yeah. Yeah. South Korean social politics are absurd. Yeah. Or be nonsense you're saying when women post because Trump wants the death cult nonsense. Yeah, they take the talking points because they don't actually know what the group is. They are told it's feminist groups in Korea, and they're told about how bad the situation is in Korea for people in that circle. Because from what I understand, it's kind of a weird back and forth where it's either you know about it or you don't know about it in Korea. I mean, you know about it, but you don't care, you know? Because there's tons of like men and women in Korea it's like, we don't give a shit. But the people who are involved in that are like fucking psychotically involved with that. Like guys on the train in South Korea will not give up seats to a pregnant woman because they view it as like, well, why the fuck should I? Baracho Gato, $5. Kawakami Best P5 girl makes my picks. While I do pull-ups and play video. All these cults also use black ones means of incentivizing loyalty. Yeah, classic cult technique. How they have any authority? Because they blackmail people. They put you in a position where you can't say no. Work with Koreans, they have a change of face when someone proclaims themselves as feminist. Yeah. Well, this cutscene a lot is super good. Like I'm about to have a magical girl transformation. She's helping Dagger. Game's overpowering your voice. This is a loud segment. I'll turn down a little bit. There we go. Now, psychotic feminists were in Korea. Can't really blame the guys. Yeah. Well, it's a thing of like no side wants it to get better. Zim Despot, $5. Speaking of fat American women, the romance novels are sickening. Dating standards for women in the last 20 years make a lot more sense now. David Seraph within Cyberpunk verse, would he be an example of morally good corpo? Is there no such thing as morally good corpo in Cyberpunk? If you're talking about the guy from Human Revolution, he also was not a good guy. He also was an amoral corpo. It's just he was the amoral corpo signing your paycheck, so he had to be the good guy. It's not like the men aren't any better. Remember the incel uprising? Yeah. Well, that's just one of them. You also had the actual like horrifying stories, which were like the mass rapes and stuff like that. Like the situation in Korea is bad, and it's only made worse by these extreme parties constantly butting heads and just making everyone constantly on edge. It really is just better not to comment on South Korean politics because it's so incomprehensible. Is the Moon Channel that one retard said all anime soft propaganda? Wait, he is. And the second video is titled How to Handle Toxicity in Gaming and Be Non-Toxic Yourself. I guarantee he's probably dropping nigger every 5 fucking seconds on a private Discord somewhere. North Korea, yes, South Korea, BRC, the feminist death cults. Oh, listen, America, you can have it. Chat, anti-Semitism has been used in time immemorial to hide and distract from real issues. Those of you who blame Jews for current decisions of the world, you're falling for propaganda. To a degree, yeah. How long do you think we have before the world is completely controlled by China or Chinese special interest groups? It'll fall apart before then. Chinese history is having a big grand plan and it blowing up because of a condition they never thought about. Game Wars going to be coming up. Are you going to see the Fumble Fest or are you going to skip it? Why would I watch it? As a Korean military, have you gotten involved in dealing with these cults? No. Because as stated, a lot of it is like petty crime stuff, so it wouldn't be Korean military. It would be you just arrest members of the cult. I think the Japanese don't like South Koreans have innovated on the art of not reproducing. Their TFR is chthonic. Did you get your war preparedness leaflet? I'm American. I don't have to worry about that. You guys, though, you're fucked. Wani takes province of Zandong River. 20 million died from dysentery as a resounding success. China's whole again, then it broke again. This original Modern Warfare Trilogy multiplayer victory theme? Probably just MW2. MW2 was the peak of the Modern Warfare multiplayer. Yeah, Moon Channel has always been iffy to me. Whenever I try to watch them, I always felt a bit unsettled. Korean cult situation got really out of hand that threatened national security, and SK would spell death for all the cults. As stated, that you do see a massive crackdown in South Korea just socially. You cannot say you are a feminist in South Korea. There have been people who have lost their jobs because people posted art that an artist would make, and they would like find symbols or what they believe to be symbols of like showing they're a feminist in Korea, and they would report them to their boss, and their boss would fire them. China literally created the missile barrage, and the 1400s still got wiped by the British. Another thing too, Magali's been disbanded and outlawed effectively. Yeah. Which MW2 original. I'm talking about original, the good one. Condition not thought about. One-child policy destroying Han ethnicity. China's the guy with a shotgun and gloats how he is the most powerful, but accidentally Cobained himself with a shotgun due to pure stupidity. Her job experience with the boss at a sushi place would go, so the Chinese, Japanese, Koreans, they all hate each other. What's wrong with feminists in Korea? They're fucking psychotic. Yeah, Korea's at their symbol paranoia stage. Yeah. Yeah, symbol is hand clasping a tiny object. It's a natural pose. Not everyone knew about it until DC Inside, basically a Korean 4chan, started going after artists for it. Yeah. Elder God cometh. Sorta. Yay, Garland. Situation in South Korea is opaque from the outside just because of how high the tensions are in the gender war. Can't automatically trust the Korean anons of the feminists. Yeah, it's a shitty situation. That's why there's a lot of people who are Korean that come out and say, like, listen, this is kind of a fringe thing. Like, if you know about it, you know about it, and you really care about it, but most of us just kind of want to keep to ourselves. Because, I mean, if you believe all the stories of, like, Korea and their gender issues, Johnny Somali rubbing his dick on that memorial statue wouldn't have pissed them off that bad. Because it was a memorial statue specifically for courtesans that were raped and murdered by the Imperial Japanese during World War II. So if you believe that Korea despises women and all this shit, they wouldn't have, like, found him and beat his ass. They would have went like, oh, haha, funny. It's like, no, it is a thing where it's two very psychotic people that have pushed themselves to a point where neither is really socially acceptable. Like, it's one of those things. Moon Channel made a video about Paper Mario's Vivian change and talked about how Japan's view on trans rights. I haven't watched it through, so I don't know the details. Yeah, Garland gotta put those money boys in their place. Hello, Kuja. Anything in a Tyson fight painful? Is Garland still listening to Limp Bizkit? Different Garland. The American strawman are real in South Korea? Sorta. Not courtesan, but just everyday women being pressed into sex slavery. I thought it was also for courtesans. I don't know. I thought it was also just women who were raped and murdered, but then they said, no, it's also specifically courtesans. It's like, oh. Imagine how the extra the Japanese can get. Now realize how they think the Koreans can get too tightly wound up. Save Ari Fishman, please. I think Tyson fight was rigged. I don't know. That's one of those where I want to see a smoking gun before I say it. Oh, it's Kuja designed with a thong because he's the bad guy. It was the World War II comfort women specifically. That's what I thought. It's like courtesans. You know, artisanal prostitutes, I guess is the best way to put it. A video on the Resistance franchise. That'd be fun. It's like the West, but with actual social consequences. Yeah, there's actual social consequences. Asian politics have a lot of partnership with cults. It's weird, like the Unification Church. The man who assassinated Shinzo Abe was a former member who got him for supporting it. Was he a former member or was his mother? I thought it was like his mom was part of it, and that's why he hated Shinzo. More like forced prostitutes. All right, yeah. They're called comfort women, which I recall were essentially just sex slaves for the Japanese. All right, that makes sense. So yeah, women who are kidnapped and trafficked into sex slavery. When I said a cartoony-looking Napoleon, his wife turned him into a bug. I can't tell if Jake Paul fights are fixed or scripted. You don't watch boxing. I at least want the nuance to be there of I don't have the full proof of it, so I'm not going to accuse it. I want to be professional. It was his mother, and he believed Shinzo was part of the cult that ruined his life. Yeah. I see you talk about Killzone, yee. Yeah, Japan straight trans is a thing for a punchline for ages, considering Pimp Mario was made in the 2000s. There's no way Vivian was meant to be trans. That most of trap trans wasn't even a concept. Well, it's like trans shit does exist in Japan. That's where you have the Okama bars and shit like that. Like, that is a thing, but it's a lot like how what it used to be in America. It was treated as a gay subculture. Like, it's gay subculture. So it just fell under the same umbrella as being gay in Japan. So the recent push for it to like take such a forefront, it's like, of course Japan's gonna kind of like raise an eyebrow and go like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, it's like it's one of those things. They've really been trying to hammer home that there's more trans characters in Japanese media than really exist. That's why they're so desperate to say if you have a trap, that means they're trans and shit like that, because Japan just views trans shit in a different light. You know, they view it in a different manner than we do now, and I specifically have to say now because we used to actually agree with them on it, where it's trans and transgenderism was always just part of gay subculture. It's like drag, you know, you do this because you're part of this subculture of sexuality. Let's look at the stats. Go look up Mike Perry's punch stats versus Paul, and compared to his last bare knuckle fight, numbers are wildly different by like hundreds of punches. I'll believe you, but I still want to have it officially on record. I cannot make a decision one way or the other. Yeah, transgenderism in Japan is also pretty legally regulated, considering looking up what you have to do to change your sex identification or ID over there. Yeah, it's a big deal. You're claiming to be a different person. What's the story about the comfort women that went like this? 2 girls bought an alcohol bottle and tried to drink themselves to death, and if they survived, they would accept their situation. Yeah. That's what the localizers trying to do with Ramo 1/2. Yeah. Vivian in Japanese was supposed to be a crossdresser, or they call it otonoko, or male daughter. That's why they have. That's why the other Shao sisters bully Vivian. Yeah. I assume Korean feminists are angry at Somali for the comfort statute thing. Somali united the fucking country with his antics. That's how they view, like how they view Bridges ending differently from Strive. Yeah. And the tomboy genocide. Stop pruning girls. Yeah, they can't see a trap or femboy without thinking they're trans. Well, that's the thing. It's not that they view it as trans. They need it to be seen as trans. They need it to be, because they're trying to take more ground culturally. I know that sounds really stupid to say, but that's the point of it. It's just planting a flag and going, this is ours. It's ours. Because then they can argue that media agrees with them, and anyone who doesn't like that media is media illiterate or doesn't understand it. You know, that whole thing. It is just petty ground taking. They don't actually believe any of those characters are trans. They'll post about it, you know, they'll all peacock and agree with each other and go like, oh, so heckin' valid and shit like this, but at the end of the day, they don't fucking believe in that. Yeah, soft power, yeah, basically. Yeah, they're pretty obnoxious. That's why they're obnoxious. They have to keep reaffirming it. They have to keep reaffirming that it is trans and it agrees with him, because otherwise they'll start losing ground. And again, Vivian being a cross-driver or trans, it didn't matter. Vivian's played straight and was part of their trauma they had to overcome in counting Shadow Sisters. Yeah. What the fuck is a comfort character? You fetishize trans shit there like you would here. They view you as an asshole and degenerate. Well, they would just view you as being gay. That's literally it. They would just view you as being gay. Weirdos can only steal culture. Remember what happened to American comics and Lord of the Rings? Yeah. You'd still believe the false translated PR interview, the career Guilty Gear saying Bridget's trans now, wearing it was when it was just Axis cucking out and sucking. Dibbers $5. I've seen people gaslight others into being trans, supporting trans ideology solely because they be to trap food porn. Yeah, that's the idea. The entire idea is just to gaslight people and make them go, well, you already agree with me. You already agree with me. You just don't see it. You know, that thing. Comfort character and heroic AMC. An example of a morally good corporal cyberpunk or no? It's kind of impossible. You wonder why Skynet wants to get rid of messed up people? Speaking of Bridget, Moonchild did another video on him like the Vivian. Seriously, fuck that guy. You really don't like him. Quite a few people in my friend group who were so into trans Bridget for the longest time, and now they don't even remember that and call him a guy again. A comfort character is a character from something you'll revisit that makes you happy. It's not that deep. If you like Freya from FF9, playing FF9, seeing Freya makes you happy. Yeah, good point. I guess just basically having a favorite character. Zidane being an MVP. Also, I really gotta get a new chair. This one's crickety as hell. I've had this for a while, though. It's an old chair. I miss Reze. Play Xenogears when? Bridget has and always will be a guy dressed like a girl. Yeah. Moon's a bread tuber, if I remember right, so that guy's dislike makes sense. That's the way I put it. Japan is a different way of seeing trans in the LGBT culture. What's called the Japanese morally lesser because of it. Yeah. That's the thing, because they were actually pretty matter-of-fact about it. Yeah, arm on my chair fell off, yeah. Yeah, transvestites have existed in Japan for decades. They're just there. They don't care as much about as the West does. More than decades, centuries. There were old samurai stories about it, where there would be, like, brothels full up of guys who dress as women, you know, that whole thing. But as stated, it was always seen as a gay thing. If you do that, you are gay. So, it just kind of comes down to, like, the sensibilities of the people at the time for how they view gay culture. They took our femboy, I'll never forgive them. Yeah, the Otoko, yeah. I say that's why you have Okama bars, where it's literally drag queen bars. If Bridget was just a girl, then he wouldn't be nearly as popular. Being a trap is what many people like about him. Same with Felix and Astolfo, yeah. Another example of a comfort character taking to the extreme would be someone like Garguro. Garguro is a character, not the real person. Yeah. As long as you aren't fucking weird, girls are a comfort character. Yeah. Our transgender's so evil. It's... Our culture now is full of horrendous, awful people that will jump onto any trend to prop themselves up on the totem pole. So they will latch on to any trend, they will latch on to any circle that will accept them, and they will just backstab and scheme their way upwards. They just latched on to the transgender thing because that blew up in media. Remember when the Bridget thing happened, they immediately said, now that we have Bridget, let's go after Astolfo. Yeah, literally. That's why they're desperate to have, like, transgender flag 40K Marines and shit like that. Like, it's... All it is taking cultural power. They don't believe in anything. They are nihilists. You know, they are cultural nihilists. They don't actually believe in anything they do. They can have moment-to-moment pleasure. They can have moment-to-moment satisfaction, but at the end of the day, there is no fulfillment. Duke Nukem is my comfort character. Yeah, they're in it for the power. That's why they want to claim every character is trans, throw his fit when they're above the joke. Well, that's the thing. Like, just saying it's trannies is also in itself a generalization, because it's not just them. It's that entire sphere of what's considered being a leftist nowadays. Like, if someone claims they're a leftist, they're going to share a lot of opinions, regardless of any leftist circle they're going to float from. Very rarely will they start going like, yeah, I believe in this, but I don't really like that. You know, very rarely will you see that. How many trans bars you visit in Japan? I didn't go to any bars. Irishman went to the bars, along with Weed Bro. I want to take pictures of temples. Where all those trans are suicidal, want to burn the world because they eventually croak. Wellesley Waters, $5. Will bricks fall without China, or is there someone else who can replace them? Also, is there any hope for Aussies? I don't fucking know, man. I really don't know. Yeah, people care more about social acceptance than telling the truth. Yeah. Very common thing in human history. Also have to move the goalpost and get to keep on complaining. It's annoying. They're already saying Veilguard didn't do enough. I'm not even kidding. Like, you're starting to see articles from games journals pop up now, and they're going like, oh yeah, Veilguard was okay, but it really didn't. It wasn't as inclusive as I wanted it to be. I'm not even fucking joking. Can't think of Duke Nukem without cringing now because they made him say trans rights out of nowhere. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. They need to... I repeat this over and over and over again. They will infest any single circle they can get their hands on. That's why they're so desperate to latch on to every franchise that comes out now. Because they need to be in control of culture. They refuse to allow their era to die. Speaking of nihilism, I'm tired of the gay nerds who keep saying this isn't true nihilism whenever nihilist teacher teaches the logical conclusion of suicidal tendencies. Mass Effect 5, I would pregnant trans man 100%. Oh yeah, 100%. Not called the woke mind virus for nothing. Well, it's worse than that. It's just mob mentality. You know, it is just mob mentality. The big thing is people keep falling for the idea that these people believe in what they're saying. And it's like, you have, like, the very fringe schizos who do, but at the end of the day, they're all just criminals and pedophiles and pieces of shit that just need to maintain authority so they're not punished. Ash Crimson is my comfort character. Boy was devious and scheming to the end. As the Naruto trans is then canonically a Detroit locker top loader 4-speed manual transition. Cancel culture dead yet? It'll never die. Cancel culture will never die because cancel culture has never died. Every single era of human history has had a form of cancel culture. Because it just comes down to people exploiting a rule set to fuck people over and steal their shit. It has never died. Not once in human history. It has simply changed form. I was even putting a woman inside a man work. At least with like Mass Effect and Dragon Age, you can just bullshit it away. Where it's like, well, it's advanced technology, or it's magic. But they want to do it in the lazy way, where you can still see the mustache. Yeah, cancel culture is more of a tool than a movement. Yeah. The truth is that they use LGBT as a talking point instead of wanting to make the issues they bring up better. Yeah, because I don't give a shit about the issues. I'd say I don't believe it because it gives the idea the ideology is still good, just hasn't been tried properly yet to the normies like communism. No, they don't believe it. They do not believe it. We have seen countless fucking times when they are put in a corner and they're given a slight bit of authority over somebody, they will abuse it to no end. The best possible example you can bring up to people is the Latino thing. After Trump won this recent election, you had people on Reddit openly posting about how they wanted to dox their neighbors and report them to ICE because they voted for Trump and they're Latino. Even though if they're voting for Trump and they're Latino, they're legal citizens, but they didn't care. They were gonna threaten to have them deported. When one of the big points about why they didn't like Trump was he was going to deport all the Latinos, there they are gleeful about how they were going to do that exact thing they condemned as a Nazi tactic to people they don't like. You know, they do not believe in this shit. They are using it as a cloak. Their ideology is something they pull out of a hat. Secondly, insist on having wheelchairs and fancy things. Like, we could have a med school solution to this where their legs still don't work, but no, it must be a standard wheelchair. Yeah. You can't deport American-loving citizens of America. Gated suburb behavior. Yeah. You ever voted for Orange Hitler with cheese? Police said they can't deport him. Take him Benadryl to cure my anxiety. I like that that's catching around now. The guy who was like trying to LARP is like a big pro Antifa dude, and then people found the tweet where he talked about how he had anxiety and had to take Benadryl for it. They want power over the narrative. Yeah, it's just power. They're just bad people. Keep in mind, Reddit's still massively astroturfed by the DNC, has been since 2016. Yeah. Then the Bleach character is trans, and not work due to the fact everyone pointed out the character is 100% a horrible monster, not a good look for him. Literal necrophilic rapist. And said necrophilic rapist in the new season is like, maybe I shouldn't be working for the bad guys. How the hell are you going to take Benadryl for anxiety? Exactly. And never forget Ashley Babbitt. They don't actually believe it, but saying they don't believe it will get the ideology room to come back later. No, they don't believe it. It's not a matter of you're trying to win a war. It's a matter of pointing out who the fucking asshole is. You know, it's not a matter of, oh, well, they'll take ground later. It's not about ground. You know, that's the entire thing. They think about it as ground when the truth is they're just fucking pricks. It's like, no. This is not ground. You're not fighting a war. You're just an asshole that needs to claim everything under the sun agrees with you. Like, it's just pathetic. It's petty, childish behavior because they don't want to admit they're bad people. The reason why they have to be so lazy in stories where they have advanced technology of magic is because it won't be a current thing. It'll just be a solution for a problem they can solve. Yeah. Basically, they have to turn all pop culture and propaganda for their worldview. They literally don't value art beyond its capacity to serve as propaganda. Worse than propaganda, they just want to piss off people they don't like. You know, it's not a matter of we need to reinforce our beliefs. It's a matter of, well, it makes everyone mad and they tweet at us and we get to go, haha, we're better than you. It is that petty. I think power corrupt is a little misleading. The easily corrupted most attracted power are already corrupted. Yeah. And Reddit switched from supporting Bernie Sanders Trump for 2 days, then they dumped a bunch of money to push Hillary Clinton admins are also true believers. Yeah. Case in point, Salem witch trials were mostly just people who hate each other and realize if they accuse someone of witchcraft, they can kill them and seize their assets. Yeah. Let's say they love minorities but view them as the same character or personality and they can't handle not being different from what they believe. It's like voting not blue. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's on PCP with coffee. No count settings for magic or super science exist where people change sex there as trans since it literally changed their DNA. Yeah. We can use it as an allegory. From being not inclusive enough and too woke, Veilguard getting trashed more and more. I love it. Wasn't Joe Rogan and Tulsi lefties for 2016? Yeah. Yeah, Veilguard's literally that fanfiction meme where you're in a fantastical world with complete different history, yet Mahosi totally loves My Chemical Romance. But yeah, it's like I said, the people we've been dealing with for like 10 fucking years, they're just bad opportunists. They're rats. You know, they're rat opportunists. You know, the reason they're able to survive no matter what happens is simply due to the fact that they know how to play a system. They don't believe in the system. They just play it. Yeah, but these people won't ever do that because they want constant problems. They don't want solutions. Yeah, because it's not about the solutions. It's about propping up their own social worth. Yeah, there have been too many times where a rainbow account were open about how it just wants to ruin things for people. Yeah. RFK Jr. is still a lefty, but only recently found out Democrat party's out of control and they try to silence him. Right, so it's very anti-Burmesian of you. And Joe Rogan and Tulsi are still lefties, but they keep their shit together long enough to be a part of a political coalition to get some of what they want. Yeah. Brandon Herrera, leader of ATF. I like that Sonic creator's in jail for something Rogan is being given huge bezo bucks for in recompense. As a black man, I can't take the left seriously when they tell me I'm voting against my own interests. Like, who the fuck are you? Yeah, exactly. There's no consideration for an individual and why they would do it, you know? Why they would make the choices they make. You know, they need to believe everyone else are just characters in a play because they have horrible main character syndrome and are just narcissistic assholes. Like, the reason they're willing to believe so many stereotypes about people is explicitly because they just don't like people. They don't like people. They're antisocial. All they see are, you know, crowds to manipulate. Proper trans cult and fantasy setting, they would need to drink the blood of children to make the change. The younger the blood, the longer the effect, but its effects are twisted and grotesque. And they don't give a shit about finding solutions. They need to use the problem for their own purpose. Yeah. Insider trading was what Rogan bypassed while Yuji Naka is still serving time over. Yeah. Insider trading in general is one of those crimes where it's like, that's only illegal because more people would do it otherwise. Wants to collab with Kentucky Ballistics. He seems like a cool dude. What do you mean you Muslims don't like the LGBT and pork lefties? Like, actually, though. Batman Arkham Origins, perfect Christmas game to play. I wish there was a remaster version. I wanted a fucking console already. Fuck you. People say they're introverted. Do they really mean they have antisocial personality disorder? Yeah, right? Like the Tomar bit where he only sees people as pawns. Usually with it polls, the right do the exact same it polls the left. Like right now they're acting like Latino men were the sole group that won 2024 for Trump. Well, because it's not about politics. Like, the people you're talking about are universal. Their ideology does not matter. That's why I say it's not a matter of ideology, it's morality. You know, the same type of asshole that keeps causing these problems and will just shit all over the place, they're going to exist no matter what political party exists out there. They're just going to find the one that's most powerful or the one that they feel like they can use to their own gain. You know, and any loyalty they have to that party is surface level at best. Insider trading is unconstitutional. Yeah, I'm sure they say that it is. Dregs of society clinging to power groups, yeah. Of course, they don't like lettuce, egg, bacon, tomato. They can't eat pork. What separates the 70s lefty and the 70s righty? That's even my dad saying that I voted for the KKK when I voted for Trump, not realizing the video is super old, plus the KKK is a scam. Really hate the right wing proceeds to import people from countries that make American right wing look left in comparison, but does because diversity in culture, food. Morality is derived from ideology. Exact opposite. Like the exact fucking opposite. That's in the classic hit song Nigger Man, which is itself sung rather nicely by the classic himself, Scatman Crothers. What do you call us pawns in your great scheme? You will buy the comic. You will buy the gamer subs. The 100-year plan. Is that thinking of it like that? Just wish both sides would stop telling me that my actions exist and doesn't matter because I'm white. So question, you said cancel culture persists throughout history. Does that include leftist commies take on McCarthy and his anti-communist agenda? Well, that's the thing. If you look into McCarthyism, that was a two-sided cancel culture where you had McCarthy gunning after possible communists, which guess what? There was a lot of them in the government, which what he was doing. And the lefties themselves in Hollywood were blacklisting actors that didn't want to be part of unions that were the pawns of the Soviets. It was a two-sided affair. At the end of the game, wow. Now we're on disc 3. We're still a ways away from the end of the game. How Natsuka, Cosmo, and Jin Tekken spin-off series would work. Would it take place after Tekken 8? Also, Lily, lesbian bisexual romance moment. Could it be executed? Yeah, just like their leftards are also right away. Stop pretending otherwise. Well, I say it has nothing to do with ideology. It's just assholes. It is just assholes. And assholes will be assholes no matter what flag they fly. I know, is that my union? Fuck over my stepdad. Fuck him, but fuck the union for fucking him over. Elaborate opposite is invalid? No, like I said, it's the opposite. Like, ideology is simply the principles that you claim to have. Ideology is the flag you decide to wear, and your personality will fit with whatever ideology you pick. But that's the thing. You can pick your ideology. You cannot pick your morality. Your morality comes out regardless of your individual choice, because your morality is your choice. What choice are you going to pick? Basically, are you going to help the little old lady cross the street, or are you going to mug her? And whatever voice in your head wins is your morality, and from there, your decisions stem out. Like, there has never been an ideology with fully good people in it, because that's not how people work. Why is the state going red? We filled it with immigrants. Where do immigrants come from? Extremely conservative countries. And more than that, they don't vote. I've said this over and over again. Using the illegals to come in and vote doesn't work because the illegals don't give a shit about voting. That's not what ideology or morality is. That's exactly what that is. Like, ideology is the principles you claim to have. Morality is your actual action and your nature as a person. If you say otherwise, no, sorry. That ain't how people are. If I mugged the grandma after I help her cross the street, then your actions will stem out from there. You're a bad person. They can't vote. They're not citizens, and that they try to get cards that are unable to because they're going to get immediately deported. Try looking it up. If you're telling me to look it up, at that point, you're not getting the point of the fucking message here. The point of it is you can't be told what these things are. They just are. Dude, have you put them on a bus or give them a phone? They don't even do that. I'm telling you, they don't even do that. Like, illegals just do not give a shit about voting. You'll have a fraction that will actually show up. At the end of the day, they're like, I already got my benefits. Why the fuck should I care? What does it say about me? If I see an old lady walking the street, I'll just walk away because it's not my business. My bad person or just retarded. Yeah, morals versus ethics. Yeah. Like I said, it's the problem we have is everyone keeps trying to break these concepts down into like easy to Google definitions, but that's not what they are. They're just what we define ourselves as people. You know, our ideology is just the flag we choose to wear. There's tons of times where somebody can claim they're a conservative for like most of their life, and then one day they wake up and they're a lefty, and they just claim to be a lefty now. But their real choices and their nature as a person still going to be there regardless of what they claim to be. It's like paying a bunch of Home Depot residents to do nothing will lead them to doing nothing. And what illegals give a shit about voting when registering to vote again weighs an illegal alien? More than that, they don't even have to register. They just don't want to vote. I mean, yeah, you'll have the buses that will show up and they'll be like, eh, fuck it, whatever, I don't care. But as we saw with Kamala, they didn't show up in near enough numbers. Yeah, illegals are given a map and told to go to this place and attempt to turn states blue, yeah. That said, illegals can't vote, and I think most of them are going to be held in a kind of limbo. I think it's more about labor. Oh, that too, yeah, economic slavery. Didn't you hear what occurred in the Philadelphia case? Say that they don't care and will count the illegal ballots anyway. They just got slapped down for that. They just got slapped down for that. I believe illegals should get cash benefits, but only if it's taken from people who want them here when liberal assets cease to pay for illegals. Now, definitely solve some things. Democrat before in 2020, and then after I bought it for Trump in 2024, yeah. Like I said, ideology is like one of the easiest to change things in people. People shouldn't try to make it as black and white. Yeah, you could stem it down to a simple concept, learn to think. Yeah. If you're so smart, explain why Freya isn't best girl in FF9. Checkmate, bigot. Garnet's better. She's cuter. And Beatrix is best of all of them. Ideology and morals are part of the same coin. You can't separate them. No, you can. You 100% can. Like, I'm saying this as somebody that has seen time and time again someone claim to be part of an ideology, and then when actually put in a room where they believe they're alone or they're confident, they are doubling back on every belief they claim to have. I will beat this into the fucking dirt. Leftists calling ICE on Latino neighbors because they voted for Trump. Their ideology says that's a bad thing and you shouldn't do that, and we're all equal and there is no borders and all that shit. But there they are gladly doing it. And morals will try to stick by or treat others kindly, and then pick the ideology that fits. Could Haru run a nice bakery? It would be very nice. It's because you have a certain ideology and way to view the world doesn't change how you wish to interact with people and how you view people. Yeah. Your ideology is your personal, what you believe your principles are, and your morals are how you actually act. Aren't the expert and pulling hypocritical examples doesn't make you right? No, it does. Like I said, it's happened too many times to disregard it. Like, time and time again, we see people just don't believe in the shit they say they believe. Yeah, if ideology and morals are the same, they wouldn't be hypocrites. Yeah. Freya's super cute, no die on that hill. Freya's good. Freya's great. Morals being tied to ideology is exactly something some ideologies claim to get support. Yeah. Oh, you're a Cuban? I love Castro. What do you mean Castro rescued your uncle? He must have done something wrong against the people. Yeah, approach it. Don't try to rationalize breaking the law in a press release when actively counting illegal ballots. That's irrelevant. No, it's not. Bowser for segment, Death Palace Peak. Everyone keeps saying it's really good. Haru went to a cafe with a lot of stuff to buy, so probably a bakery too. You say words, but they're in fact just words. What did the person do to live up to those words? Yeah, exactly. Like, your ideology is just what you say you are. And people for both sides being good and bad, at some point you grew out of believing all people are black and white. Well, that's the thing. There's absolutely black and white. Like, there is black and white. The point of it is the fact that what you claim to be is not who you say you are. Remember, being on the left is the right side of history, morally right, which is why the left was acting so smug before the election. And Tyson also had a Castro tattoo. Yeah, Tyson kind of had that whole little phase in the 90s where he had a bunch of extreme stuff. I don't know if he actually even still believed in that shit. I think he just kind of doesn't care anymore. You watch Superman and Lois? Haven't yet, but I heard it's a great show. I heard it's fun. Yeah, ideology is great. People are black and white. Very good way to put it. Yeah, black and white can exist, but not everything. Yeah. But people who do follow their ideologies, are you saying nobody has conviction? I'm saying a lot of people don't actually have conviction. The whole point about it is that just because you follow your ideology doesn't make you moral. Because there can be some fucked up ideologies out there. The whole point about it is your ideology is what you claim to believe in, and your morality is going to dictate the action from there. And, like, that's the entire point. They're separate. Tyson needs enough shrooms to kill a rhino. Yeah, Tyson just wants to take care of his pigeons. Yeah, people are either chill or assholes. Dicks, pussies, or assholes. And tell me Gamer Subs came with cup noodles. That was a nice surprise. Yeah, they have like ramen flavors. I haven't tried them yet, but I want to. I think Irishmen stole my ramen. Remember that most Union stations of the Civil War still had slaves? You can be on the right side of history and still have some fucked up shit. Yeah. Yeah, there is no right side of history. We're all hypocrites. Well, that's the thing. It's not even a matter of we're all hypocrites. It's the fact that a person's nature will come out regardless of what they say they are. Because that's the point of a nature. That is what you really are deep down without all the hiding. And whether or not that matches with the ideology is independent of the ideology. Fight's animation quality is a massive whiplash compared to the previous Jorno vs. Joker fight. Tyson thought the Hezbollah kid was a baby when he was 26 old. Tyson doesn't know anything anymore. Round flavor sounds disgusting. With a cheap Maruchan Western taste mixed with fish. Listen, Maruchan's pretty good. And we're just people. Yeah. Like Norm said, it's great the good guys have won every single time in history. There's spicy wings flavor Gamer Subs? I don't think so. Now we're in the really annoying part. Yeah, which is why the saying actions speak louder than words is eternal. Yeah. Says here the good guys won all the times in history. What are the odds? I think Impaler impaled 20k people and is still seen as the hero in Romania. Yeah. In short, you need a separate understanding of ideology and morality, and both of them are not one and the same. Yeah. Damn, Hippo Crips is the blood neighborhood. Is there a mayonnaise flavor Gamer Subs? I don't think so. Yeah, Gunner lost her voice. Now she's even cuter. Gotta get the authentic ramen with 3 to 4 bags of spices at your closest Asian food market. You're not wrong. Actual Asian ramen's amazing. Like, God, we still think about that fucking ramen in Japan. Nobody said they're one and the same? You did. How many times have someone that is a trad Christian person come out to be a really bad person? Exactly. I just want shit to make sense again. Okay, Hijikata. And Genghis Khan's Mongolia. Yeah, I mean, you have Genghis Khan, who's seen as a hero in Mongolia and everywhere else, less so. Christian morality is influenced by Christian ideology. The fact hypocrites exist changes nothing. No, because there are universal evils. There are universal evils out there. There are universal evils in every single culture on the planet. Everyone agrees. Don't murder. Don't rape. Don't abuse kids. Don't abuse your wife. Things like that. You have cultures in like the Middle East and stuff like that where they'll treat women like shit, but that's always universally seen as like a backwards thing to do. And you're a fucking savage for doing it. And you're a piece of shit for doing it. So once again, we start deep, dark politics on a Final Fantasy stream. It's always the Final Fantasy streams. I'll go so far to say that I've met calling people that are legit chill, dumb, but not a bad person. As long as my wisdom tooth stitches, and now I can feel the holes while swallowing. I hate it. Yeah, rape is bad, killing is bad, regardless of religion or ideology. Yeah, it's a universal evil. Islamic ideology influencing Islamic morality? No, because there are Islamic husbands out there that don't beat their wives and kids. It is bad people taking advantage of an ideology to be bad people. It's about the Shy Lily Cup. Does Gamer Subs have the artificial sugar taste to it? No, I don't taste it at all. Yeah, never ever beat your wife or they'll be hell to pay. Yeah. You honestly think most people only value comfort and convenience. They don't have real ideologies. They want to rationalize stuff they wanted to do anyway. Yeah. That's where you get into like the anarcho-libertarian types that want like every hard drug legalized. It's like, no. Good chunk of people in those Muslim countries think that's wrong. It's just people in charge are brutal. Yeah. Bad people exist regardless of ideology. That's irrelevant. No, because that's the point of the lesson. The point of the lesson is don't just listen to a guy's ideology. Listen to who the person is under the ideology. Call us please, $5. Lolly, I don't count settings where magic or super science exists, where people can change their sex as trans since they literally change their DNA. Yeah, you said that earlier. And you're not wrong. They can still use it as an allegory. Like, hell, how many different fucking gender bender rom-coms have there been in manga? You always get annoyed that people dismiss you for just your name? Nah. At this point, reset the clock is so foundational that it's hard to even take it seriously. It's like, alright, yeah, whatever. Muslim thing is wrong doesn't change the scripture? Yeah, it does. Like, it doesn't change the scripture as it's literally written, but the point of it is even they know it's wrong. Like, if even they, as individuals who are part of that ideology, know it's wrong to do that, that shows ideology doesn't matter in that factor. Lesson of the day, don't be an asshole. Yeah. Yeah, harming innocent people for personal pleasure or gain is a bad thing. Simple rule of life. Yeah. Name is a filter. Bless the name. Got the name of the state in America that legalizes all drugs, but people are literally gathering in the streets to overdose and die in fent. That was either Oregon or Washington State. It was one of the West Coast ones. Yeah, remember Iran is the way it is due to being taken over by assholes. Yeah. All my old fave mangas were basically genderbender Yuri about a boy who gets turned into a girl to an alien crashing into him. Yeah, Lolicon has been a gatekeeper for reasons why 4chan pushed it to B to make 4chan more accessible. Use your boy code TALL for 10% off. You can unlock flavors like Titty Milk, Blowhole Blast, and Lean. Use code now. You don't kill people and get off to it because that's my culture. Never abuse kids, women, or just people in general. You will call down the thunder and reap the whirlwind. Yeah. Thought that was Iraq. It was both. That's the sad part. It was both. I think science guy in chat cannot separate ideology and basic religion morals in his head. And that's what I mean. It's like, the concepts I'm talking about are not things taught to you. It's that what you will do. You know, it's not what you are taught about good and bad. It's what you will physically do. Rule of thumb for gender benders, bigger your schmeat, the bigger your titty's gonna be. GamerSup is actually selling ramen now. I thought it was an actual joke name flavor. No, it's ramen. It's they have like energy ones, which I'm never gonna try. Jagan manga? Did Jagan do genderbender shit? I thought it was just an action horror thing. Remember Team America? Dicks sometimes fuck pussies, but also fuck assholes. Yeah. Russian friend really loves Japan. Whenever he goes in the manga store, they have an owl for him. Yuri. However, he's still confused why it's all lesbian porn. My back still feels funny after moving that couch. Dude, my back has felt funny the last few days. Genderbender manga is guilty pleasure of mine. I'm not a train chaser, I swear. Used to be common practice for if someone hurt women and kids, the whole town, even cops, would drag you out in the woods and you wouldn't come out. Yeah. For the Jobendis tribe, I've not. As Tariq Nasheed once said, a hole's a hole. He did make buck breaking, so that makes sense. Yeah, be a dick, don't be an asshole, yeah. GamerSup ramen is mid. I got a free one on my last order. I will still try it to make my assessment. But hear me out, what if war crime fun? My dog Boris both piss and shit on command. Yeah. Better get some rest later, Lolly in chat. Stay positive. Good luck out there. Yeah, good shit. Best GamerSup ramen flavor, Russian Badger, Swamp Assassin. Assholes can be warm too, you know. Alright, I'm trying to remember where we go from here. Cost please $5. Even the Ars Gotia have specific demons that target people that break the sanctity of marriage or where people abuse their spouse. Yeah. You can say war crime fun, but I promise you it's not going to look good on paper. You know, it's probably brand treason, but if real, would you try the Metaphor Reef Fantasio G Fuel? Eh, maybe. I'm not a big fan of G Fuel. Watch Leah Sunday mass stream. Some dude donated $100 and made attempted murder. Oh my god. I really believe that everyone should be able to live by their own values and do what they want with their property as long as they don't interfere with other people's right and do the same. Yeah, pretty basic belief. Build up your own homestead. You're too busy doing that. I was mixing gamer subs, gamer fart 9K and blowhole blast tastes good. Best gender bender anime as of late has been Onimai, fantastic show in general. Which of you like more, SMT5 or Metaphor? Kind of split on which. That is hard. Metaphor blew me away for the little bit I played, but SMT5 is really good. Why are confessing Dono stream so dark? What happened to gumping it? Favorite gender bear was Comfer. That one was pretty good. That should be a coin by the left. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to track down. I think I got it. Galecia Best Girl. Someone was trying to get a job feel for Rambo when he says that he was trusted with $1 million equipment. Now he can't be trusted parking cars. Oh. There it is. Hell yeah. Question, did you like SMT5 vanilla or do you like Vengeance? I think Vengeance is better because there's just more. Yeah. And I think the synthesis shop is still open. Energy drinks are pretty good, but G Fuel powder tasting feels too chalky, yeah. Forgot the Dune show is out. Is that good? I do not know. Just realized it's late and I need to go to bed, but I just drank a can of soda. Oh, right, yeah, we gotta get ingredients for the potion. Okay. So I remember where to get some of that. I can get 2 of the ingredients, I just gotta remember the 3rd one. Yeah, more of what? More. Yeah, Heavily Delusion's kind of gender bend, but more fucked up. Yeah. See, they got a hard Mountain Dew now. Yeah, I saw that at the liquor store. Like, I am tempted, but at the same time, all I can think is it'd be like Mike's Hard Lemonade, where because you have really sugary alcohol, it'll just hurt your stomach. I read bedtime stories to Galecia and then have her read one to me, resulting in a never-ending loop of who's reading that night. Yeah, it's not very good, yeah. Final Fantasy IX is a great game. It always reminded me of when my mom would have me lick her just right for family bonding purposes. You'd always play it after that. Are you okay? Yeah, it sounds like a bad combo. It is. It is a very bad combo. When are we going to get spiked Dr. Pepper? You can use cocktails with soda. Just you have to know what you're doing with it. Used to mix whiskey with Mountain Dew. Sometimes Vault. It was awful. You remember Mongo would be better if it didn't go the gay route so often. You know what the worst part is? I genuinely have to ask, what do you consider the gay route? It's not even a dig. It's just I'm like, I am actually at the point now where it's like, all right, would it still technically be gay? I would also like to lick your mom if she had available. And considering your handle, it makes sense that you probably got some people here that were abused as children. Just saying, you know what, you're not wrong. Yeah, Coke and rum is a classic for a reason, simple and cheap. You can also do Dr. Jaeger, which is Jägermeister mixed with Dr. Pepper. It's actually pretty good. But you gotta add more Jaeger than Dr. Pepper because the Dr. Pepper will just drown out the Jaeger. Yeah, gay route is when you talk to another man. Fair enough. And then people will ask me, oh, furry, the chat, what is your wisdom? And my wisdom is thus, don't be a dick. Be like Kitty, soft, warm, and enjoyed by everyone. Is it gay to fuck your friend if he became a chick? Exactly. Listen to an audiobook for a while, see you in 30 ye. I think he's referring to men being TF'd and falling in love with their male friends. Yeah, that's one of those where, that's where you get into the debate aspect. Like, because every gender bender series will have its rules and will have its philosophy around it. Sometimes they fully embrace it, sometimes they fight against it. So if they fully embrace it and fuck their friend, would they be gayer than if they fought it off longer, but then still fell in love with their friend? Like, that is a genuine question to ask. Ever had a white Russian milk, Kahlua, coffee, liqueur, vodka? It's Kino. I've not had a white Russian, mainly because anytime I went to a bar, they just never had the stuff for it. They didn't want to make it. What's next gaming-related video you have coming up? Really like the Mass Effect one. I'm going to keep that on the back burner, but it's Dead Rising 2. It's Dead Rising 2. I'm going to cover it after about 3 or 4 more videos. Because I'm trying to space out the Dead Rising ones, because that's meant to be a new saga, so... Ever make a rum and coke float? That sounds really good. Bro, stop. I'm still me. I'm not gonna fuck you. That's some real Alp shit from MGE. An every gender rom-com, a secret game of gay chicken the author's playing with himself. You are not wrong. Because if you turn to a girl, you have a female brain. The only thing that makes things odd are your memories. Yeah, that's how a lot of them kind of go. And once again, that kind of makes the whole, like, oh, these are all trans things funny. Because it's like, do you really want to go that route? I mean, hell, if you're looking to kind of to wheel the subject into something funnier, if you look at Christian and his whole transition, because he claimed to be transgender and all that shit, Christian bases his entire belief he's a woman off gender bender anime, fully. Like, he goes with all those rules of, like, oh, I have a female brain and a male body and shit like that, and he plays up the whole woman stereotype thing. Any drawings he makes of himself, he has, like, a big ass and big tits and all that. So Chris is the result of if you raised a child solely off that shit for, like, 30 years. And it's funny when you look at a lot of his quirks and kind of the smaller details of Chris, since he lies about so much of it now, to convince himself he is like the ultra female version he wanted to be and all that shit. Like, for one thing, Chris, back before he transitioned, like, 2008, 2009, no, it had to be closer to 2010, he was a very big Brutal Legend fan. He really liked Brutal Legend. He wanted to win a game award for best performance with Jack Black and all that. Really liked Brutal Legend. Brutal Legend, a game all about heavy metal. It is a love letter to heavy metal culture and shit like that. Heavy metal history. You had heavy metal stars appear as like gods and different beings in the setting. Ozzy Osbourne was your shopkeeper, and he was great. So you have that. He also really liked Metalocalypse. He would make reference to the show. He would make reference to wanting to play Thunder Horse on Guitar Hero and all that. Once again, heavy metal centric thing. When he decided to do his whole transition into being a woman and all that shit, he swore off heavy metal and said it's just noise and he doesn't like it and it's terrible. So it's this thing of he genuinely believes, because now he has to play up being the whole like CPU God's Blue Heart thing. He believes he can't like heavy metal anymore. It's like, no, that's stuff for boys, and I can't like that because I'm technically a girl right now and all that shit. And it is such a strange thing to see. Yeah, but women like heavy metal. Exactly. It's like, yeah, bitches love heavy metal. Not Chris only did the trans shit because one of the trolls convinced him they had a better chance to get a girlfriend. It was kind of a mix of things. Like, Chris kind of had a few different reasons why he did what he did and transitioned. Now, I have to clarify when he transitioned as did what he did, because everyone just assumed it would be raping his mom. This guy isn't mentally ill. Oh, Chris? No, he is. He's 100% mentally ill. He is 1,000% fucking mentally ill. Not far into it, but Ranma is pretty adamant about still being a dude when he's a chick. Yeah, that was part of the joke in Ranma. Ranma, he never wanted to be a girl. He always reluctantly had to be a girl. Chris claims the reason why he didn't come out sooner is because Bob kept calling him a fag. I think that was part of it, but I do genuinely think Chris was not trans for a while. Like, people do actually bring up the fact of like, Chris kind of does match a lot of symptoms of gender dysphoria if you really look into some of his weirder history. But no, I think it was a mixture of he genuinely didn't think I don't think he understood what transgenderism was, and Bob would just call him gay for even wondering about it in the first place, which, to be fair, that was one of Bob's few good things. Look, if you find a chick that likes Alice Cooper or Wasp, she's a keeper, not a half E. And Chris finds an incoherent mess. I bet more women that like heavy metal than men. Chris, heavy metal just annoys me. Listening to most of the bands throughout my life. I'm sorry, what? Chris Believe CPU Blueheart because she already exists and she represents the Atari. Yeah, that's the thing. The represents the Atari because he ripped it from Hyperdimension Neptunia. But he also believes he's the embodiment of the Commodore 64, so he's mixing up his Neptunia lore. What exactly is gender dysphoria? It's basically what it sounds like. It's a mental condition where you believe you are not in the body you were supposed to be. You believe you're supposed to be the opposite gender. That whole thing. It is a legitimate, recognized mental illness where you can document it and diagnose it. The problem is our modern standards for diagnosis are all over the fucking place because there's so much social pressure around it now. Alright, and there's one more. I gotta remember where to get that. We gotta get ingredients for a potion. I'm sorry, what the fuck was all that? Yeah, Chris is a very strange type of person. I think it is in the business district. I just gotta remember where. Yeah, Chris was into cross-dressing and Bob didn't improve it. Yeah, he would wear his mother's bras, he would wear his mother's panties, stuff like that. Whenever he would do, like, sexual roleplay with a woman, he would always be in, like, the submissive feminine poses and all that. That's why if you watch the infamous blow-up doll video, he's trying to recreate, like, lesbian positions he saw in porn. Trans activists think you don't even need dysphoria to be trans. Yeah, I stated that's part of the social pressure aspect, where it's like, a lot of the actual science around it's been muddied because they keep getting in the way. Some people don't take it well when you identify gender dysphoria as a mental illness, even though that's what it is. It's a literal mental condition. It can lead to depression. It can lead to anxiety. It can lead to a lot of things. It's an illness you are supposed to treat. Give me potions, child. I was projecting one gender dysphoria that make dudes wear girl clothes and pose for me. Teach kids about what transgender people are. Don't fucking encourage them to try and convert. Let kids figure out themselves, and as adults, if they want to transition, alright. Yeah, it doesn't help. Mental illness can be diagnosed like God. Yeah. Yeah, check the shopping square. That's what I think. Yeah, because I think we talked to this chick. Yeah, there it is. Child potion dealers, the city's truly fallen. Okay, so we got all three parts. It's not cute. I'm a girl thing. It's a literal mental illness. Yeah. Don't play the lesbian vids. A lot harder than it looks. Remember that 4chan green text of a guy playing Megadate to lesbian chick. Lesbian chick suddenly is horny for him. You notice that shouldn't be treated with expensive drugs as HRT, which you can literally die if you stop taking it. It's highly addictive. Is it even addictive? That was just a thing of it'll fuck up your hormonal glands. Give me your strongest potion. I'm checking the Boy Show fans, when trying to defend it, they had to tear down the original comics, almost like they don't really have a good defense of the show. Yeah. For sane society, we understand all person can't change the gender, and trying would only make their lives worse. We should make them comfortable as their biological sex. Yeah. Be proud of your body. Be proud of who you are. Obviously, that can turn its own pathology, but... He's a kid selling potions, just the kid who sold drugs for the gangsters in Breaking Bad. And Megadeth be like, I hate the government, epic 3-hour solo. Over Neptune, you can't just say your CPU, you're like, what the fuck, dude? Why is David Lynch so weird, but it's cool weird? Some people believe it happens because the fetus may develop the brain the opposite sex early on. That's possible. Obviously, you have kind of an issue with that where every single fetus, as it enters into early development, is female. You know, that's a thing where male sexual traits will develop later. That whole thing. So obviously, there's a little bit of a hole in that of like, well, then how would the female to male one work? But obviously, it's just a theory. But the overwhelming cases of gender dysphoria are men wanting to be women, so that would make sense. There's also autogynephilia. Yeah, autogynephilia is right now the rampant explanation behind it, where autogynephilia is a fetish, is a sexual fetish for the fantasy of being a woman. Remember when the army men were getting boobs from their chest being beaten on during training? Whatever happened to that? And Post said a straight homie turned gay after listening to Megadeth, and it just makes you think of, like, men. Yeah, so what you're saying is men are more just developed humans got here. I think it's interesting that there's a case of gender dysphoria. People think they only single body parts, different gender than the rest. Yeah. Well, demographics flipping recently, such that more women are reporting to be female to men, although it's allegedly often happening in clusters. Well, once again, since that is recent, I believe that's a social pressure aspect. That's women all kind of bullying each other to enter this fad. Yeah, like Ava Chris Tyson. Yeah, exactly. How is weather going in Kentucky? Went from 86 to 42 in one day. It's about like 60s here. Isn't there a study that said the X chromosome for men slowly vanishing? Yeah, it's something like that. Women were the dysfunctional prototype, men are the final product. I'm trying to remember how we actually turned this in. Convinced trans suicide is entirely a result of female to male realizing how hard it's going to be as a man, realizing there's no going back, changing my mind. Women bullying each other into the current fad, saying it ain't so. Why can't men just not be gay and dress up as women for clout? Man, I'm willing to sell my ass for $20, but not putting on a skirt. I'll find Kason hot because she looks too much like my mom. Alright, I'm going to say what everyone else is thinking. Pics of your mom? I think Tyrannics or Atlas ever sell their games on GOG? Probably. That's the first ascent adding jiggle physics. I don't trust China, but the usual suspects already fallen for it. Like I said, I'm not going to immediately bend over backwards for China just because they're dangling the TNA in my face. It's like, no, you're China. You're going to fuck this up eventually. Right now, there's going to be jiggle physics. Then, like, a year and two from now, you're going to patch all that out and basically pretend it never happened. Chat, post your mom in Discord. Have you tried Stellar Blade? Yeah, I played Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade's fun. Like, Stellar Blade's good. Actually, I think we... Okay, now I think I remember how to do this. Call me Ray William Johnson. I'm doing your mom. Call correctly, the shrinking Y chromosome theory was debunked like a decade or two ago. Ah, okay. You don't want to see my mom. I'm not doxing my mom, chat. Yeah, I think. Playing male to female trans people, but not female to male. It seems like we never have an explanation for women. Same goes for lesbians. Your mom open to experiment? I had a friend who used to be a real funny guy. Then he feel for the tea stuff. Tried to force me into it as well. Really sucked. Yeah. That thing until it's a fad when they want to drag you into it. It's like, okay, this is clearly not you going like, but this is me. It's like, no, you're part of a fad and you want to drag your friends into it. Okay, I think that's Serpent's Gate. Let's try Dragon's Gate. Because I believe, if I remember right, we now have to find the Emperor and give him the potion. But I gotta remember where he's at. My mom's a nice lady. Not letting any of your animals near her. I'm just snowbreak because they keep kowtowing to Central instead, leaving it alone. Yeah. Yeah, note made. Never say anything about a hot mom in chat. I'm trying to pick what I show my mom after we finish Beastars last year, which I show her first. Oshinoko, Dandadan, or Dungeon Meshi? Dungeon Meshi. Well, you don't have mental issues and are trying to rope me into your fetish. Real sad since we knew each other since we were kids. It wasn't fun seeing them break down in real time. Yeah. Shrinking Y chromosome thing was an observation of millions of years of evolution, but more or less stopped shrinking several million years ago. Ah, okay. Yeah, and Dungeon Meshi's Kino is very, very good. got wrong. First Descendants Korean. Even so, I hear the game sucked and was filled with awful grinding when it first came out. It is a Korean game. Snowbreak is forcibly censored because fans of other gacha keep reporting that CCP. Gacha fans are unhinged. Ironblood Orphans? That's a pretty good one. I used to make Let's Plays like 15 years ago. He quit, came back, and acted like a total asshole, and then turned out suspect his girlfriend leaving him was a factor. Usually is. My chromosome stopped shrinking because nature realized it needed men to actually make anything. It's by the same devs as Blue Archive. You mean First Descendant or Stellar Blade? Because I know Stellar Blade is, because that's shift up. Sure, your mom Dandadan will be funny. Full Metal Alchemist is good. Full Metal is very good. Yeah, First Descendant. Oh, okay, so I guess they're branching out and doing more stuff. Well, yeah, now you get the full brunt of the Korean games. It's like, oh god, awful grinding. Yeah, Shift Up also made Nikki, yeah. Didn't they also make Blue Archive? Or am I crazy? I thought they also made Blue Archive. Because I thought they had Nikki, I thought they had Blue Archive, and now they have Stellar Blade and First Descendant. Nexon made Blue Archive. Oh, okay. I'm sure I talked about this, but thoughts on Blue Sky burning down, you know, because of mass reporting, especially in case of CSAM. Good. Good. Yeah, First Descendant was Nexon, the publisher Blue Archive. Oh, okay, okay. I have all my Korean game studios mixed up. New video when? I'm currently working on the Batman. Well, I'm not currently. I'm streaming right now. But yeah, I got the Batman one in the works. It's pretty fucking good. Pretty fucking good. Burn shitty Twitter wannabe website. The question is it worth to buy a PS5 for certain games if I have a toaster laptop? If you have a pretty decent PS4 backlog of games like you bought on PS4, PS5 will import most, if not all of them over. So it's not the worst idea. You basically get to play an enhanced version of a PS4. The problem is that's why you're getting a PS5, to get an enhanced version of a PS4. Name Nexon messed me up because they're close to a hentai studio named Nexton. You may find yourself ordering a PS5. Yeah, PS5 is basically PS4 Pro, yeah. Did I Streamlabs post? Oh, alright, give me a sec. Yeah, sometimes the alert doesn't pop up on here for Streamlabs for some reason. Ugh. Alright. Gold Pro TSG, 15 bucks. Saw you were live. I got some support. Been using your channel, awesome vids for sleep aid, and I appreciate it. Yes, I know those vids specifically are weird for sleep aid. Hush, have a good evening. Yeah, good shit, good shit. Necroner, 5 bucks. As a nurse, the transgender fad made the medicine two-faced. We address the patients as their preferred gender bit. Treat them using their original gender because the person's body doesn't care what your brain thinks. Meds require different body dosages, different dosages for different genders. Yeah, because otherwise you'll kill people. I played 9 Souls. No. Ugh. I plan on getting a PSP. What game should I get for it? Good question. Oh, wait, actually. I think... Here. Yeah, Unusual Potion. Sive, Whispergrass, Light of the Dark, Antidote, Cast Spell, and Northern Wind. And that should be... Color of Water, Uni's Mirror, Flower of Light, Holy Thunder, Cast Spell, and the Full Moon. Should be one more, am I not? Do I not have the third one? Because I thought I grabbed 3. Didn't Lisbon pretend to be a man for a few years for developing a hate for women and killing herself? Yeah. Yeah. Maximum Pursuit, God of War, Ghost Spar, Dissidia, 012, and Crisis Core on PSP. Yeah. think I already did take it. Because, yeah, that should be the chest there. Oh. No, it's hidden. I always forget, yeah. This one's weird. I think went wrong in Dragon Ball GT besides not being written by Toriyama. I think GT by and large is fine. I think the biggest problem is it was trying to write off Boo Saga hype when people were already burned out by Boo Saga. It should have waited a few years. If it waited a few years, it probably would have been much more well-received. And not just lesbian and feminist who dressed up as a man and realized how horrible men had it in their own words. Yeah. Lesbian can have the honorary man title because that shit was fucked and she stayed true to her boys. She found during all that. Yeah. Yeah, that's mainly the fault of Toei, yeah. Yeah, GT's English localization also kind of sucks. That also didn't help. There was a lesbian that dressed as a man, discovered how men relate with each other and be friendly with each other. She had no luck in dating, and the experience fucked her. Yeah, that's the one we were talking about. She ended up killing herself and cited the experiment as one of the reasons. Carlos Pettis for $5. Speaking of Korean games, you guys remember L's World? I wonder whatever happened to it. Remember having fun with it. Yeah, let's go to the main hall. I think that's where you do it anyway, because I liked Android 18 and GT, that business suit. It was pretty good. Turning Goku into a kid and keeping him like that was the biggest mistake. GT devs realized that. That's why Goku stays mostly Super Saiyan 4 near the end. Because she was brought up with that lie, and then when she finally experienced that lie was untrue, tried to tell people about it, she was basically shut down. Yeah. You think you'll ever try Moshiko Tensei? Eventually. People have finally kind of moved on from it to Frieren. But at least I got into Frieren at a degree where it's not super annoying yet. So it's like eventually I'll get over my annoyance with Moshiko. So, in fact, Toriyama made all the main character designs for GT. He is why Vegeta is missing half his hair and has a mustache. Yeah, I didn't know she killed herself. That's depressing. Very sad story. I mean, an experiment can't be the only reason, right? I mean, someone can just kill themselves because they had like 2 years of living like a man, right? We really be thug out here. She listed as one of the reasons. She always had like depressive issues. But what you review Frieren, I like Frieren a lot. It is very good. Welcome to the Grand Tour, Dragon Ball GT. Make her remember being dissatisfied with how Vincent tried discussing solutions to the problem she reasonably diagnosed. Heard in GT first airing in America, they aired Baby, Super 17, and Black Star Dragon arcs first, skipping the first arc and marked them as lost episodes. Yeah. The region has become a frog. Have you seen the concept animation Zayuki? I have not. Wish Super Android 17 Saga was just done better. Yeah. On the next GT. Frieren's a great cowardly character, unlike Demon Slayer Zenitsu, who's constantly compared to the MC of Frieren. It's Frog from Chrono Trigger. He tried to turn back from a bug to a man, but he became a frog. The women demons in Frieren have 10 out of 10 designs. That's an actual aspect to the demons in lore, though. They try to look appealing so you get closer. Heard about the farmers' protest planned for tomorrow in Soviet Britain? Jeremy Clarkson's supposed to be there. It'd be interesting to see how the Soviets react to that. Yeah. They're fully right to protest. It is bullshit. The government is actively just trying to steal their land. It's a slight improvement. Total demon death. Mate with the elf for the purpose of procreation. Lolly Demon was cute. Cute, but evil. Like, explicitly evil. Their entire race, all they know how to do is eat humans. Farmers make food. No farmer equal no food, you die. Well, the idea is they would sell it off to corporates. They sell it off to corporate entities that are then owned by different nations. or they just import all their food from different economic blocks, aka bricks. How many dudes can Goku beat off at once? A lot. Yone Mangaka's art books may mean to pick up Q Hayashi's art book. That sounds really cool. All demons in Pharaoh are evil. There are no exceptions, and it's proven in the story time and time again. Yeah, they're just evil. Guy Small is facing additional charge in South Korea, including dissemination of North Korean propaganda for broadcasting obscene material to kids in a public at a theme park. How is he out of jail and still doing stuff? Like, hasn't he learned his fucking lesson? Or is this stuff he did before he got arrested and now it's coming out that he did it? Because, like, at this point, genuinely, how is he not dead? I can fix these demons. My socialism always end with starving to death because they go after the farmers. I'm not even kidding. They always go after farmers. How long before Smalley's dead in ditch? Yeah, right? That's not a 1,000 Years song for Aaron edits. I haven't seen those edits, but it's a good show. I think he can learn lessons. I mean, he has... South Korea has been the closest he has gotten to dying. They were actively hunting him for sport. They were beating his ass every chance they got. You could see his face get more fucked up the more he did things. Give GT credit, both Step Into the Grand Tour and Dandadan English cover, both great openings. In fact, Nickelodeon's Air GT and their version of Step Into the Grand Tour is genuinely better. Brown likely both their reasons Solange trying to contact Guts, join forces, take out Griffith due to their personal reasons. I don't believe that. I think she, if it is Sloan that is there, that has shown up in the new, well, supposedly shown up in the new chapter, she's probably just there to fuck with them. Socialists so divorced from reality, they still haven't figured out farmers or where food comes from? Yeah, quite literally. They kill off all the farmers that own the land and knew how to cultivate it properly and replace it with their friends. And their friends fuck everything up because they don't know how to farm. This has happened in every single communist revolution. Yeah, farmers just need infra-materialist mindsets. Yeah, that rant in Disco Elysium is fucking amazing. Because, like the commie fan base will go like, oh, well, no, we can take criticism, we can do this. And it's like, no, you can't. You explicitly can't. That is one of the points in Disco Elysium. You cannot take criticism. You refuse to admit these things happen. Oh, going the wrong way. Should Jeremy Clarkson run for PM? That'd be funny. He'll ban electric cars. GT had great ideas. They weren't executed well. Super has safe ideas that are executed pretty well. Yeah. Actually, I think we are supposed to go back to the guest room real quick. Yeah, Parsnip have grown the soil that was dedicated to potatoes. Trust me, bro. Yeah, right? Like, no crop rotation because that encourages competition. Like, just endless retard ideas after another. We'll be able to accept criticism once we're allowed true communism. Yeah. Can't believe that he just finds it funny but doesn't actually care about the consequences. He can't actually be stupid enough not to know how deep in the shitter he is. Yeah. South Korea, they usually don't imprison you before trial. He can't leave, and he's responsible for paying his own food and lodging. Till then, he's also running out of money. Had Iran guys in a coma. Nothing ever happens. Socialists also just seem to think that money magically appears and there's no negative consequences to endlessly printing money. Yeah. Remember Chop in Seattle? Go look at videos and photos showing their pathetic attempt at farming in the middle of the park they took over. Yeah. Then China is serving human meat in schools. Chaz, the biggest example of they don't have any experience of that. They don't have any experience in the field they're going into. I see a lot of that in security. Some of the people have trained or got fired do that. Yeah. Yeah, reminder, Somali doing all his antics for $5 donations. Yeah, criticism is bad for the revolution. Criticism could start when the revolution's over. It never ends. Chaz was magical to watch. The fact they had their own egregious police shooting is is a magical thing. They opened fire on 2 kids who did a joyride and went to Chaz expecting them to protect them, and they just immediately shot and killed them. Communism can never succeed because Marx is a lazy ass. Thought it was a good idea to be incredibly vague with the definition of communism in the manifesto. Yeah. Got the clock going. I got the clock going. When does Somali die? I think Star Wars Outlaws win Game of the Year. I want either Outlaws or Veilguard. They need to win Game of the Year. It'd be too funny not to. Yeah, Johnny uses sewer oil to cook. If you question the revolution, you might not go along with the revolution. Yeah. I think Giant Smiley's going to live stream his death. I think Giant Smiley's a rich family. I don't think he only gets money from streaming and is probably from a well-off family that bankrolls his antics. You're probably not wrong. Scholarism and communists are either using the ideology for personal gain and actually don't believe in it, or dumb to a point that they're dangerous. Commies see the game like us. Almost immediately, a rapper took over from King and Chaz and started handing guns to random citizens. He also broke his ankle and started crying when they wheeled him away. Review Sopranos. It is an all-time great. Yeah, fucking multiverse contender for Fighting Game of the Year. Public garden was so awful, gardeners online told them not only would their plants not grow, but the cardboard underneath it would ruin the crops. Sad, but neither were nominated. Damn it! Talking about Game Awards, remember to vote Picard for best streamer to fuck over the anti-VTuber bias. Best example of communism, Soviet Union, we know how that ended. Can I smile at CP in his Discord? I did not hear that. Jesus. Thanks for having the revolution, comrade. Now face the wall. Saying we don't have a documentary of Chaz now. There's a few people who did. I know Procrastiara made a video about it. It's about like an hour and a half. We need a free market utopia. In your opinion, what was Kamala Harris's biggest mistake? First response being a woman. See, the FAA put a 30 no-fly ban on Haiti after several airliners took fire from the Haitians. One steward actually took a graze. I haven't heard that much about Haiti in a while. All right. I'm doing this out of loyalty. But no, it'll be painful. Actually, here. This would be hard. Okay. I'll do Steiner. Johnny's Discord is apparently on fire because they're sharing CP to harass people with the South Korean authorities now. And Discord backs stuff up to give the police for criminal processing. So wait a minute. His Discord had CP and they were going to use it to fuck with Korean cops? What? Like, that's something to where I'm like, alright, what the fuck's happening now? Jazz was funny until kids died. Harris's biggest mistake was being Harris. She's the most worst combination of charismatic and stupid. I don't think she could have won that. Fubbles did a funny video on Chaz. Not screw the cops specifically, it seems, but for the sake of harassing people in general. Oh my god. He is going to prison for a very long time then. Yeah, why do people have access to CP? Yeah. New Dandadan got me in the feels. It is a pretty good episode. Checking the Ghostface Easter eggs for MK1. Apparently, when you do the X-ray special on Ghostface, it shows the face of one of the killers from the first film. Yeah. Wonder if they actually got like Matthew Lillard to scan his face in. He'd probably be down for that. You know what? Glad his ass is gonna rot in jail for a long time. Yeah, I mean that takes it beyond. Oh, he's a dipshit. That's like flat out. You need to go to prison. Man, the giant Somali fans are not finding intelligence there. Yeah, child porn to fuck with cops. Apparently just to fuck with anybody. Another day of how and why do you have access to CP so easily? Yeah, stop looking up children. Yeah, what a strange character this Somali guy is. pretty sure we can find Kina in another swamp. Right back to that discussion about dumbass not realizing it's literally illegal to have CP. It emies. You looked for it. Not sure what you mean by emies. Then Kojima killed Jeff Picora, loses the Game Awards. And Johnny admitted to wanting to be, and I quote, more evil than Diddy and Epstein. Well, I guess he's getting his fucking wish. Now he gets the consequences of that. Yeah. These people think that if they send it, someone, the other person is automatically charged with possession, but that's not how that works. Yeah, that's not how that works. Something there global, if you're cheese pizza enjoy, you're going to be murdered in prison if you're not protected. Korea literally really values their children. You're going to die. Imagine Epstiddy. Half-Life 2 got its 20th anniversary update and that new documentary that basically soft confirmed Half-Life 3 might be in the works. Yeah. Implies. Ah, okay. South Korean prisons known to be any good. I assume they're probably not very kind to foreigners. Certainly, I'm certain plenty of Korean streamers in LA are pissed at Johnny. He intends to take him out if he ever returns to LA. Yeah, why would anyone try to be more evil than pedophiles? There we go. Guys, I've never seen CP even by accident. There's people who can get it super easily. What's that first game in the category most anticipated game is Death Stranding 2 is funny. Considering GTA 6 on the list. Alpha Mega for $20. They're gonna spam Soul PD with CP to troll and delay his eventual trial. It got leaked, and now they're trying to delete the server because they're stupid and think once the server's gone, no one can get in trouble. That is probably the most retarded plan I have ever heard in the history of internet gay ops. That is the dumbest fucking thing I have ever heard someone plan. I fully believe you that that's what happened. I also think that's one of the dumbest things anyone could ever come up with. You ever been on 4chan or other websites like it? People will spam CP at times, try to fuck with the site. Yeah. But yeah, so spam the Korean police who have the streamer that you like arrested and in custody with child porn to delay his trial. Yeah, I joined a server once that had a guy post CP and had to wipe everything. Yeah. Don't fuck with it. Do not fuck with it. Don't get near that shit. For obvious and numerous reasons. The smartest retards the internet could provide. That's be the most retarded shit someone could do. Having CP in Korea will send you to jail for life. More than that, you know for a fact some of them are gonna spam it saying they are Johnny Somali fans. Meaning they've now associated him with child porn. Yeah, it hurts itself confusion. Find a golden frog, leave it alone. It's a beginner's trap and it actually makes frogs respawn at an accelerated rate in the marshes it's in. Yeah. That's the most logical idea is that the people in the server are trying to ensure his imprisonment. That's about the only thing I can actually think of. Because, like I said, the idea that they thought that would be better for him is insane. I think that's bad. There's a channel covering him that found one guy on YouTube defending him, and holy shit, the guys that are really young are fucking retarded. Alright, yeah, you can't concentrate. Your whole gimmick right now. And now Aiko's gonna die. Level stupidity is on purpose. Takes efforts to reach that level of stupidity. It really does. It really, really does. Why are you finding a worm? It's a cactar. And yeah, okay. So, Dagger's whole gimmick in this section of the game, which goes on way too long, is she cannot concentrate. She is messed up in the head over what happened and will just fail command after command. There is a specific logic behind it of, like, the numbers around it. Of, like, okay, Ah, shit, yeah. I think the rarest thing she can do is try to use an item. The second rarest is use a summon, and the rarest above that is using magic. So I think, yeah, she can use Cure. There's imprisonment, but also having illegal content on hand. Yeah, no, I don't believe he just tracks his type of people. Yeah. Like I said, that getting leaked out now makes it beyond like, oh, this guy's being an asshole on the internet. It's like, your fans are fucking stupid and you are a piece of shit. Korean police is brutal. Japanese police, no. JP police will beat a confession out of you. I imagine they're probably similar. They're planning on sending cheese people to the Korean police, a unit that's in contact with the U.S. police, the Korean police who would warrant you, and Interpol. Fucking amazing plan. So they're gonna... Their plan was to send child porn to the Korean police currently working with the U.S. police. Yeah, watch South Korean government stream him getting thrown in prison to deterrent to the next nuisance streamers. We'll do dark side. Two and one, why not? And jelly. There we go. Plan reeks of idiot teenagers think they're invisible from consequences. That is exactly what it sounds like. Giant Somali has escaped to North Korea. North Korean government condemns South Korea for preemptive use of Giant Somali against North Korea. Show I just started watching called Big Guy and Rusty the Boy Robot. It's a pretty cool animated series based on the comic by Frank Miller. I've never heard of it. I've never heard of that. That sounds interesting. There we go. Locomotion's more important, and she needs a little bit more in the oven for Phoenix. There we go. Giant Smalley's 24 years old. Yeah. That young, and he already fucked his life up beyond repair. So, Atomos or Leviathan? You can also do Ifrit or Shiva. You can also do Life. Life would be really helpful. You know, I'll do this. Big Guy and Rusty was cool from what I saw Bennett review. The comic was shorter. It was more of a spoof that ended up inspiring the show. Oh. Bad as it sounds, replace Garnet with Vivi here. Vivi can power up Steiner if you plan on using him. And Aiko as a summoner does have good access to white magic or use Q. Well, right now, I think I forgot to grab Kina. I think Kina comes back later. But right now, I at least want to level up Dagger and get some abilities for her, so she'll have, like, life and some of her summons and all that. So that won't take too long to grind. In fact, I think I can actually just turn on... Doesn't she have ability up? Loudmouth, Clear Head, that would be useful. Yeah, ability up. Yeah. So she'll learn abilities faster. So we can grind out some of her abilities and kind of get her prepped, and then, yeah, replace her with Vivi. Let's do ability up, and I think we're mainly going to run into Beast, so we'll use Beast Killer. That's in Cobra Kai. Pretty good. Pretty good. Playing your recent Twitter shenanigans, Kate Bush. Always hated the dude, but I don't see how he ended up in direct beef with you. I just call him a Nepo baby. Because that's what he is. He's a rich kid living off his parents' money. Daniel Larson's also barely 30 years old, and he fucked his life up and is now in the same prison as Jared from Subway. Yeah. And you just do whatever, Garnet. My thighs are hurting so much. I worked out 4 days. Like, oh god, why do they hurt so much? I'm gonna fall asleep when they hurt. Make Half-Life 3. I wonder what tech innovation they're gonna piggyback on. They picked with physics. Didn't really like VR. Yeah. Well, VR just ended up kind of... Not enough people adopted VR because it's just too expensive to get into. Favorite slasher movie kill? Some of the Friday 13th ones are great. Like the one in Friday 13th 4 where he takes a hacksaw to a doctor's neck is pretty dope. Have you stretched? You always have to stretch if you're working out, especially if you're not doing cardio and directly doing weight exercises. Yeah. Dang, I go strong. She very strong. AIVR win. You're not wrong. And to relieve the eye pain, I suggest you stretch. Alright, now pop an ether. Won't be so bad, but I'm so fucking poor. Do 10-minute warm-ups and stretch for workouts. Yeah. Fucking, I know you're not gonna do anything. Feel a tiny bit of sympathy for Larson due to his condition, but he's still awful and deserves time in prison. Yeah, it's like he's crazy, but he also, you know, it's one of those sad cases where you want to see someone help him, but at the same time, it's like, how do you help a guy like that? Sleeping back kill is always cool. That one's also really cool. Problem with VR is that it's just a screen tape to your face. VR holding hands when. Oh, special one. Ever watch Ergo Proxy? If so, thoughts? It's very good, very good. A little slow paced, but worth it. Okay, what's ore? Thankfully, I have a ton of it. I think he'll want one more. Is that a fairy? He's a bug. Yeah, there we go. He wants two. And Daniel Larson has nothing good about him. He's a fucking pedophile, and he was hunting after a girl who was 12 when he first saw her. Yeah. Like I said, how do you help a guy like that? Emergency passports only for passports when you lose them. If he has a ban on travel, it won't do anything. There we go. So now she already has a pretty good fucking... She already almost has Kira. Fuck yeah. Also, I can hear the music clapping over again. So... How the hell that... The music is, oh no! You can help him by taking his skin. No, Larson was a pedophile. All I know is he screamed the N-word to a black guy in public. Yeah, he's like a legit fucking schizo. Also didn't visit his grandma his last familial bond because he was doing his dumbass mentally handicapped Olympics thing and also be his mom and grandma. Me looping music threatened to kill me. It's all ogre. Yeah, I'll give it 2 fights. It must be a PC issue, never a problem console. Yeah, no, it's the PC port. PC port's rickety. I'll give it like 2 fights or so, and if the music doesn't change, I'll have to save and then close the game and start over again to see if it fixes. Who the hell is Daniel Larson? Very long story. Just know he's probably one of the most schizophrenic men in history. They convinced him to threaten to bomb the White House. Just look him up. Dude has a nose bigger than his face. Turn music off and on again? You're not wrong. That could work. Who the hell is Steve Jobs? His name is be a general nuisance. Everyone's done the job well. Yeah. Danny Lawson's like a proto-alien human that makes autistic people look functional. I can say that I'm autistic. Who was president at the time? Yeah. Music reminds me of when I put a track on another in Audacity and passed off as a mix. There we go. And yeah, it seems like the music's gonna stay this way for a little bit, so I'm gonna have to These tracks might have been messed up, so the easiest way to fix it is a clean load. Yeah. I put my headset down for a little bit so I want to hear it. So it'll all stay except for the music. Here. On that note... Yeah, it's still going, yeah. So my brain sounds like 24/7. Let's go with title screen for now. So the music is still playing even at the title screen. Okay, so it's just flat out. Okay. Yeah. So yeah. Just flat out clean load it each time it does that. I should save another slot in case the first gets corrupted. I've never had an issue with that, even on this version, but you're not wrong. The noise. Yeah. Ozone, $5. Love your FF streams. If you thought about going through the DQ series, maybe even Fantasy Star is kind of a comparison towards FF. That'd be fun. I've also wanted to show off Yeast because I've been playing through Yeast 8 and I've been really liking it. Yeast games are really fun. This is a song that never ends and it goes on and on, my friends. And before save file corruption. Like I said, I've never had that on this version. Also, upload your save to the FF9 cloud. Imagine kept playing after you closed it. I would have been terrified. Save the file twice. Don't want to lose all that progress. Try the Trails in the Sky as many sequels? Yeah. I haven't played all of them, but I played Trails. Hopping back and forth forever. Hear that? Daniel Larson is Gen Z Christian. So loud, I can still hear it. Get out of my head. Get out of my head. FF Steam has cloud saves? Yeah. Talker 2 release in 1 day and 10 hours. It's gonna be it's gonna launch a fucking mess, and you know it. It's gonna be busted as hell. Guys, check out the anatomy video for Cox. Jesus, no, really something wrong with that guy. Every capacity. Who's Cox? Told judges in South Korea go apeshit when obviously guilty people don't act remorseful in the courtroom and do things like smirk or celebrate. We all know how Johnny's gonna act. Oh yeah. A friend of mine said if Sephiroth stayed good, he'd be the Final Fantasy equivalent to Alucard. Do I hit him? Not completely wrong. And their life. FF9 cloud must be uploaded to the cloud manually. Have you heard of the new iOS 18 update causing phones going to factory reset will be in possession of authorities? Oh my god. Have you played more Metaphor? Nah. I haven't had time to. We will go to the village. They have videos of Johnny saying he is remorseful and doesn't care. I'm certain they can find this in Discovery and use the words against him. Oh, he's fucked. He is fucked. That's on those 5'3" to 4 dudes who want chicks who are 5'9" and up. Shit's funny. Would Stealth Ninja series be perfect for an open world style Arkham game? You kind of already had that with Ghost of Tsushima, but like a full dedicated one. Maybe like Tenchu. I just have to do thing that's for degenerates. Been happening to phones in evidence rooms. All the iPhones have a system that pings one another. That's how my iPhone works. So this also sends out a signal to reset. Oh my god. I think as a 5'9" girl, I find it adorable. Tenchu would be nice, but I think the IP's dead. You seen Blue Eye Samurai? Yeah, it's pretty good. Korean police also get his friend Gino. Genuinely makes me wonder if one of his friends is going to go down as an accomplice. I mean, come on! If From Software can make can take a break from making Soul games that make AC6, then we can another Tenchu. Yeah. Well, Johnny streams and social media can be used against him. He's basically been marked as fucked over since he messed with the Comfort Women's Memorial. See, IGN give Penguin a 5. Yeah, fucking contrarians. 5'9" women, cowards aim higher. She needs to be over 6'4". There you go. Now he understands my ways. You don't flip back to the U.S. So he just ran. South Korea is a country where prosecutors don't fuck around. Usually when taking cases they can win. Normally it takes months for a prosecutor to even to ever decide to pick up a case. So it's kind of like Japan's then. Yeah. They mainly just want to pick cases they're going to win. What's wrong with government-issued convert women? Same in Japan, prosecutors have like a 98% win rate. Yeah. Fucking 7 feet tall. See? Slowly but surely, you're being indoctrinated. Oh, I'm 5'9", but I'll date a chick taller than me. Yeah, Diddy Cell was rated, yeah. 6'5" woman of your dreams does not exist. You're not looking in the right places. Gonna recommend Big Eye and Rusty Moore. I think Astro Boy teams up with Big O, but everyone thinks Big O is an autonomous robot, but it's spotted by a retired ace pilot. Oh. Diddy Cell was rated? Cries in Higurama. That's on tall women wearing platform shoes to appear even more tall. Cowardice. I've made my position on that very clear. You're cheating. Ever find 6'5" woman? You're the last one getting her because she'll be married to me and we have gigantic North Viking children together. Never been with a really tall one, but wouldn't be against it. I would love to die from snoosu. And don't worry, Lolly, you'll make some giantess catches. Seem like a good lad. Yeah. Has to be all natural, exactly. If you're short, any tall woman could seem 7 foot. Slavic women do be tall, yeah. Geo did indeed escape to America. There's a bunch of warrants for him, but not at the level to justify extradition for diplomatic reasons. Extradition is heavy-duty shit. Well, that's probably where the child porn thing could have fucked him. Because if they actually did try to do that, they could have used that as justification of, like, why are you involved with this? Because that goes from you're being a public nuisance to outright you're part of a child porn ring. I'm 6.5 feet tall. I can't have tall woman face. If I did, they'd be in danger of serious health problems. I can't build an empire with someone who would be dead by 40. That's why I find that movie Tall Girl fucking stupid. These people clearly don't know how tall women are desired, but if it's not that, it's just a movie about a girl complaining. That's how you can tell it's written by a woman, because they actually do attack each other over stuff like that. This game's art style is more like a fairy tale book setting. Yeah. Well, let's talk about Somali being dead. Diddy on suicide watch. You better drop that Bad Boy Grace hits for he gets Epstein. And why'd I go in here? I don't even know I was supposed to go in here. Saying is I need to fight the entire Russian government to get a tall GF. Tried the new salted caramel frosty yet? I have not. I may try that tomorrow. I'm gonna do a bunch of errands tomorrow. Gotta go to the grocery store. We gotta get our holiday shopping early. Problem with South Korea's legal system is the onus is on the defendant to bring a case to the cops, and then and they, not the cops, typically conduct investigations. That sounds fucking weird. Ah, yes, the female gaze. I'll be contrarian check and have tall girls. I'll have a short stack. You heard the manga, The World of Moral Reversal. A girl ends up in an alternate version of our world where men act like women and vice versa. It's mostly horny women hunting men. That sounds funny. Shiloh, I need those 4 centimeters. I'll fight for 4 centimeters. Tall coward. I read the chapter correlates episode 7 because my friend said it's even darker, and fuck, Soki dances on the rooftop and pirouettes off. Yeah. It's super fucking good. Tell woman's a short woman when she's on her knees. Some of superhero comics are just telenovelas, but the main character eventually beats up a bad guy in silly costume. Yeah, Japan made artificial island in Tokyo Bay and tried to build a city on it, but it was abandoned. Now criminals and illegals overrun it. And Tall Girl was written by Sam Wolfson, who, despite being a gender-neutral name, is a man. Are we sure about that? Are we sure? Maybe it's one of those things where he asked for advice and he just asked his daughter. Because that happens sometimes. Wes Craven consulted his kids when he wrote My Soul to Take because he didn't know how modern teenagers acted. 5'11", I prefer a woman who's a little shorter than me, but I wouldn't say no to dating tall woman. Exactly. I have a tall friend who's generally disappointed to find out that he is taller than most tall girls in the Fate series. If you don't let me drain the swamp, I'll go to my weed farm and get a let Ting's Libertarian Boy Wife SpongeBob 2023. Here I thought we were going to see where black mages come from. You kind of do. Like, you kind of do in the beginning of the game. They're made in a factory. It's just now the black mages now fully embrace the fact they're puppets and they're scared to die. So they're working with Kuja because Kuja promised them they'd find a way to stop dying. I was definitely started getting water in and read that chapter. Can't imagine what the anime episode's going to do to me. It's super fucking good. Episode 7 what? Dandadan. I found I'm 6 foot, so I've been making peace with the fact that getting a girlfriend taller than me is sort of out of my reach for a while. There's a 4chan green text by a guy who married an Amazonian wife. Lucky bastard. Yeah, I saw that, yeah. The flaw with that, she's chubby. Cannot accept. 6 foot or not, she better, like Berserk, Nvidia dies on copium. I saw Naoto Shirogane wearing platform shoes. I made the position clear. It's cowardice. Unfortunately, Kuja's main goal because he too fears dying. Kuja's fucking panicking, yeah. That black mages come from the ghetto. She wasn't chubby, she was thick. You could see it on her face. She was chubby. If you can see it on the face, it's no longer thick. Forget hot media takes. What's the take you have on popular novels and books? I locally agree with Seth MacFarlane that Holden in Catcher in the Rye was a spoiled Nepo brat. That's kind of a common take with Catcher in the Rye now. I'm trying to think of one that was like spicy, where it'll piss people off. Is Marcelo and Dungeon Meshi a lesbo, or is that just fanship? Fanship. She's too autistic. Nato is not trying to be a tall girl, she's trying to be a normal height that's different. I was on Gangs of London. I liked it. I thought it was good. You can kind of feel that it had a slash budget come season 2. Because you had like three entire episodes in that fucking mansion when they didn't do anything. But when it got good, it got really good. Chubby bitches need love too. Yeah, you can love them. No, bro, I don't understand. She got the thick Velma vibes. Black mages made of children because becoming aware of death is something you do growing up. No, black mages are artificial beings. They're artificial beings that are created. So they literally don't have the concept of, like, anything. They had to learn it all. The entire point of the black mage village is they just started feeling like they didn't want to kill anymore, so they ran away. My wife is overweight in all the correct places. Pretty much there aren't many artists that draw cute, chubby girls. The Fat Elf manga artist being one of the few. That girl with the red eyes from the gambling manga, a lesbian, or she in DMC? Talking about Kakaguri, she is just crazy. Right on Space Marine 2, are people still playing that? Yeah. The artificial things that are created. Yeah, you specifically had to point that out. They are created with the purpose of killing. But they started developing kind of their own consciousness, and became aware of themselves, and they don't want to kill anymore. A slightly chubby girl is good. Hey, Yamako is just crazy, yeah. I thought we went over this in the Need for Speed stream. Why does some in chat keep wanting to fuck fat chicks? I got a hot take. I did not care for Claymore. Banned. That's not tall girl from Monster Musume. Talking about Tia or Tio. She's great. Best girl. Be honest, in plus size elf, the later chapters they've gotten too big. Well, I mean, you know what the point of plus size elf is. If you need to drop the M-bomb, we're gonna win against Kuja. Yeah, difference between fat and chubby. Yeah. Was not your perspective menu. Well, as stated, next video is going to be Batman, and I got a few others planned. I'm going to do the next Dead Rising one. Yeah, Fat Elf manga rise barely disguised fetish, but self-aware. It's a hot take, but I think Yu Yu Hakusho is the best shonen manga. It's pretty good. All Lamias are tall women. The tail does not count. Yeah, they're living weapons that developed wills and independent personalities and didn't want to be weapons anymore. Yeah. Vivi was the first one. Vivi was the first one to develop his own consciousness because he was never brainwashed by Kuja. He was picked up by his grandpa. I say grandpa, but like the one that would raise him because it was one of Kina's species. Being on the band less than Jake. I never really listened to them. Chubby Elf manga is Jamaica's favorite. Horse Girl and Slime Girl are the best girls of Monster Musume. I would like the Horse Girl a lot more if the bottom half wasn't literally a horse. I get she's a centaur, that's the point, but I don't like it. I don't like the centaur. As well as something that's only explained Ultimanius' spoiler warning, Vivi made Black Mage 2.0 before he died, turning him into a true race, or at least attempting. Yeah. Is Inuyasha a good series to watch, read? If you like Rumiko Takahashi stuff, yeah. Got a hot take. The front and behind of a lady are both good. I too would like to fuck a Lamia and have a family with her. They found out Vivi's grandpa only wanted him to fatten him up. Yeah, that was funny. Fine, tall, fuck the horse girl. You know you wanna. I really don't. I really don't. You don't like the horse, sissy? Or a video essay is talking about Uncharted and Ludo Air Distance. Mario realized nobody actually played the game and completely forgot the context. Nathan Drake. Yeah. It's like, oh, he's supposed to be a good guy. Yeah, he's going around killing. It's like, yeah, he's fighting amoral mercenaries who are aggressively the bad guys. I like Goblin Slayer more than Berserk. That is a hot take. Jesus Christ. Why is a coward doesn't want horse pussy? Like Mrs. Smith and Monster Musume, lazy coffee lover waifu. She is pretty good. Monster Musume fans are just dudes that want a wife and kids. Where's the line between Horse Girl and Lamia? Yeah, doesn't Nathan Drake also kill actual Nazis? I don't remember if there was like actual Nazis in Uncharted. Maybe in like 3. I don't remember them in 2. And 1, it's just asshole mercenaries. If I'm fucking Berserk, Lame as hell has been flanderized to hell and back. Nuke. Yeah, I don't think he ever kills Nazis. Yeah. Nazi zombies Uncharted 1. Alright, if you want to get technical, yeah, okay. You're right. Nazi zombies. For a big or nicely shaped butt. Both. Both can be nice. But I'll lean on nice shape over big. Nathan Drake only killed transformed cursed Nazis who were fucking with the actual Aztec treasure. Yeah. Best Futurama girl, why is it Amy? She is pretty funny. Shrimp going pretty good. They were Spanish. It was kind of a mixture of things. It was people who were on the island that became cursed. Yeah, Nathan Drake also killed pirates that they implied raped women. Yeah. Yeah, Monster Girls has the most degenerate, wholesome fetish scene. Molly fears the dump truck. It needs to have structure. Structure. Yeah, hips and thighs are more important than ass and tits. That's on tall women, but are tall because they have the growth disorder and very frail due to it. At that point, that's just sad. So we went to Moe. Umari is the horse girl, the dark-skinned tomboy U.S. soldier. VTuber wants to delete Canada when she becomes force president. It tracks. Berserk, Flanderization, Costco Rape, Guts Rape, Griffith Rape, Schnoz, and Puck. Bug out, Dark Souls map getting anime adaptation. True, how do you think it'll go? It'd be weird. I don't even know how you could really do that. I think you blame Kenko Cross and Monster Girl Quest for that. It's the perfect synthesis of both extremes. How'd you rate Hulkenberg's Ash metaphor? If you can get it, like, you know, patched where they actually fill it out more and actually matches the proportions of her body, it's pretty good. That's the thing. It actually has to, like, be patched because they took it from her. New Indiana Jones game looks generic. Nazis as literal guns to use against, but no, we use our fisticuffs. Well, to be fair, Indiana Jones does punch a lot of people in the movies. So I'm okay with, like, fisticuffs being a mode to fight, but yeah, don't skimp on the gunplay. I love Ragnara. I got a full comedy like Elden Ring manga where the characters get to fight over what Ronnie outfit's the cutest. That would be fun. That would be fun if they go like complete shitpost. The Bleach episode was extremely good with the new fight add in. The anime version of the Blood War became better than the manga version. It's really good so far. And we only had like 2 Aizen episodes. Can't find out Monster Girl is one of the most wholesome fetish in anime. Which do you choose? Reverse rape monster girls or carnivorous human eaters? Neither. Has the anthology series gone from Dragon Lord to Artorias invading the Abyss, Ornstein's journey to Archdragon Peak, and stuff like that? Yeah. Yarnum farting on the Madness anime. That'd be dope. Got one of Indy's best scenes is when it's seeing the Arab guy with a scimitar and he just shoots him. Monster girls are monsters on the outside. Normal girls are monsters on the inside. Some monster girls are also that. A man can't win. Indiana Jones also the same problem with Nathan Drake, except India almost exclusively fights out of self-preservation or self-defense. Well, the exception was the second film, but the cult was bad. Yeah. I mean, like, it's not a gotcha to go like, oh, your pulp action character kills. It's like, and? Alright, now we gotta go to the Desert Temple, which is... I think it's over here, if I remember right. It's somewhere over here. Pulp? Yeah, pulp. Basically serialized stories that would appear in like old literature magazines or you know, pulp comics, things like that. Nathan Drake was heavily inspired by Indiana Jones and to a lesser degree Tomb Raider. Yeah, Indiana Jones, Pulp Fiction action star. Yeah, he was based off old action serials that George Lucas would watch as a kid. The rumor that Sony might be buying out Kadokawa. Apparently, it's the powerhouse behind the Elden Ring game, which is odd since they don't own Bandai Namco. Yeah, they just want to centralize everything. How are you Winston? Pretty good. To your point, counter answer, you're a war criminal. Protagonist ain't cool if it says, but my love violence bad. Especially when they engage in it openly. Sucks the anime shows that try to play genuine straight feel like a rare at best or nearly dead at worst because a lot of shows are either therapy sessions or irony. Nathan Drake kills hundreds and he only kills a few. Well, even then, it's gameplay. It's like, you're surrounded by guys that want to kill you. Yeah, Conan the Barbarian's an example of a pulp hero. Yeah. We go to the Desert Temple. There's a coin you can find in Alexandria Port entrance. Oh, you're right. Yeah. So we gotta go back to Alexandria. That's... Yeah, so this is Lindblom. Alexandria should be... Yeah, there it is. Dark Souls 3 Remaster coming, but no Bloodborne. Pulp heroes could be borderline anti-heroes at times who often visited evil upon evil. Nathan Drake and Indiana Jones are fairly tame and at worst just typical action heroes. Yeah. Yeah, melee combat's really fun in Uncharted 3. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, follow the coast so they don't get lost and loop around. Yeah. Nathan Drake's murders are either horrible evil pirates, the Spock PMCs, the Illuminati, mythological creatures like blue guys with superpowers, or the Gimp Nazis. Plus, Nick can knock out most of them with a punch so he doesn't kill half of them. Yeah. It's action logic. It's like an Indiana Jones movie. Will not let us enter, or... Maybe because Alexandria did just get nuked. So we may have to, like, just go into the actual city. On that note, that's gonna be fun. Alright. Back Dandadan for 1 second. How do we feel about Granny Psycho? God, I'm not usually into gilfs, but I choke on her cigarette smoke. She's great. I love her. Remember us reading the title of Monster Musume? I thought it was a mobster Musume, and imagining each girl being based on different mobsters like Al Capone and Tony Soprano. Maybe that guy. Would you press prompt to enter? Yeah. There we go. Okay. So, I could enter, but it was very specific. That could be a little technical thing. Because that was weird. Usually just walk right up to it and press it, and it's like, huh. When Indiana Jones kills the Nazis, don't expect seeing exploring the horrors of war. Yeah, it's pulp stuff. It's tone, you know? The tone of the story says, listen, this is an action story. Granny's supposed to be old. I feel like there's something about, around that. Or she have amazing genetics, and if so, she must be fertile. I'm trying to remember where the coin's at in here. It's somewhere in here. It's before you actually go into the castle. One psycho to smack me with a paper fan and call me a dirty whippersnapper. Man, I want to reread Inuashiki. It's super good. I like that Dandadan's unafraid to mix magic with science fiction. To be honest, that's all too rare these days. Yeah. What do you expect a 70-year-old to be fertile? Have you seen the 70-year-old? I need Nathan Drake to have a 10-minute mental breakdown and cry over it. Yeah, it's like, no, it's a fucking action story. Should be in the elevator room. Okay. So it should be in here. How's the comic going? Guitar progress. I haven't touched the guitar in a little bit, but the comic has been going really good. It's been going really, really good. I showed off the last card design, so we're all officially ready for the trading cards. Be great. Be fantastic. Someone said with enough force, one can even restart a dying star. What's on the FN57? I think it's pretty cool. I'm sure she's 70. She doesn't look 70. I mean, Bayonetta is like 500 years old, and look at her. She looks great. I'm going to assume it's biological, so yeah, she is still fertile, and she can have my dick. Knowing in Survivor lore, I kept panicking saying I can do this for killing her millionth guy. Yeah, it's like, you become desensitized to killing. That's something that anyone who has killed multiple people says. Each one gets easier. Gotta be somewhere in here. I just feel knowing the military industrial complex won't let you buy a chicken. I mean, no one ever gets mad at Leon for killing a whole village of people. I mean, there were people at one point when it was a game, yeah. And the story is not trying to it's not trying to debate the morality of killing. It's just you are the action hero. Go fight the bad man. Anyone who goes like, well, why is he unaffected by how many people he kills? It's like, because why are you overthinking it? Do you say the same thing when you watch a fucking Jason Statham movie? To being horrified by killing would be cool to explore the fact that you don't feel anything about killing. Just the process you do that's more interesting than the war stories I find. Metal Gear sort of covers that with Snake. And it should be around northeast corner. Okay. I may have already grabbed it. Oh. There it is. Okay. To be fair, Jason Statham is a professional. Spec Ops: The Line made everyone think they were a psych major. Yeah. Like asking why John Wick killed so many people over a dog. Yeah, it's like... Yeah, most if not all that killing was in self-defense. Carl fight goes on that subject. Yeah. It's easier in the people Nathan and Indy kill, the worst people according to society, rapists, Nazis, sometimes demons. Yeah. It's action hero logic. Don't think about it. I know that was a parado. Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's not one of the coins. Fuck. That's not what you're getting. No, dude said there was a coin here. Here, let me... I'll give it one last look through just to be sure. More justifiable than the Purge approach to civilian killing? Yeah. Anti-sensitized was forced to do it in 2, and he also people die in way more horrible ways. It's even shown in Remake 2 where he starts out with "Don't make me shoot." Yeah. The senseless video game murder warped my fragile little mind. Why Action Man do Action Man thing? Well, it's people who want to sound smart. You know, it's the nitpicky, I'm going to find a way to twist any detail in this into be a negative thing. Because it's like, yeah, no one questions why action heroes kill people, because it's an action story. The point is the fun of it, the spectacle. My dad was never afraid of the napalm or the white phosphorus he dropped on the NVA. He was just afraid of dying. Yeah. Once people complaining about rape in video games seem to keep playing after seeing it. That's an opal. Still pretty useful. The Action Man do horrible things to bad guy, it's fun. Like someone said, Leon had PTSD and for he didn't enjoy killing, he has to do it to protect himself. Does it ever bother everyone that in pretty much every game with Middle Eastern terrorist enemies always back out and make it that they're tricked by the US or Russia? Yeah, right? If you want to push their limits while their fight or fly, you either decide to kill and save yourself or surrender yourself to despair. Yeah. Watch Harry Potter series, so we're disappointed. We didn't see Hagrid use his strength against the Death Eater. I mean, getting chokeslammed from him is gonna fucking hurt. But just how much morality, have them play Haunted Ground, see how many times they died. Modern day military training goes through so many loops for the threshold to actively shoot another human being as minimal as possible. Yeah. Does Leon even function after all the shit he sees? Because he's cool. Check northeast corner of the elevator room. I'm pretty sure I got it. I think I did. Sounds like some gay EFAT nitpicking. Just have fun with things. Well, it's been a common thing for a while. Like I said, Uncharted, that was kind of the criticism to lobby at the series. Like, how does Nathan Drake kill so many different people and yet never seems affected by it? It's like, because he's the hero in an action story? Yeah, I think I picked it up. I think I have the coin already. I think I specifically picked it up going into this room knowing it was going to be here. Yeah, coin's supposed to be a Leo. I think I picked it. Is there a limit to killing where you no longer feel worse about the numbers increasing? Well, yeah, like I said, that's kind of a common thing with people who kill over and over and over again. They feel less and less about it. I'm wondering what sort of modern writing tropes do you not like the most? Therapy session, Twitter page, or irony poisoning? Just wondering. Therapy session can be funny. Twitter page can also be funny, but it is annoying. But I think the worst is the irony. Because usually it is just not funny. Can you check your inventory? I may have turned it in. Because we turned in a bunch of the coins to the one lady. Because we have, like, Sagittarius, unless it's not under, unless it's not under key items, which I thought all of them were. What is Twitter page? Exactly what it sounds like. Twitter page is essentially where you get that straw man bad guy character. You know, it's a Dobson comic. You know, the Dobson comic thing of the irrational asshole who can never make a good point, who's just screaming and hollering and freaking out and is made to be as annoying of a straw man as possible, who gets beaten by like one sentence by the good guys, that kind of thing. For a zombie making device be available to any guy for the top dollar, war criminal is basically immortal or an Illuminati group that can mass produce illusions. Yeah. Right from Black Lagoon's murdered hundreds of people and treats it like nothing but daily occurrence. Yeah. Keyams, if you don't see it, we can assume we got it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got it. Therapy session shit's only funny to make character getting therapy have to be pathetic and unnecessarily whiny. Instead, therapy gets him punished by the characters that are smart. That's usually never what happens. It's as stated. The writer or whatever just ranting about their personal problems and using the story as their own personal device. The irony one, to me, is always the most annoying because it is explicitly them trying to be funny, and they're so insecure about their story that they are desperately trying to be funny all the time, and it just sucks. Imagine we boo COD zombies and your character starts whining about the hordes of killing resurrected dead people and how horrible killing reanimated corpses is. Hey, Comic, I'm the Chad and you're the Chud. Checkmate. Yeah, basically that. Sonic Adventure 2 has them as Chaos consumables. I assume you're talking about like these little coin things we pick up. And like I said, I'm pretty sure where we're supposed to go is here, because it's the Desert Temple. Yeah, comedy only works in bursts. And Mr. and Mrs. Smith have the best comedic therapy session bits. Yeah. Well, the therapy thing is not literal therapy. It's using a story to rant about your problems. That's what the therapy session thing means. Like someone else about dragons existing. Ah, okay. Ever seen the Kola's analyzing Evil My Stepdad's Kino? It's pretty fucking good. It's pretty good. I liked it a lot. The Kola's regular show dubs are fucking hilarious. Like the guy that got to voice Muscle Man is like way too fucking on point with that voice. Ludenaire distance when the character is mentally broken by killing someone, yet they kill thousands. Yeah. In Slayer's next episode, Lita have to fight off some reanimated townsfolk, and she doesn't have a problem with fighting the adults. When a child lunges at her and she stabs him, she breaks. Yeah. Well, it's still fucked up. Hey, Young Justice episode where Beast Boy has breakdown, goes therapy, last half a season, got a therapy dog. Cola's been getting me through job searching real well. One from across the pond, have you seen the Game of the Year announcements? Jeff must dread how much Asian representation there is. Can you use an actual therapy session framing device to show flaws or provide insight to a character? Just read your comment. Well, I mean, that's when you actually do it the funny way, the right way. That's where you have like the It's Always Sunny therapy episode, which is fucking hilarious. I may not be able to get on this island right now. I think it's up there. Yeah, it's the big fucking desert spot. What's a regular show dub thing I want him? Kolas and like 2 other voice actors do like parody dubs of regular show, and they have like just complete shit posts to them. It's fucking great. Like you have look up the Benson incel one, because that one's fucking hilarious. That's where you get Muscle Man freaking out and going like, she's not terrible, bro. She's got that nerdy Velma phenotype. Oh, so she looks like Meg from Family Guy. Yeah, Desert Palace in the half of the second continent you haven't been to yet. Yeah, Kola's an Americaner, yeah. And Kola's apologized for the SpongeBob Republican video. Trump wanted, was it just a joke? Out of the way, the SpongeBob video had me laughing hard. As far as I'm aware, they're still doing them, so I don't think he's like double back on it. It'd be really fucking weird to double back on it. Yeah, it's here. And if I remember right, it should be here. I'm low-key grooming this nigga. Yeah, fucking hilarious. SpongeBob RNC one was funny. It was pretty good. And we're gonna touch the Chocobo minigame. I completely forgot 9 has a Chocobo minigame. Yeah, typical Jewish trickery. Yeah. I know about Benson dancing, shitpost animator who is way too good at gore, but now I get this other guy, Benson dancing me at Brigbet. There's some knowledge they may carry. Welcome to the RNC. How based are you? Well, as an American are basically more Zoomer, Sam Hyde in terms of the actual bits. They come across as the Paul Jag when it's supposed to be a giant ass bit. Okay. That's what I thought, because they're still doing stuff, so it's like, there's no way they go back and apologize and then just immediately keep doing shit. New JoJo chapter's out. Yee! Talking about the Chocobo questline is not as bad as FF7, but still not doing that just to find funny square super boss. That's getting ripped by the gorillas was not expected, but still funny as shit. Yeah. The one I like is the one where Rigby gets like cosmic lean, because that has the line where he's like, "Man, this shit tighter than Eileen's what was that, like mole cunny or something," and like the guy voicing Rigby broke character halfway through because he couldn't stop laughing. Well, you own that libtard like Crowder owns his wife. How trad am I? Support the LGBTQs. Yeah, so without the plus, holy shit, you're fucking based. Yeah, if you want Ultimate Weapon, you have to do it. Yeah. Last question. I'm currently writing something just because I can. I want to have a Conan story, but there's a group of terrorist witches who use modern military equipment. Opinion? That wouldn't necessarily be Conan. Just kind of be just more of a shitpost fantasy one. Still could be fun, but yeah. Yeah, his apology was for a joke about the Mexicans all voting blue when they didn't. I love the QAnon SpongeBob dub, yeah. And the Game Awards get outed for having an inner jury of journals that actually decide what games win or lose. That's been outed multiple times. It's really good at the parody of the right, much better than most lefties. You watch as Margaret's father being wholesome for 2 minutes. That was fun. That was fun. Yeah, never call Benson a fake cell. If you'd ever watch you feel you'd ever reach a point where comic manga style storytelling would become too babyish in your eyes? I'm not sure what you mean by that. The Trump versus Majin Kamala is fucking hilarious. Yeah, go ahead, specifically Bronze Age with weird magic. I think there was one where they went to a Minecraft world and Pops has to fight Hero Prime. Favorite regular show character? I love Benson. Benson's great. Like, he's kind of like that Squidward thing where he starts off as such a prick, but then you learn more about him, and you end up, like, really feeling for the guy, and it's like, god damn, you do not deserve half the shit you have to deal with. Him or Muscle Man? Muscle Man's hilarious. Skips is pretty good. Why is Kuja a 007 villain now? Yeah, Muscle Man's what makes the show. He has some of the best episodes, yeah. Do you know who else has dementia? Is the active time event for the Sid still become a frog? He'll be a frog no matter what. Don't you talk about my mom. These black people aren't like in the Kendrick Lamar song. Someone say boy wife, they better not be making it their whole personality. Remember this is all a distraction from the Hunter Biden laptop, yeah. Because witches are pretty much the only ones who have access to their ship because they use hyperdivination and unreliable. I really want to go intense on the power metal aspect. Yeah, you can do it. As long as you embrace the fun. Checked out Kozlon, it's pretty good. Tighter than Eileen's mole cunny, fucking hell. Oh, it's fucking great. Like I said, that shit had me dying laughing. Go to sleep, bro. Remember, if Skip starts walking, you're basically dead. How about the one with the ghost of George Roids? So Benson Ferrari makes you feel, Muscle Man Ferrari makes you laugh. Yeah, good way to put it. Can you see yourself giving up comics, manga, or gaming at any point in your life? Not really, because the whole insecurity aspect of it is usually stems from the fact that people don't really respect it as a medium. They don't really view it as a artistic field. So they'll drop it just thinking like, well, it sucks and who cares, and there's nothing like substantial about it, when that's not true for all three. All three have multiple titles within them that are genuine works of art. You know, even if you don't consider something like Berserk art, there's manga that is legitimately art. I mean, you have stuff like A Silent Voice, you have stuff like Old Boy, you know, Stuff that has become substantial works in their own ways. For comics, you have stuff like Batman, who has a ton of stuff that has affected culture. Superman, who's become a literal fucking icon of America. Watchmen, things like that. You know, Sandman. Yeah, you have Vagabond. Yeah, Vagabond. Vagabond is, like, fucking phenomenal. Yeah, Rosa Versailles. Well, I was speaking to the point that even people that are not that well versed in manga can recognize it and see there is artistic medium in it. Yeah, Mouse. Yeah, Mouse. Barefoot Gen. You know, stuff like that. Gone, a manga that was told purely without dialogue and is beloved because it can convey its story. Yeah. Oh man, there isn't even a Whole Foods here. Where am I supposed to get my mid-art ho pussy now? Hey, Comicsgate supporter. So, the whole thing with Comicsgate was, like, when it first started off, I was, like, very, like, oh, hell yeah, do that. Because when Comicsgate started, there was legitimate momentum. There were guys that genuinely wanted to make their own stuff and kind of build their own little competitive market against, like, the big companies and kind of brew a new era of indie. Quickly became something it was not supposed to fucking be. So no, I don't really consider myself CG by any definition. Day I stop loving stuff like this, it'll be the day I want to stop living. Besides, it wouldn't be fun to see what comes after. It might be fun, yeah. Don't bring Vivi, Aiko, or Garnet on the mission. Too bad. I didn't bring Garnet. Of how one of his vids turns from political satire to Benson Impreg. Here I'm Berserk and Dragon Maximum Time be second to Rockman's my favorite thing of all time. Yeah. Remember the Tech 9 was open bolt? Especially when the Eve Man Skyver went nuts and became jealous of the black guy making his own comic become successful. Yeah. Seriously, don't take Vivi, Garnet, or Aiko. I know where we're going. Anyone Style, Freya, and Amaranth for this? The problem is they're both way too squishy. Does have a team of magic users being told in place being sent to as an anti-magic barrier? It doesn't last that long. Like, that's the weird thing about it. It really does not last that long. Forgot the black guy's name, but apparently the comic was mid but so successful. Talking about Isom, first few issues of Isom were kind of mid, but he's quickly gotten better with it. Like, look at some of the spin-offs he's doing. He's doing like a Doctor Strange type thing with like a witch chick that actually looks pretty dope. I'm warned against buying Stalker 2 on release, but feels too late for that, yeah. People say the Bones books, the White Creature, or Berserk for kids. Do you agree? I never really got into Bones, so I don't know. Iron Age has effectively replaced CG for actually pumping out comics, so at least there's that. Will Eisner establish comics can be high art with a contract with God in the 70s? It's just insecure normies and ignorant corpos keeping the medium down, sleeping on it. Yeah. They're all pulling for me only in for the lit dev comics now. Everyone's gonna have the ones they go to. No, that was the whole point of the indie market. You find what you like. Yeah, Yara was actually pretty cool. Yeah. Hell, I like Common America. And after watching the Mikey No More documentary where it talked about what happened to Tim Lin, it's like, that's fucking sad. Because Common America is legit fun, and I've said it multiple times. Like, that's a franchise now. That's not just an indie comic thing. That is an actual fucking franchise. As we know, he was very successful. The comic wasn't anything special, but still becoming a millionaire overnight broke EVS's mind with success. I think Comicsgate, the first thing that comes to my mind was the Make Mine Milkshake controversy, and after that, I forgot it existed for years. I was kind of similar. I knew about it. I heard some of the grumblings. I knew sort of what War Campaign was in the sense of I knew they existed. I didn't really know what War Campaign was. And it was only like years later that I look back on and go like, why does everyone fucking hate each other now? Common America's fucking hot. It's got very good art. Isn't Common America getting anime? I think it's getting something, yeah. As stated, the Common America guys straight up get like manga artists making fan art of them. They are established. Odin's Neo Bussy, it's 2 a.m. and I hurt myself holding in a laugh. Yeah, Ethan Ben Schuyler had problems with people like Tim Lynn because he was pro-Trump and wanted to be apolitical. Yeah, and then it turned out, like, Ethan may actually just be a fucking lefty in disguise. Not even a joke. That's been a theory for a little bit. God, America got a hentai. I took a lot of my boxes and penis. When chocolate was good in this country, all the candy bars now are goy-slop to the highest degree. Dude, it's all just sugar. It hurts my teeth. I don't know what the fuck happened to chocolate, but it is not the same anymore. Tim Hoon, what happened? I bet it has something to do with EVS spurking out over manga. Sorta. Tim Lim was a guy who got his start in indie comics with a few different... Yeah, there was a Common America documentary, yeah. But he got to start making a few like pro-Trump parody comics where he made My Hero Academia, the Wall comic. I don't remember what that was a parody of, but it was also another parody. Trump Space Force. And then he started moving on to more just general comic stories, not explicitly political ones, because you had Hops. There was another one he worked on before Common America. Was it Rags? I think it was Rags. The one where it's the army chick in the zombie apocalypse. And there's like always a reason she gets naked. It was something like that. I think he worked on that. And then he did Common America. And Common America fucking exploded. Oh. How dare you try to minimize on me. Yeah, Thump as well. Yeah, Thump was another one of the ones. Yeah, Common America was a spinoff of Macadamia. Yeah. Yeah, my Hero Macadamia with Wall Might. That was it. It was Wall Might, yeah. Atop the Trump wall where Trump reviews business ideas. That sort of was The Apprentice. But Common America came. Documentary's a complete show fest with no context. I mean, come on. The girls are cute. Make sure to make a wish. Isom did get unfairly slandered by Vito and EVS, much as Eric had fanboys didn't even read Isom. His detractors are unhinged, not right, stalked and harassed him. Yeah. Well, that was kind of the name of the game with new era CG, which now it kind of just seems to be petering out, and everyone's kind of just like, oh god, that happened. Where Ethan and kind of his cronies would gun after people that he felt didn't deserve to be in CG or didn't deserve to have successful campaigns, and he would gun after them. You know, fuck with them, fuck with their campaigns, slander them, do all sorts of stuff, and force people out and shit like that. Did that to Timothy Lynn, did that to Doug TenNapel, did that to multiple other people. That's why you should watch the Mikey No More documentary, where he just lays it out in full, like, this happened. This happened, and this is something that you can't deny happened. Jocko had to lower the amount of cocoa due to the increased cost, and they've basically been tossing crap, artificial shit, and that's what happened. That explains so much now. Ever heard of Rita Crundwell, where town had crumbling infrastructure, and turns out she was embezzling over $50 million to fund her horse hobby from the town. Oh my god. EVS already accused Eric of harassing the Sasuke sister without any proof. Yeah. Lily out of the blue one day just accused Eric July of sexual harassment. Everyone's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, they made Irene leave CG, the creator of Fendish. Yeah. The best way to describe CG is there were so many bridges that were burned that never needed to be burned. Like, for no reason at all. See if I can nuke one. Does Common America have a Garfield, Seinfeld smash up as the main background show, Garfield and Associates? It's fun, yeah. Don't forget about Dick and his riders getting mad at Eric July for telling people not to show up at his warehouse in the middle of the night, try to start shit. Yeah. They did Irene dirty. She's still sent for CG on occasion. Like, I can understand trying to have that kind of professional grace, I guess the best way to put it, with them, but it's still one of those where all people have is a bad taste in their mouth from it. Like those EVS guys making fun of that Star Wars girl, dead sister. Yeah. Can Eric July fight his arch nemesis, Eric August? I fucking hate cactars. Ethan Roth the Rage Pig? No, Ethan Van Sciver, different guy. And of course I want to keep fucking Aiko confused. She's the only one with any magic worth a damn. Nathan Van Skyver turned into his own little fiefdom, and then it got destroyed because of his own greed and jealousy. Yeah. Don't have to work on that Skulljack idea one day. I haven't got given up on it. Yeah, be persistent. You never know. I know Eric July hates Fireburst movies. He's probably gonna do another 1,000 needles. Yep, 1,000 needles. So who's he aiming at? Yep, baby. Okay. CG feels like a nerd fight. GG had more cultural impact, but even then, the normies don't know about my personal Vietnam. So, as stated, the thing with CG is when it started very, very well. That is something, and of course, Zidane's gonna get fucked up. M for 5 fake mines. What's up, Goober? You got me into Berserk. 6 shit. Cheers, boss. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But yeah, when CG started, it started off very, very strong. It was able to actually make a lot of money. I'm not even kidding when I say if you gather all the campaigns people have funded of CG together and kind of put them in a little box, the amount you would get is somewhere in the mid-millions of dollars. A lot of fucking money has been pumped into CG. You have level 5 death and your blue mage kills cactars instantly. I don't have my blue mage with me. Ah, there we go. Yeah. Probably would have been a good idea to bring Kina. But I always go like, oh, Kina's the blue mage. Louis Hopper for 79-cent fake monies. I'll give him a little heart. I'll give him a little heart. Just to know that you're included. I think biggest indictment against CBS is he barely even discusses art or his own comic on his channel. Doug Snaple does art. Eric talks about his projects, and K ignores drama. Yeah. Let's see, DD2 or Like a Dragon not nominated for Game of the Year. I remember when Razor made his own Iron Age video. I was legit pumped for that idea. Want to keep that same spirit alive, but it's been tainted a bit. Plus, Kanan can learn Earthquake on the continent. That is true. Yeah, bring Kanan if he has level 5 death. Yeah, CG attracted grifters along with some genuine creators. Everyone got in their feelings to certain people. Yeah. Keep hearing CG, and I was thinking of a discussion about CG hindsight Comicsgate. No, it's Comicsgate. Like I said, the history around Comicsgate is sad. It is genuinely sad because when it started very strong. Your boy Zach, before he lost his fucking mind because people didn't want to watch Furiosa, when he had Jawbreakers, when he first announced Jawbreakers and announced he was going to do his own comic about Jawbreakers, people were excited. They were like, oh, hell yeah, that's going to be great. You know, it's one of those things where he got, like, what, over $100,000 on it? And it was just some Randy who announced he was going to do that, and that got a lot of people excited. You know, that was going off the backs of another old comic guy who made a bunch of money off that campaign. And it kind of just became more about that. It became more about just the Indiegogo page and setting that up. People to this day swear that half the campaigns that, you know, kind of just disappear, like the comic campaigns that disappear, they only post, like, occasional bits of art that they may have commissioned just to have an update, and then pocket the rest of the money. What was the name of the Common America documentary? Yeah, I forgot the name of it. Was Jawbreakers any good? It was decent enough G.I. Joe slop. Has that got a Rainbow and Expendables comic of Stallone? Yeah, and it was several periods of time late. I don't buy John Malin comics, he's too expensive. Was Zach on the Weird Warpath against Drinker? Shame because the poor Jawbreakers when Myra was getting attacked by Mark Wade. Yeah, it's... The downfall is painful. The downfall is painful specifically because there was no reason for the downfall. It is a completely self-inflicted fate. They had every chance in the world to avoid it. Yeah, your boy Zach had a good idea about a story with War Tour. Shame he went insane. Yeah. Looks like Ghost of the Badlands on indefinite hiatus. Which want your comic to be published by Image Comics? I just want people to let me go through all my crazy ideas. Give me as little of a leash as possible. Yeah, surprised your boy Zach was so obsessed with Furiosa, right? Interesting Comicsgate. Comicsgate and Gamergate was the former died quickly with the latter's dog went and be put down. Yeah. Also, due to the fact they let Ethan dub himself the king of the movement. Yeah. So, A big reason Gamergate fell apart was there was major disagreements over whether or not Gamergate should have a leader. That's where you had the whole thing with Medicare, where Medicare is like, I am not the fucking leader of this. I am just a guy. This is not a leader thing. This is a community uprising. It is people from multiple different periods and places of the internet all gathering together and saying, man, fuck Zoe Quinn and her friends. I mean, that's it. But they insisted on there being a leader. Jim left, and then from there, everyone kept fighting each other in multiple different circles, tried taking control. It became infighting. Alpha Omega, $5. EVS tried paying no snow and ice on Nick's oldest son, and Nick didn't even call him out for it. These two are pawn scum of a fed field, yeah. But Comicsgate's the exact opposite. Comicsgate was the exact opposite problem, where the leader was too centralized. Ethan was going around doing gay ops against people and fucking with people he didn't like. Basically trying to be like, well, you're not part of us if you don't follow our rules. And it pissed people off. And they're like, man, fuck you. I don't want to be a part of this. Was that Rambo comic Drinker and Chuck Dixon wrote even released that Zach was supposed to publish? That's a good question. I like Nina Infinity, but I don't watch her. Sports called EVS the king, not himself, and he ran with it. These people still making money if they're so bad because they're able to trick people. Like, that's explicitly what it is. It's tricking people. What was the rules they made? I know one was you can't use Kickstarter. Can't use Kickstarter. You're not allowed to get political, quote-unquote, that he would break that rule at a drop of a hat if he liked you. And all in all, he would just, like, make or break people. If he thought you made Comicsgate look bad, he would send people to fuck with you. Yeah, Furios had a bloated budget and poor marketing, plus no Mad Max is a stupid idea. Yeah. Yeah, he sounds like a high school student, not an adult. Yeah. That's been the general agreed upon theory. It went from a consumer movement to essentially just high school gossiping. So EVS says the intense thing can trick thousands of people. He has had multiple books that are years late. Years. And he's still able to get people to fund his Kickstarters. It's like, yeah, he tricks people. Fuck his EVS. Ethan Van Skyver. He's Kingdom More Hishi has a lot more powerful spells in the game. I know, just building up blue magic is a pain in the ass. He has such a fucking snake dude. Supported Eric July at the start, but then changed his tune when it wasn't popular. Support him. Same as Zach and Drinker. Yeah. Heroes could have been a micro series or something to prep people for another Mad Max movie. But nah, well, rip another franchise. We were young back then. That went hard, a little too hard, and we let people, skeptics and Ethan Ralph run the movement into the ground. Not more people on board, even normies at this point, but optics still, yeah. We'll see the end of Berserk in our lifetime, probably. I'm having hope. Try Blizzard. He is technically a reptile. And CBS stopped making trash cast, and then making trash cast. Then I'll watch him again, but I won't back him even though I like Cyberpunk comics. Still hate Eric comics and miss the old Eric July. I just made the Furiosa anime. Yeah. I could just jumps to dodge. Cute. Image Comics built their entire imprint off being late, made millions. Quality over quantity. No. No. It's like that is a hard I'm stomping my foot down. No. Ethan has no excuse to be as late as he is with half of his shit. Like, literally no excuse. You can see video of him fucking with Eric July, ranting on stream for hours about people he doesn't like, smoking crack with lesbians. Like, no. This is not a matter of let the master cook. It's a matter of the master's not in the fucking kitchen. EVS banned and blocked me. I would point out manga has been slaughtering American comics and sales since the 70s. Yeah. Ran a Comicsgate relatively late in. Never saw any of the comics actually put in besides the first couple. The only people I saw was Common America. From what you're saying, something bad. What? No, Common America's good. Common America's good. You know, Tim Lim's a good guy. You have shit like Isom, which is doing extremely well right now, and Eric July's whole side of things. Like the Comicsgate people we're talking about is like EVS in that circle. You know, that whole thing. Didn't EVS also go after Common America guys too? Yeah. They're still pissed about it to this day. For good reason. Doesn't EVS have a wife with dementia autistic daughter? Like, really, dude? Yeah. Common America's hot. Wish there was hentai. Guarantee if you look for it, there will be. Did you watch the Terminator anime? I thought it was pretty good. Being late and behind schedule is what happens the first time you start a new project, not when you have done it for years. Yeah. And it shouldn't be standard. I remember when Vito's putting out a comic? That too, propped up fucking Vito in Super Killer, something that literally stole $100,000 from people. I can't believe people got angry over games like Atomic Heart over the stupid Ukraine versus Russia crap. Oh, it makes sense when you realize that people don't believe in the shit they say and they just go along with the trend. Yeah, Razor's put out several comics and books too. Yeah. He has this whole, like, kind of like, it's a Western thing, and it's kind of like if the Shadow is in like the Old West. It's kind of cool. I like the art. The art's really dope. Yeah, even RG, despite being Comics Game, it's a matter of time for the rest of CG turned on him. So he stayed to himself. Yeah. And soon you will. Yeah, but I'm 100% not involved with Comics Gate shit. This is, I have nothing to do with that side. I am one man putting out something I have a cool idea for. Respect has issues with Common America as well, but as long as it's not the EVS thing where it's fucking with a guy personally, he can have any opinion he wants. Yeah, fucking video was dance for attention. Medicare last stream, the chat kept telling him to fuck off. Yeah. Unlike you, Lolly, who used the money for the comic. I just want to keep buying more stuff for it. It's really cool. I listened to Dick and Vito talk shit for months, almost years, now harassing Eric and his friends, and Vito still didn't put out the comic. Yeah. Yeah, EVS got upset when anyone brought manga. He thought it was childish. Yeah. Completely out of touch. Boomer. That's not entirely true, sir. You're working with Maiko at one point with part of Comics Gate, albeit tangentially. Yeah, but even he admits, it's like, yeah, he's not really part of that anymore. Could smell when the wind was blowing. It's like, yep, better to kind of drift away now. He's still friendly with some people, but even he's like, yeah, I don't really want to be part of that anymore. And whatever you do, don't get involved with Comics Gate crowd. Do your own thing and stay away from high school drama crap. I plan to. The cursory look into it. EVS called Common America guys pedos, called all anime fans pedos, and manga anime should be banned in the U.S. coping over competition. Yeah, that is what it is. He freaks out over anything he feels is a competition to him. That's why he'll gun after people left and right if they piss him off. Working on anything interesting? I'm working on Cyberpop. I haven't been able to shut up about all the cool stuff we're doing at Cyberpop because I'm really excited. If Lurch the Devil is tough associating with EVS, eventually everyone will. People will eventually cut off, slowly but surely. Because he will reach that level where it is too much damage to be loyal to him. EVS is green with envy against manga and Isom. Yeah. I think the Ghost of the Badlands is done by the same guy who made several 4-panel political meme comics. He's a good artist. Andrew Tate went to a Diddy party. Oh boy, he's definitely a pedophile, and all the charges that he committed, all of his support have been arrested or killed for some reason. Yeah, what's wrong with a little friendly competition? Exactly. It's like you're supposed to have competition. You're not supposed to fuck each other over. Yeah, Mongo's challenge. Does that retard know about stuff like Berserk and Vagabond and Vinland Saga? He's a boomer. You guys probably wouldn't have anything to complain about if you actually published stuff. Yeah. Lim was the person behind Thump. Yeah, he did Thump, My Hero Macadamia, and Trump Space Force. Then he started doing like more just general apolitical comics. EVS could potentially be controlled opposition considering he is openly trying to screw over many indie comics, people who are actually succeeding against mainstream. So to kind of explain it a little bit, to explain a little bit more and give more context, there is a theory that for a while he got involved with CG to pitch himself to Dynamite. Dynamite being another one of the big indie comic companies. That's why he was very obsessed with making sure that no one fucked with the image of Comicsgate. Because if you fucked with the image of Comicsgate, then you fucked over Ethan's chances at being able to work with Dynamite. That is a theory. But considering some of his behavior at the time, the fact he was really pushing for Dynamite collaborations with Cyber Frog, it makes sense. But once again, it's a theory. As stated, I would recommend watching the Mikey No More documentary where he goes over a lot of the history of it. Because it does point blank point out a lot of stuff. And here we go. Swapping back over. Oh, look at this. Look at this. We were talking about Cyber Pop and there's Cyber Pop stuff on the screen. That's so convenient. It's so cool. It's so cool and convenient. Yeah, when the Dynamite deal fell apart, he went off the deep end. Yeah. Yeah. That's the entire GME short squeeze thing now that we have a couple of years of hindsight. Yeah, I'm not too sure what you're talking about. If you're talking about the GameStop thing, they're going to do it again. They're going to do it again, and they're going to kill that company, because why wouldn't they? Can you link in the chat and documentary? Sure. Yeah, he can be a little hard to find because he's a very small channel. He's got like 3K subs, but he's actually very, very good. Heading off early. It's like 2 a.m. where I'm at. It's not exactly early. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I linked it in chat. Have you played Fable? Yeah, I played the Fable games. Hot take. I like 3. I know it's not that great. I know it has problems. I know it basically plays itself. I kind of like 3. Fuck you. Should be me carrying Rachel Brow style, not this Yuri bait. Like Razor Force political rants and his views on stuff, but not so much on comics. I don't like comics as much. Never. So cool and convenient, like getting a 10% off using code TALL. 10% off, use code TALL. EVS and crew fund a lot of Literature Devils comics, so Lit Dev can't leave CG because it will die into nothingness. Yeah, and I'm sure that's the idea. Get them dependent so you'll never leave. It's like a cult. Yeah, politics, only thing I'm 1-to-1 with Razor on. Evolving weapons is pretty cool. This is true. Exactly. Desert was the best power 3. I like the horror sequence. Had a terrible interview. Hope my next one's better, but fuck me, the job market's fucking terrible right now. Don't worry, you have a few more months. U.S. trying to secure a future for his family. He should stop smoking crack with lesbians then. Like, that's the thing. When you pay attention to his spiral, he is not helping his family. Like what you do in Fable 3, change the weapons? Yeah, the evolving weapons. Shame Lit Dev made some really good videos, but I felt he fell off, stopped watching and stuff. I still like him. I think he's pretty cool. He actually streamed some of my videos before. Gotta check the link of fucking Court Thesis in the comments. God, this guy can't help himself. Fable 3 sucked. I fully admit it's flawed. I fully admit it's got problems. I kind of like it, though. Promise there's no pregnant stuff in your comic. I'm fed up with seeing that stuff in comics. What do you mean by pregnant stuff? I didn't intend on that. You know, people dismiss French comics because Razor shilled them, and people view them as a contrarian. Oh, die in the hill, they have good comics. Last Man's pretty dope. What are your thoughts on the Gungrave games? They are decent fun. Can you marry your sister in Fable 3? You don't have a sister. Yeah, Fable 3 need fine-tuning, yeah. Blazer Armor, $5. Thoughts on the Cross comics? I have every volume. My family's okay with it. Good stream and good luck. Crossed is okay. It's one of those where you read batches of Crossed. You don't try to binge the whole thing. If you binge the whole thing, you get burned out really fast. Ask Rosa to check your video. Yeah. To be honest, Fable's always been a flawed series. You enjoy what you can get in those. Yeah. Fable 2 had a sister, but she's never involved until one ending, I think. Yeah. Ever play one of the Ultima games? I never got into Ultima, no. I like the Spoonie videos on them, though. As I remember, most comics media skip pregnancy and skip to the baby. Yeah, I'm not sure what he means by pregnancy stuff. I'm a little worried now. I was like, what comics are you reading? I'm pregnant, that paraplegic girl failure from your comic. French comic don't have much English translation, so it'll be hard to get into, but Petite and Last Man was good. Yeah, Sandcastle's pretty good if you want like a fucked up horror one. That's the one that M. Night Shyamalan movie Old's based off of. You have a brother in Fable 3, but you can't marry him. You only get a choice between executing him or sparing him and making him fight to redeem himself. Mark Miller appears to be an utter psychopath again. I used the term appears just from his work. I don't know what he's actually like as a person. He's going to do Batman. He's going to review Dark Knight Returns someday. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Dark Knight Returns is still my all-time favorite Batman story. One thing I liked from France was Wakfu, but the anime kind of slowed down and died. So if there's like a pregnant lady and she's placed in a dangerous situation for no reason. Oh yeah, no, nothing like that. Because like, I will fully lay this out. I will fully lay this out. Part of one of the reasons I wanted to end early so I can actually explain this in full. So yesterday I typed my ass off to finish the entire outline of Cyberpop. Where it's going to go, where it's, kind of issue by issue, what the main points of it going to be, and the different elements that'll pop up for it. It's still kind of in the early draft of it, where there's some stuff I kind of want to go back and flesh out a little bit more, but the main points are fully laid out. So once the first one is done, like this first comic is done, be aware there is a lot more intended. A lot more intended. The general... Let me click on a few things on my end to make sure that I have my math right here. Yeah. Yeah. Damn it. Yeah, the general prediction all around of the issue length, as in how long it would take to fully tell the saga of Cyberpop, I guess the best way to put it, is issue 17. So that is issue 17, and that is assuming it's going to be about similar-ish page count of like 72 around maybe. Some of them I think we'll have to stretch a little bit further than that. The point is it'll be big. It'll be a big story. Yeah, 17 issues, dang, yeah. And that's all the general plot lines laid out. It's characters, their arcs, that kind of thing. Some stuff I still want to go back and flesh out because I feel like the main bad guy doesn't have enough of a presence before the end game happens. And it's like I kind of want to flesh that a little bit more. Rachel, you're pregnant? Nope. Lift shirt, bladder filled with beer. Works 100% of the time. She would do that. And Cyberpop 2 is kind of like a sequel midquel. Well, I mean, like okay. Would you ever consider putting out a graphic novel if your whole thing does well? That's kind of what I'm doing now. If it's all able to be laid out and finished and, the whole story is out there and like all the issues, I would 100% do an omnibus for it, yeah. Was the name of the Common America documentary again? Going to listen when you leave. I don't remember. Here, let me look it up. Yeah, I'm not seeing it offhand. Fuck. Yeah, I'm not able. I can't find it. They do have an official YouTube page if you want to look that up. They have a huge outline for I want Frostburn. Got to work on that name to rearrange some parts because I don't know how to read the first one. Yee. I want to distract you. Just feel weird knowing that some can last 17 issues or volumes. I'm wordy. I'm a wordy person. After 17, we do a story of the week stuff or end it. Well, 17 is the ending. Like, that's it. It's a whole story outline. Like, it's... The idea is it will be the ending, and anything else I would have to think about more. This is general, like, plot stuff, Same short, but then again, depends on the page length. As stage, page length could get high. It'll be up in, like, the 70s and maybe onwards. So it'll be a lot. And it's kind of meant to be a simple-ish story. I don't want it to last too long because I don't want people to get, bored of it or exhausted of it. But it is one of those I feel like 17 issues is about where I'm at for it to feel right. Would you ever release Cyberpop as volumes? Yeah, instead, do like an omnibus of like all of them together. That'd be dope. Volumes, it'd be a little bit too stretched. You'd have like basically maybe like if you're doing about like four issues per volume, that'd be about 4 volumes and then 1 extra hang-on. Cyberpop seems kind of seems like things that already exist. I've already seen. Yeah, it's a love letter. I love old school action stuff. I love J-horror. I love cyberpunk stuff. That's what it's meant to be. Everyone always brings up Image, but man, a super underrated comic company from back in the day was CrossGen, and CrossGen had some great comics. Sojourn is kick-ass fantasy. Wish you have the mandatory beach sequence. Hope all the best for you and your comic endeavors. You're the only streamer I like listening to, and you stream at a time I like. Don't get involved in drugs and lesbian, please. Germany went to shit once they started letting in Turks, the country who reconcile with genocide they're involved with, letting in people whose whole countries deny 3 of theirs. That's fucking sudden. Everything's already been done, so how you do it that makes a difference. Exactly. I really like the direction we're going. I think Magneto, the guy we got doing the art for it, is fucking fantastic, and I hope he's on board for all of them, but I know for a fact the minute he hears that, it's like, oh yeah, 17 issues, and they're going to be like at least 70 pages each. He'll probably be like, I'll fucking kill you. But, you know, I'm excited. I think it'll be dope. Reckon Red Fist is right when he says Mad Max is a Western but in the post-apocalypse. He's not wrong. No. I mean, Max in the old movies is basically just man with no name. Where I was listening to RGE, but I like your opinion more than his, so I stay ye. Sorry, Pop ending. Yuki downloads her consciousness into a pickle. Funny shit I've ever seen. Look hard enough, everything is somewhat a love letter to what came before. Yeah, basically. That's why whenever I hear someone go like, this sounds familiar, it's like, it's kind of meant to be familiar. For the comic, I can't wait to see more of Rachel's fat ass, yeah. Comic becomes successful. Netflix wants to make an adaptation where you make a beach episode with bikinis. Yeah, man with no name, but in Australia, yeah. But like I said, I have basically all the story concepts laid out. Things will explicitly get far more supernatural as things go on, and it'll be great. I don't want to say how or why, but I was talking to Micah about it because we had a meeting. Last night, and kind of was like, all right, we're gonna hash out some final details here. Like, I kind of forgot to do a poll on it, and I'll save that for tomorrow, because that'll be when the most people are watching, because that'll be me and Shota stream. More people kind of tune into those. But we're gonna do a poll based on how we want to do the Dakimakras. Do you want like pillow with cover on it already, or do you want just the cover and you can put it on your own pillow? You know, it's one of those. Because if you do just the cover, we'll be able to work with a company and get different sizes for it. Meanwhile, if we do the pillow and the cover, they'll have to do a different system, which means we won't be able to do all the sizes we want. So it's one of those. And like I said, I'll make a poll about that tomorrow. So for the love of God, remind me before I forget, because you know how fucking than usual, and like not stretching to like 3 a.m. or something. Because yeah, I mean like the internet fully just crashed there. Like it just straight up died there for a little bit. But yeah, the main point I was saying is that you know, we have the poll idea that we're gonna do of like, would you want just the pillow cover versus the pillow and the cover? You know, getting a full pillow along with it. That's something where we were thinking about talking to some websites. I found one called Cuddly Octopus, which I love the name of it already. Very, very fun. Very, very fun. So we may be able to work something out with them, and it's a whole process. It is a whole process. But as we are working on it, if we decide to do just the cover thing, that might be helpful. If we want to do like the pillow and the cover, we'll have to do something. So it's one of those things. Sure, it's okay. The length the story would be. Oh, exactly. Like that's exactly when I was talking about earlier for the internet went down. It's like, yeah, I'm sure if I sprung this on Magneto, it's like, oh yeah, I plan on this having multiple hundreds of pages and it's 17 issues, or he'll probably be like, I'll fucking kill you. But we're doing this one issue at a time. I'm not doing a thing of like having multiple in the works. It's like, no, this is gonna be first one works out great and it's fine, and say, hey, we start the second one. Then as the second one's going and we get that finished up, then we worry about the third one. Doing it one chapter at a time. So Rachel Docky come with a free wheelchair, that would be funny. Definitely heard of Cuddly Octopus. Yeah, it's a pretty popular Dakimakura site from what I understand. I'm buying me all the books at Black Powder Red Earth for X-Men. That's pretty good. They're fucking dope. And to work the poor Goomba to death. I'm trying not to. Well, he's 28 years old. I'm 27, you fucker. But yeah. So that's the plan. That's the idea. Sour Pop as stated has all the. I have the main point of the full story written out. I have like the characters, their arcs, and their endings of where they're gonna go. All that's really left is like detail stuff. You know, obviously fleshing out the bad guy a little bit more, doing this and doing that. But that's something that's something that'll be part of the process of as making each issue, because as you're making each issue, you'll have ideas that pop up and go like, you know, this will be a good moment. This will be this. This will be that. Damn, I'm 2 years older than you, hag. Now here in McFarlane Yuki statue collab. As stated, a dude on Twitter fucking already made a 3D print of a Yuki statue. I'm not fucking kidding. It's I think it's Mr. Bug. I actually have the link to it in the I actually have the link to it on hand. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. I may have to fuck with the link there because I did the VX Twitter thing so it can actually go on Discord, but let me make sure that works. Oh, yeah, no, that works fine. But yeah, dude literally did a 3D print of a Yuki statue, and it's like, God damn, the book's not even out yet. Fuck. One step at a time, don't get overwhelmed by creativity. Exactly. Don't remind me. Yeah, I know, Mr. Bug. Yeah. What, no Rachel statue? I guess he just wanted to do the main character, the actual poster girl first. Yeah, Toriel has a body pillow and cuddly octopus. Is this official? I think it is official partnerships, yeah. They have a tab where you can like call them for official partnerships. But yeah, I thought it was really fucking cool. I thought it was really fucking cool he did that, and I'm really excited. I'm really excited for this to keep going and be really fucking good. I'm really hyped for it. I have Magneto. Magneto's finishing up the last batch of pages right now. When I say last batch of pages, I mean the one he's currently working on. And then he'll do a little quick backer update where he can be like, "Hey guys, we got this many backers. You know, fuck yeah, that's awesome. Be fun to post. You know, I got a lot of things in the works here. You got some loyal Sims. Use them wisely. Exactly. Turns 28 in a couple weeks. Don't remind me. But yeah, very good stuff. And now, considering the internet crapped out already, I think I'm going to call it here. Very, very fun. Very fun. We had a good night tonight. So, thanked everybody who showed up. See ya.
Someday sunrise coming my way.